Transylvania, up all night, but in the morning I ain't getting up. Fuck me slowing up the sex, can we do some drugs? Do you love me? If it's true, can I drain your blood? Shit for this mania, needed to stop making it worse. Drinking coffee cups, episode switching, I'm impressed, I can't get up. Hypersexual darling, so for you girl I'm your slut. Baby, can you be my slut? Can you be my alternative slut? Kiss you on your forehead when we fuck a normal date. Let's do drugs, show me once I choke you, that's love. I know that she like me, but she tryna wife me. I don't know, I might, babe. Make her ex-boyfriend mad, make him fight me. Transylvania, hopeless romantic, don't care, feel like draining her. Say she wanna die too, but I ain't raising her. When she's sucking at my soul, smudge I make her. Pull her head, no lace front. Can you be my alternative slut? Kiss you on your forehead when we fuck a normal date. Let's do drugs, show me once I choke you, that's love. Can you be my alternative slut? Kiss you on your forehead when we fuck a normal date. Let's do drugs, show me once I choke you, that's love. Transylvania, up all night, but in the morning I ain't getting up. Fuck me slowing up the sex, can we do some drugs? Do you love me? If it's true, can I drain your blood?
The background became too terrible for you to bear. A medieval love affair set with a stare. I wonder empty where you sent me, sick with the envy. You can never befriend me, so don't try to comprehend me. Call me stark, raving mad from all the visions that I've had. Locked in cuffs on a bus where you women turn bad. But books made cheerful with flowers, forgotten hours, all dissolved into timeless doom. Snow showers, a fabulous Damascus on glorious embroideries. Delicately poised between two maidens anointing me. Take a second to imagine but still couldn't fathom. I chased all these dragons off down these dark chasms. You sat waiting in patience, sketching many innovations. Frescoed representations of elaborate constellations. All cheers of jubilation of the most sincere. Through the years of innovation I dissipate and disappear. Dark romanticism, I have risen, sinister stricken. You trapped with me inside this prison of indecision. As slowly as you went is as slowly as you came. She kissed me all the same, didn't even ask for my name. Dark romanticism, I have risen, sinister stricken. You trapped with me inside this prison of indecision. As slowly as you went is as slowly as you came. She kissed me all the same, didn't even ask for my name. Succumb and step near, became so delightful to hear. Held a rifle to your head until your thoughts became clear. Many days filled in rage were all insurmountable. When the poppy no longer grows in a field once bountiful. All the daffodils wept and cried, no my friend, seriously. On the night he was vehemently denied and died mysteriously. An unknown disappearance on an Everest expedition. Got loose from more division in this brief intermission. So deep is your gratitude shackle within the boughs. As the tiger prowls through the long grass, the here and now. And some pave what they believed was heaven beyond the grave. My quatrains contain all that there is left to gain. Insecurity so sharply carved they became your immunity. Riding on the waves of temptation, outbursts of lunacy. Impunity, delicious, fictitious, ambitiously wealthy. I'm screaming out loud but there's nobody here to help me. Dark romanticism, I have risen, sinister stricken. You trapped with me inside this prison of indecision. As slowly as you went is as slowly as you came. She kissed me all the same, didn't even ask for my name. Dark romanticism, I have risen, sinister stricken. You trapped with me inside this prison of indecision. As slowly as you went is as slowly as you came. She kissed me all the same, didn't even ask for my name. Descending from great heights to a life less contented. Falling from where you stand without success, you reach a zenith. A falcon fully fledged, the face at the water's edge of your spouse, bound by his words and all that he said. A victim of his own depravity, I became the insanity. Dragged from the cavities of the mind haphazardly. With the epitome of all that's lost, standing at the crossroads in the field of cloth for gold. All the glimmers shall be sold. The philosopher's stone, all awash with animosity. Excesses of the aristocracy kept dropping me. Speak properly, but was never discussed of enough. Blow the dust off my tombstone, reveal the cause was just. My solace in your guilt proved too heavy to carry. Down the aisle you came, locked in chains, all set to marry. This paintbrush handled with care, I was never truly there. Cut a locket of your hair, kept for moments of despair.
You miserable bastards! How dare you make trouble in my house?
Guilty Simpson. We bringing this one home for the G. Detroit City. It's non-lifers. What's going down? Real. Yo. I sit on the end at the movies and let my feet stick out. Any nigga with a problem get his teeth chipped out. Fuck around and get your feet picked out. My Nina Ross is like window defrost when this heat kick out. Bring your heater when you come to the D. That's why the invitation reads BYOG. Beyond focus, graduated from the ranks of hopeless. Great shot, my gun scopeless. It's Detroit's turn. Sit back and learn while we kick back and earn. Sit yak and burn the best weed. You wanna challenge my theory, my nigga, let's bleed. Turn the Great Lakes into the Red Seas. I smell the bitch in you niggas from here. I'm in your face, so I'm positive you're hearing me clear. Yeah, it's all year, there will be no faking. So you pussy niggas should consider relocation. We barricaded gunmen, armed with artillery strapped. Living the life, the same rap, nigga. It's guilt and J-Live attacking you. Got a spread for the acting up. We barricaded gunmen, armed with artillery strapped. Living the life, the same rap, nigga. It's guilt and J-Live attacking you. Got a script for the acting up. Action. It ain't the game we play, but the way that we play it. Mad to beat it and JD to spray it. Yo, for the getaway and shaking the haters. Fuck saying names, making them famous. It's barefoot bully shit, so you don't need them house shoes or nothing. Just like what peon niggas amount to. When we bounce through, don't get nervous. You get no service on some no shoes, no shirt shit. Is it serious here? Wait for the verdict. It won't be in your favor. The case and the jury is bribed. You could compare it to Mason the Eye. I spit it, it burns. You better learn I'm one of the greatest alive. And got something to say? Choke on the balls. J-Live invade. It's over for y'all, motherfuckers. We barricaded gunmen, armed with artillery strapped. Living the life, the same rap, nigga. It's guilt and J-Live attacking you. Got a script for the acting up. Action. Barricaded gunmen, armed with artillery strapped.
Then came the strangers. They were a race as old as time itself. They had mastered the ultimate technology, the ability to alter physical reality by will alone. They called this ability tuning. But they were dying. Their civilization was in decline. And so they abandoned their world, seeking a cure for their own mortality. Their endless journey brought them to a small blue world in the farthest corner of the galaxy. Our world.
I be blasting precise when I'm rational on mics. I'll make you feel my pain like the passion of Christ. Knowledge and wisdom bear birth to infinite children, attaining four Muslim wives and numerous slave women. The snake is cold, it'll take your soul. I'm worth my height in silk and my weight in gold. I eat pussies like you, no that's a lie. I don't eat anything that bleed for 7 days and don't die. You'll get strangled to death when I mangle your flesh. I'm the angel of death, taking your last breath. Cremate your corpse till it's nothing but ashes. Then put you in my pipe that's used to smoke crack with, forgetful of death. Well now you're reminded, I'll split your fucking head until you're open-minded. Who would listen to you? I'll be dissing your crew when I return like Christ to kill the Christians and Jews. Conquer your land, kill the men and rape the women, burn your churches, build Islamic schools to teach the children. Tie your camel whether you're sick or on a journey. I draw heat like the sun at high noon to Shirley Burnley, declare a jihad till the war booty spoils and the maidens of paradise anoint me with oils. Return you to the essence, hope you studied your lessons, cause I love death more than you love your worldly possessions.
Blood of flow, blood of flow. Just a laugh out shot, them and leave you with casket. Move with that 12-page fully automatic. Blood of flow, blood of flow. Just a laugh out shot, them and leave you with casket. Move with that clean for the fully automatic. They're coming from the left, they're coming from the south. You have one with us, let big like rain spout. Then you know what MACHIAVELLI is really all about. Never diss me team, never diss me road. Then you just might pick up with me gun in all your mouth. Just a laugh out shot, them and leave you with casket. Move with that clean for the fully automatic.
The law, y'all corny motherfuckers sound repetitive. It's safe to say I'm the smartest man that's ever lived. I am negative, I will kill a relative. Real competitive, raised with the devil's kids. Look in the barrel of the pistol where the metal is. Let me show you where my sickle and my shovel is. I created death, I know you pray in jest. To live after you no longer in your own flesh. I gave the world my only son it could build from. 2,000 years later, you still dumb. As a small child, I mastered all I had found. I searched around for more, and I'm bored now.
They're coming from the west, they're coming from the south. You have one with us, let big like rain spout. Then you know what MACHIAVELLI is really all about. Never diss me team, never diss me road. Blood of flow, blood of flow. Just a laugh out shot, them and leave you with casket. Move with that 12-page fully automatic. Blood of flow, blood of flow. Just a laugh out shot, them and leave you with casket. Move with that clean for the fully automatic.
Yo, yo, yo. How you been? What the fuck's going on, yo? It's the Machine Live talking to you about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And man, what is this motherfucking? Are they gonna play a cop commercial after that shit? Get my fucking shit shut down. Shit is crazy. Denise, I got your email, by the way. Thank you so much, Denise. I'm going to send you back a response on what times are working out for me on that email. Thank you so much. Bless you, your heart. I was just checking my email before the show because I had hopped on this computer. But yeah, bless you. I'm going to be keeping in contact with you and coming through very soon, for that. And I agree that we should do something like that. Bless your heart. Let's see who's out here. Crystal Shaman, bless you so much for your prayers and your strength. I've been working on that, that thing you were telling me about the positive, manifesting the thoughts. I think it's going pretty good. I'm pretty sure that Virgo moon will tell you it's going pretty good too. We got Abby in the house, man. Bless you guys, man. Destroyer, thank you so much, Destroyer. Bless you, man. That's very sweet of you. Be More Busker, thank you, man. Bless you, man. Nice to see you, Be More. Hope you're doing okay, friend. Dominic, man. Bless you, Dominic, man. Of course, we got JG. Thank you, JG, for always being here, man. JG, one of my dudes that been keeping it out here since the first time we ever did a live stream. You know what I mean? JG, Jack Talcott. some of the premier cats of the show, man. Man, earlier, man, I was trying to get up on Jim Bob's Jim Bob under threat. Yeah, man, Jim Bob be pussing out on this debate, man. I got rim jobbed on Dim Bob earlier. It was fucking retarded. Banned me from the chat and everything, man. They gave me the whole red carpet treatment. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, bless you guys, man, for being out here, man. Yeah, let's all agree. Yeah, for sure. You know what I mean? Sound good to me. Tricky Woo. We got Tricky Woo out here, man. Bless, man. Thank you guys, man. See? Yeah, bless you guys, man. Robin. Yeah, nice to see. Yeah, Robin seen what happened on Jim Bob earlier. Yeah, he timed me the fuck out of there. Yeah, he timed me out of there. Yeah, I got the picture right there though. You know what I mean? I could just show you guys. This guy done timed me out of there, man. Shit is crazy, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. Oh shit, I can't even present this here. Hold on. I gotta present a slide. Is that what it is? A slide. Your computer. Upload file. Let's see what this is, man. Let me go to this shit. I guess I can't do it, man. But yeah, man. I wish I could fucking show you guys how this cocksucker, you know what I mean? Totally fucking time me out, man. Didn't want to debate, man. And yeah, man. Well, essentially, he didn't want to debate trad culture, and then he proposed it. He proposed a debate, and the debate is, are there any traditions not worth preserving? I mean, if I heard him correctly, that's a debate proposal that he'd be willing to go with. And it's not even my debate. I mean, there's trad culture that, wanted to debate him. I was just pressing him on why he wouldn't debate him, Yeah, the trolls. That's okay with the trolls, I love the trolls, bless the trolls, man, I'm out here for them too. What you got to say, son? I love the trolls, But yeah. Windsor. Bless you, man. Tuning in. Third Eye Edify. Thank you for being here, friends. Thank you so much. Crystal. As always. JG dropped a new video. Yo, we're going to have to check it out. Yo, this chat is going too fast, man. I can't be Thank bless to everyone in the chat. I gotta get the show on the road here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I got zero respect for this guy too, man. Yo, let me send a TCPS. Let me send you a link here, man. If you want to pop up here, you're welcome to do it, man. We're gonna talk about this situation if he wants to, and then I'll open up the panel for everyone. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it just seemed like this guy didn't want to, and I have the original tape of them, the original tape that we made on your show, TCPS. He gonna be right there after you use the bathroom. But yeah, man. Let me see if I could find our original interaction here. And this guy obviously pretends like that he can't understand, what the proposal even is here. Well, that's not going to work really because, because we've been doing this a while, we'd already had 2 major debates on their channel. So for them to flex like they don't even understand what the debate topic is, I mean, that's very much disingenuous. You know what I mean? I don't understand that one at all. How could that be? How could that even be? You know what I mean? That you don't understand what the debate topic is? I mean, that doesn't even make sense. You mean? But yeah, I'm trying to find this video that me and Trad made. Perhaps I can't find it now. But yeah. It was a video we made when we had Andrew Wilson call into the show, or maybe Trad can just send me the link, you know, if he sees it. But yeah, it was something called, oh yeah, how misogyny and misandry. Okay, here it is. Misogyny and misandry are tearing our culture apart. This is the video right here. So hold on, give me a second, guys. Let me pull this video up and we'll see what these people are about. They're not even willing to take the argument seriously, even when we put the topic right there in front of them. They don't want to. They claim they have a legitimate disagreement with the way we're presenting the information, you know, with me and trad culture, and then they're gonna claim that, and this is a really ridiculous one, that EBT destroyed trad culture. Oh my God, you know, some guy who fixes
new software,
tractors,
trying something that's better.
Is gonna have a debate on anthropology. That is really incredible, guys. You mean, but yeah, let me. Here's this section right here. Let me see. Nobody ever said anything's accelerating into anything.
Okay, both of you guys, and I've debated with both of you on this topic.
Yeah, a collapse is not an acceleration.
That, what do you? Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's
How
not.
is it not?
Maybe you didn't get that in the debate, but
you want society.
To
you want society to collapse. Do you not?
I do not want.
No,
I'll tell you what.
no,
so the name of my stream
is
is how misogyny and misandry are tearing our society apart, and what we can do to fix it. Not, and this is great, and we need to.
Okay, well, let me.
So they're framing our position in a totally ridiculous way. You know, framing us as accelerationists. You know, it doesn't even make any sense at all. You know what I mean? No. Are you there, Trad?
No, Andrew is somebody who I think is good faith. Can you hear me, by the way?
Oh, yeah. I
okay.
can hear you. Yeah.
Andrew is somebody that I think is legitimately good faith. Like, I would not, insult him by comparing him to Jim Dweeb, but like,
well, I kind of had a I got rim jobbed on Dim Bob, once before when I was there, having a kind of a exchange with him, and it was a very philosophical exchange. I was actually featured on his show, so both of them have featured you and me, our arguments, our talents, and I mean, I just can't believe that the non-serious way that they came at us. I mean, it's kind of like, wow, it's like we've never debated these topics before with you guys.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, basically, he and his audience both just sat there and spurred and whined, and what they had to do was, to me, this is incredibly telling. That the entire crux of their counter argument to what I have to say is, number one, to play these word games where they suddenly can't actually define anything. It was just fascinating. Jim Bob had no problem defining terms when he made the original video bashing the noble savage. He had no problem with just, well, we all accept the definitions of X term and Y term when it benefits me.
Noble savage.
Now with the shoes on the other foot.
Isn't that a bad framing of the issue as a noble savage? Like, we're not even we do oppose Rousseauian notions. We understand that Rousseauian notions are post-enlightenment. Is that like the crux of the debate on their side? Like, what is that? Like, you're the one following post-enlightenment, saying that modern, and traditional values can coexist when you have a problem with liberalism. So I just
to me, and that was the thing, like, because he was saying that, like, he started bashing all of cultural anthropology and saying that, like, you can't make any claims based on cultural anthropology because it's a liberal field. And then I point out, no, actually, a lot of these ethnographies are written by people that are anti-liberal and not even anthropologists. And I brought up this guy E.H. Mann, who did the definitive ethnography of the Nicobar Islanders, and he was a Christian fundamentalist who came there and judged these people as being like evil sinners, but at the same time he admitted, but this culture sure is nice for a bunch of evil sinners. And as soon as I did that, his response.
He said, I don't know what a Christian preacher is. Was his response?
Yeah, it was the most like childish, dumb, trying to avoid the actual topic response. It was like, oh, well, this guy's actually a liberal. He did in this like stupid little Ben Shapiro voice, like this bitchy little high pitched Ben Shapiro voice that he has, which I'm sure he got bullied a lot in school for that voice, and that's probably why he's so insecure now. But
I don't even understand that. A lot of Christian conservatives are preachers. They're Protestants, so they can be preachers. Just because you think that somebody can't be a preacher in your church doesn't mean that they're a liberal. I mean, that is a conflation beyond like what's normally acceptable in like logic.
Essentially, his point was that these Protestant colonialists were liberals because they weren't colonialist enough, I guess, or something. It's almost like this guy was a colonialist. He was a social engineer. He was trying to destroy this culture. He was not a good guy in my book, all right? But he acknowledged that there were a whole lot of adaptive elements of the culture he was trying to destroy. And his response, though, is to basically criticize this guy for being too liberal, for being too willing to concede to the other side, to the anthropologist side. And then to just say like, well, this guy, I'm not going to, basically it's fallacious argumentation. I'm not going to take.
Wait a second. Wait 1 second, Trad, because I gotta explain what's going on. Actually, to my audience, because some of them are losing the plot here. So, this is basically Trad culture, a traditional culture preservation society. He challenged a person, Jim Bob, made by Jim Bob, to a public debate on whether the noble savage as a concept, exists in history, according to history and all that stuff. So Jim Bob basically just said that this concept is made up, and Traditional Culture Preservation Society was defending this notion from his views of anthropology. So they were dismissing anthropology altogether as a science, it seemed like, and conflating it with liberalism. But yeah, go on, Trad. Yes.
Yeah, so he was saying that anthropology is a liberal field we can't trust, like a fucking flat earther saying like, well, the whole field is just biased and we can't even bother looking at it. And then when I pointed out that there's people outside the domain of, post-Boasian cultural anthropology that hold to exactly this view, there've always been, you could find people saying positive things about tribal societies going as far back as Tacitus, the ancient Roman. But as soon as I brought that up, it was like, oh no, like I don't trust this Christian preacher because he's a Protestant, and therefore he's a liberal. He's an Enlightenment liberal, says the Enlightenment liberal Jim Bob that holds Enlightenment liberal takes, because that's exactly what Jim Bob is. He's a liberal. He's a shill for allopathic medicine, even though he claims to be, anti the Fauci. He's a shill for allopathic medicine. We know he's a shill for allopathic medicine because his original video, all he did was give like dumb wig history ad hominems against traditional societies.
Literally, man, I was laughing because you were like, it sounded like a South Park cartoon from the 90s. Like I thought I was watching a South Park cartoon from the 90s. That was hilarious.
So that person just said that Jim Bob's a great guy. I don't see that. Like, to me, Jim Bob just strikes me.
Well, he's a longtime fan. He's a longtime fan of the Crucible and all those communities. But yeah,
I see.
Nico. Yeah.
I don't know, just like my interaction with him so far and other things I've seen that he did, because I even about a year ago when I first discovered the Crucible, one of the first debates that I watched was him and Posh Redneck going up against these like Gnostic people. And overall, I would say that the Orthodox side won that debate, but it was 100% because of Posh. Like Jim Bob's contribution in that debate was to bring Posh down, and he like even at the time I was like, wow, this Posh is doing a really good job. but this Jim Bob jackass is going in and like undermining his progress by being like basically how he is now, like an emotional, insecure, scared little boy who's taking everything personally and getting mad and getting butthurt over every little thing. Like it just seems to me like I don't know, maybe he was, bullied because of his high-pitched Ben Shapiro voice when he was a kid or something, but like it just seems like he just seems very butthurt and very childish and very emotional for a guy in his 40s. Is kind of an embarrassing look.
Here, let me play some of this video here because it gets to some crazy points here before Andrew Wilson drops off the call. It's funny because he accuses me and trad culture of being conspiracy theorists. It's pretty funny. But yeah, it's pretty funny.
Let me try to reframe then. So you say you don't want it to collapse. Do you see society collapsing in the near future as being inevitable?
I think that in the next 100 years, there's going to be more or less inevitably some sort of societal collapse.
Right. Okay. So that's accelerationism. You don't perceive a way. You don't perceive a way out of that, right?
I think that there will be. So the way I understand is that it will not be like an absolute, like everything will just completely collapse. It won't be like, the Bronze Age collapse where literally like the entirety of the Mycenaeans.
No, I get it. I understand what you're saying with that. But you have enough sectors in society which collapse, and it basically becomes a new society because of that.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Like there might be what are called. So Edward Dutton calls this, and he's done a lot of research and wrote a really interesting book using quite a bit of metrics and computer modeling even. And I'm not saying that computer models are necessarily always accurate because oftentimes they're not, but the way that he perceived using all these metrics, he perceived that the most likely outcome is that there's going to be a general collapse, that there's going to be a few areas that are sort of like Neo-Byzantiums, he calls it, where like civilization continues on for a certain period of time, but that they're going to be few and far between, and that the general body of Western society is going to undergo a collapse like every empire has.
Yeah, well, empires don't collapse though, right? They just really reform.
No, they
really
collapse.
Reform.
Yeah,
well, no, they reform.
Collapsing.
No, it's not. It's not the same thing.
Reforming. So no empire in history has ever collapsed. They've just
no. I think that there may have been some where you would consider it to be a central collapse. But if you take a look, like for instance, if you're looking at the British Empire.
Yo, real quick, truther, dude. That's funny, bro. I want to see that shit. Yeah, I do want to see that. Yeah, by the way, truther, send me an email if you get a chance, dude. We should open up a line of communication. You know what I mean? But bless you, man. Yeah, man.
The British Empire
moved to
America. It didn't collapse. Well, it didn't collapse. It never really collapsed. They stopped their globalist agenda because it was too expensive.
Yeah, they stopped being an empire.
There was a massive amount. There was a massive amount of reformation which happened. And so that's what led to them stopping the empire. It was just too expensive to maintain. But I would say that that was a reformation, not a collapse.
No, I would say that.
And the same thing in Japan. If you look at the Tokugawa shogunate moving up into the Meiji era, these were kind of warring clans for 600 years. And then through a series of wars and reforms, they still kept an emperor and all this type of thing, but they essentially reformed society and then reformed it again. But the subsect of Japanese people and culture, a lot of that remained intact. So I don't know. I think that there has been collapses and sackings and things like this, which I'd point to as saying that this is an empire which fell. But I also think that there's lots and lots of times where it's just a reformation.
Well, getting back, to talk about the British Empire, I would argue that really what happened is just that the British Empire didn't collapse because it basically just moved to America. It became the Anglo-American Empire and eventually just the American Empire. That like much of the money that was funding the British Empire and many of the elites within the British Empire, basically it's just they moved it all to America after the Second World War.
Well, then it wasn't the British Empire anymore. So that's the whole point.
Hey, Abby, remember to pray, and you have a blessed night there. All right. I love you. I'll talk to you soon and all that stuff. Or I'll call you, or call me in the morning or whatever, and make sure you pray for us. Thank you so much.
The American Empire is still generally the same civilization, and right now the British, the current day Britain is basically only being propped up right now by America, like all Western Europe. The European Union only exists because America allows it to exist.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I agree with that. But if you're looking at like the East India Trading Company and all the things which propped up the British Empire beforehand, they essentially just gave up on these things because the expense to the crown was way too much. And they even made a deal with the monarchs where monarchs were able to keep the vast majority of their territory in exchange for moving to a parliamentary system. So it's like, look, those are reforms. I mean, that's a reform out of monarchy, even.
Well, that sounds like that sounds like soft power, which you're right. And this is the thing, like the modern, the current day style of imperialism is different from the previous style of imperialism of just you come in and conquer. Well, to some extent, it is kind of still what we do.
I mean, it'll always come down to that, right?
But
ultimately, it'll always come down to that.
Increasingly, what there's been after World War II was the soft power idea that, like, no, you don't. You're right. You don't come in and like officially take over a place. You just take over a place in reality, because what you do is you
send in Coca-Cola. You send in Coca-Cola and you send in Nike. And Nike reforms the society.
And they lead to a cultural renaissance.
People mysteriously.
Well, hang on. It does lead to a cultural renaissance. Let me give you an example. If you think I'm wrong about this, Machine Wise, traditional cultural preservation society, I'm sure understands this too. In the Vietnam War, all throughout the 60s and then into the early 70s, where we tried to fight off the communists by sending in men with M16s and helicopters, right? And napalm and all that fun stuff. We ultimately were able to stave off communism in Vietnam because we sent in corporate interests instead. And when corporate interests came in and were able to offer up jobs to a cheap labor force, those motherfuckers became about as capitalist as you can possibly get. And so that is a cultural reformation. It was a huge cultural reformation. This was a warlike people for 100 straight years, fought off every great empire who's ever existed. And we conquered them with knife. We conquered them with Foot Locker, bro.
Yeah, it's like in Cambodia where the children have to they cut down the jungle, so the children have to grow sugar plantations. So the children are used as slaves, so that we can.
I think that's the wrong way.
Do you agree with child slavery?
Oh, no. Hey, no, that's cool. Hey, you know what we should do instead? They should be fighting as guerrillas in the jungle and starving to death for 100 years, fighting off every power who has an interest in their land.
How come the
instead of bringing them jobs?
Well, how come the Vietnamese that fought as guerrillas in the jungle and the Cubans that fought as guerrillas in the jungle, you couldn't beat them for 30 or 40 years? They still have their civilization
because
their society didn't collapse.
Okay,
how come they're still there?
So because corporate interests.
How come they're surviving without corporate?
Don't ask me a fucking question if you don't want me to answer it. Well, then you have to not talk. You have to, if you want me to answer, you have to not be speaking.
Okay, you can't mute me here, so you can go ahead and talk if you want to.
Well, I'm not muting you. I'm telling you something called a fact,
you can't mute me here, so you can go ahead and talk if you want to now.
Which is, if you want me to answer the question, you can't still be talking. So when you're done with the question, tell me.
If you want to.
Restate the question, but don't cut me off when I'm answering it.
What about Cuba and Vietnam, where they fought in the guerrillas in the jungle, and you said that they couldn't do that, and they won, and they kept their fucking society? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, first of all, they didn't win. That's my whole point. That's like saying
in Vietnam.
No, it's just like saying that the Afghanis ultimately won against the Russians. They really didn't.
They ultimately.
I would say no.
They didn't. They didn't keep them out. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
Where's all that?
The United States conquered Vietnam. We conquered them.
Were you saying
it was a
via
complete
soft
and
power,
total
right?
victory.
Via-
It
via
wasn't
soft
even a
power.
pariah victory. It wasn't even a pariah victory. It was a total and complete domination of Vietnam, the Laotians, the entire region, completely sucked up by corporate interests, which
I would say
elevated
that
their lives.
We dominated the world via soft power and via neoliberalism. Like that's
international
basically how we
corporations.
created the
That's not
American
we.
Empire.
That's not the U.S.
Well, first of all, no, it wins us peace. It won us peace. And
No,
those people,
you're talking about
have a higher quality of life than they've ever had, bro.
Companies that are owned by Jews that control the U.S. You're not talking about.
Hold on.
Oh
This
my
is
God.
now.
Are we gonna start juice spurting now?
You're talking about
start juice spurting?
Tommy Pickle, right?
You're talking about global corporations owned by Tommy Pickle's dad, and this is what's going. Juice spurging. Come on, dude. Going on around the world. You're not talking about us. You're not talking about
No, I'm talking about us. I'm talking about the United States official policy. Yeah, no, the United States official global policy, which is to send in corporate interest into third world shitholes that hate our guts and give them jobs.
What'd you say, Trad?
Like he literally just said that the highest standard of living these people have ever had is under Western capitalism, working in sweatshops. This guy's a joke. I'm sorry, but like that is the most like stupid ass statement I think Andrew's ever made. What on earth is he talking about? Going to Southeast Asian sweatshop labor is a higher standard of living than living in Zomia prior to it being conquered by the state. What on earth are you smoking? Well, that's the thing. You're smoking capitalism. You're smoking shilling for Western society. And by the way, another thing, and again, Andrew's good face, so I'm not going to say this about him, but another thing I was thinking about today is that, I guess maybe I'm naive enough that I didn't see until just recently, until just this morning, another angle to this, which is that, let's face it, a lot of these people, maybe not so much Andrew, but a lot of these guys, Jim Bob was a former Owen Benjamin fanboy, which to me is enough to destroy his credibility right there. This is a guy that, like, a few years ago was blindly, uncritically following a guy 10 years younger than he was, like a little sheep that he is. But you have to keep in mind, these guys are mostly, a large body of them are just like ex-alt-righters. These people.
Well, I think it's fascinating the amount of collaborations with white nationalists. You got your Robert Spencer, you got your J.F. Gariepy, you got your Nicolas Fuentes, and even when you go down the line of Alex Jones and Jay Dyer and Tucker Carlson, what you get is this whole notion of these people that have been pushing this kind of white replacement theory. And it's very interesting that recently Tucker Carlson got into this huge, debacle with the ADL over this white replacement theory being pushed and kind of this quasi-white nationalism being pushed there. So they don't have collaborations with right-on white nationalists, but it's quasi-white nationalists like J.F. Gariepy and these types of people. So it's just very fascinating.
And that's the angle that I'd missed until just like this morning. I was thinking about, I was realizing, wait a second, that's the reason why these people are so close to my message. It's because, finally deep down, although they don't want to admit this, they want to pretend that this isn't the case. But, finally deep down, a lot of these people, I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them, they get scared by my message because my message is, the antidote to a lot of like the Aryan supremacy theory, right? Because like the whole mindset of the white supremacist is based in like, well, we were the people that created technological advancement, whereas all those like savage dark people were just living
here. Hold on a second. Is Vince James the same guy from the Red Elephants? Or I'm not sure, but yeah. Anyways, go ahead, Trek.
And that's an angle that I unfortunately missed up until now. Yeah, exactly. Like these people, of course, they're not going to be receptive to my message. And I was naive to think that they were, just because, they were maybe being the stopped clock, getting it right once or twice a day.
Oh,
About
I knew eventually that I would be you know, that we would be shunned from these communities. You know what I mean? I was just counting down the days till it was like me, you know, till like they stop working with me and they like figure out like, oh, it's not gonna be good for us to work with this guy. But yeah, you know,
yeah, no, believe me, I'd had for a long time. I'd had serious red flags about like the orthobro movement, but at the same time, like I guess I would have maybe naively figured that they would have been somewhat open to what I have to say about traditional societies and anthropology and things like that. But then again, but I neglected to understand these guys are many of them are just crypto white nationalists, and a large part of the white nationalist worldview is that progress, technological progress, and social progress are inherent goods because they're the things that prove the supposed superiority of the white race.
yeah, it's got a little bit, and it gets pretty silly at this point, you know, because there's a little bit more of this. It gets
Yeah,
very
well, I mean,
silly.
I can't imagine how it could get much more embarrassing if I'm going to
Oh
be
well,
like,
he straight up calls us conspiracy theorists. I don't know if you remember.
oh, well, I mean, I actually don't remember that. That's telling if it's true. To
Yeah,
me, I don't know. It's
it's,
hard to get more embarrassing than to literally go out and say that people in
well, I got called a
fourth-day
truther
Southeast
today.
Asia have the
The,
highest standard of living they've ever had. That's absolutely nuts. Like, by the way, I guarantee you he's never been to Asia. He hasn't lived in Asia like I have. I've been to Asia. They have horrible standard of living, far worse than they would have in a traditional society, in
well,
a traditional environment.
I just don't know how you could sit there and support the work of Jay Dyer and then call other people conspiracy theorists. That's fucking crazy. It's like
Well, it makes perfect sense if what you are is you're, a postmodernist
doesn't the guy
who
work for Alice
redefines
Jones? You know?
terms. Exactly, but that's the thing. Like, keep in mind these orthobros, they're conservative postmodernists. What they do is they redefine terms, and they serve basically they're basically right wing Marxists. They use the Saul Alinsky type playbook of there is
Oh
no
yeah.
truth, only power,
Well,
and
they read Saul Alinsky and they understand it's weaponized and they actually claim and say that conservatives should be using the same tactics. So they actually do. I've actually heard them. You know, significant amount of them actually say things like that. That the Machiavellianism needs to be applied abroad. You know, but there is a lot of that type of stuff, you know. But it's interesting that you know, you're saying you know, you're saying NASA is a fraud, and you're saying all of these you know, the soft power and MK Ultra and stuff with Jay Dyer, and then you turn around and call me a conspiracy theorist. I find that fascinating. Or you call me a truther. I find that fascinating. Today they said, well, truther, well, well, the machine lives is kind of a truther, but he's also kind of a Muslim, and it doesn't even make sense. It's like, what?
yeah,
It's like,
and that's the other thing because this is like Jim Bob loves to do, and he did that in his stupid, dumbass, pathetic video about the myth of the noble savage. Oh well, the truthers say like literally what he's doing is he's showing, hey guys, I'm actually like okay with some aspects of establishment thought. Like please establishment, please accept me, because that's what he wants. Because these people are Machiavellians, and finally their goal is Christian nationalism, aka political infiltration. They're just like the Groypers, and just like the Groypers, I'm sure that if you dig deep into the rabbit hole, you're going to find a bunch of scandals. And I'm just waiting. I don't know how many years it'll be before all the scandals come out and all the drama erupts, but it's going to happen because that's what always happens with with these sort of cults. There's going to be a ton of infighting and chaos, and all these scandals are going to come out, and it's going to turn out that just like every other group of Machiavellian scum, these people are scum. And I'm not saying every single one of them. I'm not saying Andrew's scum. I'm not saying Jay Dyer's scum. But I'm saying, you look at somebody like Jim Bob, and you look at a lot of these followers, these
oh,
blindly
here's another.
unthinking followers, and
Yeah,
I
there's
can
more
tell you right now,
confusion
there's
here. Here,
skeletons in
hold
the
on, Tread. There's a little more confusion here about ortho bro. Ortho bro is referring to the Orthodox Christian communities that these people are involved in. They're involved in communities that follow the Russian Orthodox Church. It's interesting, but yeah, but yeah, go ahead, Trad.
Yeah, no, I mean this whole thing, and it is everything that it claims to be against. You know, Jim Bob he proved that he was a postmodernist. He proved he's an Enlightenment liberal over and over again. Over and over again, he's proved that finally, when you boil down to it, he not only has the Enlightenment liberal epistemology, as is shown by his really low-tier, stupid critiques of traditional society. Like, I mean, incredibly stupid. Like, as bad, if not worse, than Steven Pinker's.
And
like,
I'm gonna frame
outright lies about traditional societies.
And they're saying that you can't frame the actual proposal. So let's so I'm gonna frame this proposal very very succinctly. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna frame the proposal. Just what is the debate topic? What is the debate topic that's gonna come up? What's the whole thing about? You know, what are we proposing? What's the question being asked? Because they pretended like they didn't hear the fucking question, even though they claim they have legitimate points of disagreement. So that's going to be the main thing.
They're scared. Like they're scared to actually talk about the issues because let's face it, the problem with Jim Bob is when he made that original asinine stream about the myth of the noble savage, he knew absolutely nothing. He's never read an ethnography in his life. He knows nothing about anthropology and knows nothing about any of these cultures. He talked out of his ass for 2 hours straight, and you know he gets to be on easy mode because he's
but the issue,
he has a mildly successful YouTube channel and a bunch of cult-like followers that just splooge their pants based on everything he says. And
if
so he didn't have to think, and now I'm forcing him to think, and now he's backed into a corner. So now he's going to pull his precept bullshit, his postmodernist. That's another liberal thing he does is he uses postmodernist bullshit. Like, oh no, let's like sit here and talk about like our worldviews and our terms and our definitions instead of like, because he wants to do everything imaginable to distract from the fact that he's a deer in headlights who had no idea what the fuck he was talking about, who's now actually being challenged by somebody who actually knows about anthropology and actually knows about society. He doesn't know.
Slow down, brother.
A single thing.
Yeah, I know. But the issue is gonna be framed thusly, and I'll make it very clear for everyone, you know, so that they know, you know. The issue is, and you're gonna see me explain it here too. You know, the issue is gonna be, how can you tacitly support modern science and technology that grew out of the cusp of liberal values, you know, brought forward by liberal values, you know, but you reject liberalism in support of traditional Christian values, you know, but you support the science and technology that it gave rise to, creating a world culture, a universal liberal, you know, form of secular humanism. They reject that, but they support everything that came after it, even Kantian philosophy, you know. And we got another guy here, you know, who wants to say something. Bless you, Neuro. And if my internet falls out, you guys just take over because I won't be back for like 5 minutes. You know, bless you guys for being here.
Yeah, I just want to say something really quick because I think that what you just proposed as a topic is important. But for me, you know, I'm not very learned on these subjects, but my experience in my life, you know, particularly since Trump and particularly with the alt-right and since then, I consider myself an alt-right person. I consider that the idea of white nationalism is not inherently evil or wrong. And I still do believe that, by the way. Like, I'm not saying that I personally like want to see that happen, but I'm just saying, like, you know, if you take Israel as okay, then you must accept that everyone else has a similar right to self-autonomy, right? So, and if you don't, I would love to hear the explanation for that. And again, does that mean I'm a racist? No. My point is, is like, you look at this whole situation, it's like, I didn't understand that white nationalism is tied to Aryanism, which is basically Zionism, which is basically a cover for something else, which I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it seems to be related to Gnostic interpretations or Kabbalistic interpretations or something like that. I don't know exactly what it is, but all this stuff is tied to deep occult understanding of religion. And so, and what else is tied to that? Liberalism, Protestantism, and the cult of progress and science. And so I just find it hard to understand how Christians can just whole cloth say, well, we don't need to have a serious critique of this side of liberalism. And so, you know, am I attacking Jim Bob and Andrew or anybody else? I mean, how is it attacking to say that the ideas are strange and, to at least in my mind, not logically consistent with other things, right? And I mean, that's my motivation. It's like, obviously, I saw the whole alt-right, a lot of good people on both sides, to quote Trump, you know, both on the BLM and stuff like that, and also on the white nationalist side. Is like, you know, I think if both sides kind of sat down with each other and actually talked as humans, they probably agree on a lot more than they disagree with. But the truth is, they were being divided and conquered. I saw it happen, and I see it happening now again with the white nationalism and all this other stuff. So I'm just trying to understand. It's like,
I would say, in
you
my
know,
own personal understanding, like, to me, the big problem with like white nationalism as it's historically, and I would say even in the current day, has been constituted as, is that it doesn't seem to ever just be, you know, what I think we could all get along, or well, people that aren't, you know, dumbasses like Jim Bob anyway, could all see eye to eye with the idea that, you know, everybody should have a right to exist and to preserve their traditional culture, whether they're European, whether they're African, whether they're Asian, whether they're Native American, that everybody should have the right to preserve their traditional culture. I don't think anybody in their right mind would have a problem with that. The problem is that what you end up getting with a lot of these white nationalists is not that. What you end up actually getting is no actually, you know, white imperialism, European Western imperialism was a good thing, that you start getting the defense of the fact that, you know, Europeans went around destroying other traditional cultures. You start getting that being redefined as being like a sign of the glory of Ma-based Western Civ. And there's pretty prominent people within the white nationalist movement that felt this way, like Millennial Woes, who once said that, like, I mean, to me, he's the classic example of somebody like this, who's basically just a Whig historian, liberal, who uses white nationalism in order to say, like, oh, like, well, these Africans are subhuman because they couldn't develop allopathy, and they couldn't, you know, develop, like, I don't know, like indoor plumbing or something like that. Like, that's the be all and end all of everything. And then he goes on this, you know, stream with Richard Spencer a few years ago, and he talks about. I thought this was actually really fascinating, because he says, like, oh, like, I don't even see these, you know, Africans and stuff as being like human. These tribal peoples, they're just scum as far as I'm concerned, is what Millennial Woe says. And then Richard Spencer, of all people, is pushing back on that and saying, no, actually, like, you know, I see there's a certain glory to the noble savage. So here Richard Spencer, of all people, is being more receptive to the traditional culture preservation society ideals.
That's because he reads Nietzsche. So he's drawing from
no,
Nietzsche when he says that. But
no, that's true, and that's actually common among many people from the alt-right. They're not as you know, racist in the sense that most people use the term, from my experience, right? And
no, it is still quasi racist because they're using Nietzsche. So when they read the line about the blonde beast, they think that Nietzsche is referring to the Aryan, but in the same thing, he says that this blonde beast represents, like, Japanese nobility and Arab warriors and Slavic warriors and all of these different groups.
It's the bloodline of the Illuminati. They're not only white people. That's what people get wrong. They think that it's only the white people. It's actually a mix of different races that all support this basically Zionist thing. And that's where they also get it wrong as well. It's like, a lot of the white nationalists said, well, it stops at the Jews. I would argue that's
we almost.
But by the way, so Adaptable says TCPS is big mad. Jim Bob is so mean to me. Like, dude, like, I don't give a fuck about the fact that Jim Bob's a douchebag. All right, like, I can handle douchebags that know what the fuck they're talking about. My problem with Jim Bob is that he's a moron. Like, I can handle mean, I can handle douche, I can handle asshole if you're on my intellectual level. What I cannot handle is a fucking stupid moron. Like, moron who has no idea what the hell he's talking about and then comes in acting like he knows a single goddamn thing, which he doesn't know anything. He's never read an ethnography. He can't even name any of these tribes. He's a complete idiot who went in knowing nothing about the topic. And now he's whining and bitching and being a little baby because he's been owned and because he's actually being challenged.
Well, look, and here's the thing, and I know that we have all the trolls coming out to troll us, and that's great.
No, I gotta drop the link for this guy.
And hopefully we'll learn something.
Hey, Chalked Up, yeah, go ahead and join the panel if you want.
Yeah, let me explain something for these people since they don't want to learn. If they're here, let's drop something on them. I mean, look, if all these Christians really don't like Jews, why are they doing everything they can to help their agenda, which is essentially Luciferianism? Why don't we talk? Let's talk about that. But see, nobody wants to talk about that, right? I mean, EBT justifies Christians using magical occult practices to advance progress in science and says it's compatible with Christianity. Okay, well, explain to me how that's possible. I've never heard any Christian openly say that before. So, but then I'm a Gnostic because I'm like trying to understand what people's point of view is, right? And it's just funny, like these people sit here and like drag us through the mud and talk all this bullshit, but like they're completely uninterested seemingly in like what they're supporting, right? Like all these, like I said about a lot of white nationalists and all this, is like they don't want to see that they're helping the very people they quote unquote hate.
Well, I'm not gonna go ahead and conflate them with white nationalists because that's the same thing that they're doing is conflating us with all of the
no. I'm not saying I'm not saying they're white nationalists. I'm saying
of course not, but their collaborations with them are strange, for sure.
Sure, of course, yeah, exactly. Well, but my point is also is like if you're agreeing with people who are white nationalists and white nationalists.
Oh yeah, they definitely agree with them, and feature them. But so that is the kind of odd part. And then me and Trad are labeled conspiracy theorists, as you'll see here. So that's what's funny.
Yeah, and sure, and here's the thing: is like I said, I have thought of myself in such terms before. But the thing is, like when I realized that the whole thing is a trick to get people to believe in something and act in a way in which the enemies that they quote unquote that they hate and they want to see gone, they're doing everything they can to help them by playing a role that is beneficial for them. I mean, it's absolutely
right. Listen, all right. So this Adaptable guy, come on here, tough guy. Actually,
no. Let's not attack the chat because Adaptable is a longtime friend of the show and he's a longtime friend of Traditional Culture Preservation Society. So he's asking good questions. So the thing is that let's not try to ruffle too many feathers here. But we have legitimate challenges, okay? And those legitimate challenges are about intellectual topics, and those intellectual topics include topics in anthropology.
Well, actually, to be fair, Adaptable, I might have misread. Are you talking about me or are you talking about Jim Bob? Because now that I look more what you're saying, that looks like it would more describe Jim Bob.
Well, he's talking about the personal conflict. Let's get off the personal conflict and the ad homs, you know. So we're not doing ad homs and stuff like that. We're just doing that to rile people up, you know. But I do like to point out that, you know, Jim Bob and you know, Andrew Wilson, they've constantly trashed me and trad culture. They've called us pseudo intellectuals. They've called us truthers, conspiracy theorists, all this shit. They've called me a Gnostic several times, which doesn't even fucking make sense at all. You know, they conflated Protestantism with Islam with Gnosticism. I don't even know how you can make such leaps of logic. You know what I mean? But you know, so I'm not I'm gonna stay clear of some of these you know, kind of ad homs. But yeah, the thing is that, you know, with the concepts and the ideas, you know, the crux of the issue is the tacit support of liberalism through the support of science and technology, you know, that doesn't that makes it about you know, these two things, conservatism, you know, and Christian values existing within this liberal framework, you know, of this world of technology that's created through secular humanism. You know, so how can you accept one and reject the other? You know what I mean? It's just a paradox.
Again, I'll apologize. I'll extend my apologies. I've been dealing with like fuckwits all week.
Oh, don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Yeah,
no, Poppin says that's largely because basically, like, I mean, I've been dealing for the last like 24 hours with these morons.
Bob's chat. You don't need to apologize, because the truth is we don't know who any of these people who never jump on here are. Number one. Number two, Adaptable talk shit about me all the time. And it's fine. Like, I don't care if people like me or not. I'm trying to stick on to the topics at hand. And like, to me, it's just funny. It's like, to me, it reveals a lot about people when they're happy to talk about me rather than what I'm talking about. So, you know, it is what it is. Like, you know, a lot of these people, like, they like to remain anonymous, and maybe they have good reasons or not. But the thing is like, you know, it's just fascinating to me. I think that the way that Machine Lies just described it is pretty much my position, which is like, I'm just curious why people don't want to talk about this specific subject, because it does seem to be like more inflammatory than the Jew thing or anything else like that. Like, to me, that's fascinating. Like, I don't know why that is.
Hey, greetings,
Well, to answer you, Adaptable said that I'm noticing a lot of personal attacks. Like, basically, what's happening is that I matched the energy that I've been given for, and for the last 24 hours, basically the only thing I've gotten from Jim Bob or his fan base has been a mixture of stupid word games and ad homs. And I haven't actually seen any argumentation whatsoever. I haven't seen a single sign that he actually knows, he or anybody else in his sphere actually knows what the hell they're talking about. And so that's if I'm reacting the way I am, it's unfortunately because I've spent the last like day and a half, more than 24 hours actually dealing with like these illiterates that don't know the single slightest thing about anything and are pretending that they do because they know how to like do these philosophical word games. And and that's why I'm at the state that I'm at, because basically, because you say, well, people who resort to personal attacks lose credibility. Again, I match the energy I'm given, and that's essentially all that I've gotten for the last day or so from Jim Bob and his fan club. Has been stupid ad homs in lieu of actual argumentation, because they have none, because they don't know anything.
Denise,
Hello.
do you mind mute when you're not because it's echoing.
Oh, okay.
But go ahead.
I just want to say something quick, and then I'm out of here. Two things.
Worries.
One, One, first of all, anyone wants to privately talk to me to assure themselves of whatever they need to assure themselves, I hesitate to say traditional Catholic because that's another phrase that's become loaded with political crap. But believe me, I grew up in about as old school Catholic parish as you can, Latin Mass and the whole rest of it. That's just who I am. Number two, which is the most important reason I'm up here. Somebody just posted a link to a channel addressing people to please look into it if they want to know about me. The link is to a channel full of horrific stuff about my family and me that is still up because I don't ask YouTube to take it down because my local police department is watching the person who owns that channel. It's off YouTube, offline harassment that she has been involved in, and it involves issues within my family. And she makes an accusation that I have done things that I have never done. And she includes a lot of garbage because of her connection to people in Massachusetts, where my family is from, where I was born and raised, and where my daughter was killed in 2010 by a gang. And I'm not going to discuss that here because it's not your topic. I just want to let anybody know.
Don't
Go
worry
ahead
about
and
it.
look at that channel and then go to my channel, and my email is in my about, and I'm willing to answer any questions to anybody. But that's all I have to say about it. And God bless everybody here. And the traditional path is the only path that's going to survive, no
That's
matter
right.
how weird it gets. Okay? Dominus vobiscum, and I'm out of here.
Thank you, Miss Denise, for being here, and bless you so much. And thank you for sharing that information with us. We'll definitely, I trust Denise so far, so I just want to let you know, Miss Denise, that I do trust you so far until I'm proven otherwise. But yeah, I'd love to work with you in the future. I'm definitely going to send you that email and see what's going on. And you're welcome on the panel anytime. I just want to let you know, any of you guys in the chat, you guys are welcome onto the panel at any point. And I'm sorry I didn't put the link in right in the beginning of the show. The reason I didn't do that is because of the situation there with the pinning the link, trying to get to this clip here with trad culture, because I wanted trad culture to respond to this clip so that we can frame this debate in a way that's suitable for all the parties that are involved. But it looks like we're not. I mean, we might be doing this shit all night because now I got the panel open. I mean, it is what it is, but like, I kind of fucked up. Yeah, I
want to
opened
say
it up.
three things before this
Yeah, hold on real quick, Drew.
Yeah, real quick. First of all, I don't know why Destroyer and Truth or Cop are trying to drag people through the mud. I mean, maybe they have their reasons, but I'm curious about that. Adaptable says I'm playing both sides. It's like, well, when people tell me they're Christian, and then I say, well, we as Christians should, engage in some of these topics, and then I come here and say, we who are interested in the truth should engage in certain topics. Like, I don't know how that's duplicitous, but I mean, maybe you can explain to me how it is. And hello, Drew. I guess I don't know what's up with you, but what's up, dude?
Neurojack, always
Drew's
at the center of the Venn diagram.
What Venn diagram? What the fuck does that mean? This cat making up terms out here.
Yeah, totally made up, bro. Neurojack, I wanted to ask you what I didn't understand, because I just joined the stream late. What was this shit you were saying about Christians against Jews are walking into a Jew's trap or something like that? I didn't understand what you were saying.
Sure. What you don't understand exactly?
I just
so hard. What's the fuck so hard to
join the
comprehend?
stream late, so I don't know. Like, if you had expounded on that before. So if you're saying if you're against Jews, then what?
Okay. Well, yeah. So let me explain it to you. Do you think Trump was really interested in doing the things he said he was interested in doing?
Oh shit, we gotta go.
Trump is a Jew.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so here's the thing: do you see any of Zionism or the progress of science technology, like ad infinitum?
You dropped out for a second. I didn't hear it all.
Yeah, sure. So do you see any actual resistance to Zionism / science and progress ad infinitum?
Kind of. Do you believe they're one and the same?
I don't know for sure, but I have a hunch that they are very related. Yeah.
I do see a weird mainstream push against, maybe they don't even know it, but just the mainstream liberal kind of view of anti-Israel. They may not realize that they're anti-Zionist, but the whole Israel is an apartheid state type Reddit level thing. You know what I mean?
Sure. Well, you know, like how Christians believe that Revelation is about building a third temple, and once that happens, then Jesus is going to come back and stuff like that, right?
Right.
Like I find that Christians take that, you know, at face value, you know, disturbing personally. I don't think that there's like, I haven't really seen good evidence for that, to be honest with you. And so the fact that Christians just kind of like take that interpretation of it and run with it, I don't like it as a Christian, but also as like an American. It's like, okay, well, why should we, you know, want the whole world to, you know, get on 6G, 7G, 8G? Like I see that as a problem, and I see it more or less as a Christian, like it's gonna run us in the wrong fucking direction. Like, why wouldn't we just try to convert everybody to Christianity before we start doing all that? You see what I mean? Like, if that's really, if that's kind of like the goal, then why, like, how is that going to help that goal? It seems like there's another goal going on, and us kind of just going along to get along seems to just kind of make that more and more likely that it's going to be harder and harder for us to do anything about, right?
So let me see if I got this right. You're basically saying like if you oppose Jews, you are saying you see 5G, 6G, all this stuff as like a Jewish spider web or something that's gonna wrap people up.
I don't even think it's I think Jew is a red herring. I don't even think there is anything such as what people colloquially call a Jew. I think at least the occult interpretation of it is that there is a Eurasian, you know, Aryan race of people that are connected to some bloodline or Atlantis or some shit. I don't really know, but it seems that there's this occult interpretation, and that the occult interpretation is certainly what a lot of Christians believe in, but they don't even realize that that's what they believe in, right? So, I mean,
I'm just trying to get to like where you said Christians against Jews are walking into the Jews trap, and I'm still not really understanding. What's the trap like? Is the trap further technology? Is that what you're saying? Like further technological enslavement?
A simplified way of putting it, I would say, yeah, that's a simplified way of putting it, yeah. And that's why I don't even think I don't think that we should be like, oh, I hate the Jews. Like, I think that's stupid. It doesn't make any sense, right? But if you look at like,
makes sense to me.
Well, no, of course, but I understand. But what I'm saying is, like, what did the Knights Templar believe in? What did the you know, the Vril Society believe in? Like, it's a little bit deeper than that, obviously. I mean, here's Cecil Drake, he knows about it. So I mean, I don't know much about it. All I know is like the general interpretation of this shit doesn't add up, in my opinion. So that's all I do know for sure.
I think I'm more confused than when I called in. From no offense, I'm just trying to.
Like, well, I mean, look,
like if you're anti-Jew, what is
the nigga? We talk about some real shit now.
Somebody's echoing.
It's probably
Cecil.
Because that
shit was happening.
I know you didn't just call me a Jew, bro. I ain't echoing. All right, that my name isn't in parentheses. Shut the fuck up.
Where's my shit going for? Can't fuck with my shit. I'm on some motherfucking shit.
Them.
Here, hold on. Hold on. Okay, I'm not echoing now. It's Cecil Drake. It is you, bro.
No way.
Yeah.
Them. It ain't me.
No, only
I
I
echo. That kind of sounds like I got fucking real shit going on. My voice, I'm not even losing viewers when I fuck around like this.
Because my
Cause
shit
my
is
shit
the
is the
bomb,
bitch.
The bombucha.
What else
you got to say, Drew?
Got some other shit,
bro.
What's that Arabic letter in the top of your head when you tip your head forward?
There's no
Arabic letter. Like the bald spot in your head.
You mean my birthmark?
Arabic letter.
The bald
spot.
What's that symbol? Is that a fucking swastika, dude?
Oh, that's fucking sick, dude.
It's called
V for Vendetta, bitch.
That's pretty cool.
What happened to your hair,
Drew?
Too many psych
med?
Bro, I'm like pushing 50, bro. I still got a decent amount of hair.
You're like, what?
You can still lose your hair from being high tea. Come on.
Okay, so my question didn't get answered. But that's okay.
Oh yeah, bro. I showed you the top of my head. You wanted to see the top of my head. Anything else? Fucking bitch.
That's my halo.
Pretty hair. Fuckhead.
Shit's getting kind of thin, bro.
Shit's getting what?
It's getting kind of thin, motherfucker.
Let me see if I can. Yeah.
Speak English, bitch.
There we go. I got the halo of light around me. There we go.
We don't speak Spanish around here,
Drew.
Can't even understand what you're saying. When I call him, just start distracting when I realize no one can even expect to talk about.
Hey, Cecil,
mute your shit, bro.
Mute my mic.
Okay. All right. Let me bring
everybody.
Are you legit getting feedback?
Yeah. Thus elevating the quality of life and sending in business interests.
Third world shit. Why is these third world countries? Why are they so horrible?
Well, it depends. Sometimes it's based on region. Sometimes it's based on trade. Sometimes it's based on a culture of corruption. Like a good example of the culture of. Well, hang on. Let me finish, and then I'll turn it over. But a good example of a culture of corruption would be Mexico. So Mexico adopts.
What about America? What about the
dude? Let me finish what I'm saying. Just give me a minute, and then I'll turn the floor over.
Oh shit, Drew fell out. Yo, Drew, you could come back if you want, bro. I don't know what happened. I was trying to bring everybody back on stage. Look at this guy. He's still watching the video even though he hates it. What a little bitch.
Dude, why can't you be quiet so I can finish a thought? Right? So anyway, Mexico's
very answer against my point. You're just gonna go on.
I will answer against your point, but can I answer to the first? Can I answer to the first guy's question? Like what? It's like this. Is this okay to do? So anyway, a good culture of corruption example would be the Mexicans. Mexico has adopted the United States Constitution almost verbatim. They modeled their entire constitution off of ours. But why is it that they're so fucked up and we're not? And it's because they've have a long-standing culture of corruption that goes all the way back to essentially the founding of these South American nations from the Spaniards who came early on, all the way into the present day. So there are certain nations which have a culture of corruption going back in their history, and it's literally part of their culture to be corrupt. So there's all kinds of reasons for this.
Mexicans are corrupt because of their own nature and not because of the drug war that's been going on in their country. That has nothing to do with the U.S.
I didn't say it's part of their ontology.
No,
did I say?
A lot of times,
hang on. I didn't make an ontological argument that the nature of the Mexican is to be corrupt. I gave you an argument.
You said it's part of their nature.
No, I didn't. I said it's part of their culture, not their nature. You fucking idiot.
All right,
you use the word you fucking use the word nature, dude. You go back in the video and you use the word nature.
You know what? Let's pause everything. Hang on, let me pause everything. I'm going to go back in the video right this second and show that what I said was that this is
dude, just move on with your point. This is your show.
Yeah.
This guy has like a bone. He wants to,
oh, I'm sorry. Did I come on? Did I come on to your point out? Did I come on to your three viewer? Did I come on to your 3-viewer show and corrupt it?
I have to prove
Let's see.
myself right.
Yeah, there's literally 3 people viewing this show right now, and you think I'm bringing the collective dialogue down?
There's also 4 of us on panel. What does that say?
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah,
there's
you
4
gotta
people
love
watching, and
that
there's 4
below
people
the
in this
belt
call. You do the
thing
fucking math.
Over there, it's like, look at me. I'm
so what are you saying?
Look, your show's not successful.
You're saying the value has decreased?
Like, wow,
well, no, that would be an increase in value, smart guy.
I feel so ashamed.
What increase?
What are you talking about? My channel instead of
well, if you had 3 viewers, and now you have 4 viewers, that would be a bigger. 4 is a bigger number than 3.
Whoa, man! Keep counting the viewers. This is so interesting. Yeah, it's hilarious.
All right, so anyways,
let's count.
Well, I mean, it's like we can have a nice conversation, or we can talk shit. I'm fine with both.
The issue that I have,
I'm fine with both too.
The issue that I have with a lot of these claims about look at these third world shitholes, is that a lot of times the people that make these claims neglect to mention our.
Oh, look, guys! Here, look at guys. We got a Toilable Earth is a Andrew Wilson fan. Oh my god, dude!
Hundreds of shitholes. So the classic example for me is sub-Saharan.
You're a dumb fuck, bro.
In Africa, West Africa being the tropical jungle that it is, for thousands of years was a land without any slavery. Nobody ever, even 100 years ago, if you look at the 1911 Encyclopedia Britannica, they say that West Africa is the land of plenty. They couldn't imagine anybody dying of starvation in West Africa. Well, how come nowadays it's full of, it's just everybody starving there? It's just like basically the world capital of starvation is because of the fact that we went in and we ruined the economy. The West went in and we just totally fucked up.
That is factually correct, yes. But this is all regionally based. So you can't point at one region where what you're saying is true and say that that's true of all of these regions, because it's not.
Generally speaking, though, that's certainly any place that has a tropical climate. Life would have been historically quite easy and quite people would have lived in relative prosperity. This is what they call the original affluent society. Marshall Solins.
Oh, I mean, kind of, but also kind of not. So also people who lived in these kind of brutal climates seem to do quite well too, especially in Nordic nations where the climates were extremely brutal.
No, that's because traditionally people tended to adapt quite well to the ecologies over thousands of years. You're right. I mean, Siberia, people did quite well traditionally. They had a low level.
Well, then that negates your argument, man. So you're saying, because you're saying that throughout most of the world, whether you're living in a tropical environment or not, people will adapt to whatever their locality is and generally thrive. And I would say that that's probably true. So when you're looking and you say, look at Africa as an example, they're not thriving now because of Western influence. I can agree with that. But then we have to look at the Western influence on other parts of the world that weren't thriving, which now are thriving.
Why weren't they thriving, though?
Well, again, it depends on the specific geographic location. Sometimes it's due to being landlocked or being engaged in wars for hundreds of years, or any number of different factors.
So generally speaking, places that were not thriving, because places that don't thrive for hundreds of years, people groups that don't thrive for hundreds of years go extinct. So
Japan didn't, and they weren't thriving. They were engaged. They were engaged in internal war. They were engaged in internal war for 600 years. Massive internal war.
That's not the same thing as not thriving. I mean, people can thrive.
They weren't thriving, bro. They weren't thriving.
What's your definition of thriving?
That your culture is expanding, your people group is expanding, and your technology and innovations are expanding. I would say all of those are thriving.
Thriving. Like if you're staying at a stable level that's adaptive and functional and meets the needs of its members, to me, that would be thriving more than having a brief burst.
Well, then nobody's ever not thriving then. So if your metric is just your civilization isn't starving to death, then nobody's thriving. If your metric is just everybody's not starving to death and that's thriving, then that's a bad metric.
No, I would say that to me, thriving, I mean, I would actually argue that to be thriving to a large extent has to do with the level of social adaptivity. Like if your society is full of misogyny and misandry and is tearing society apart, your society is not thriving because it's maladaptive and it's leading to a chaotic situation where the family's broken down, suicide levels have skyrocketed, alcoholism skyrocketed. That's a maladaptive society. And you have,
well, I don't even consider those to be the metric for why, or for what we can look at for why we're not thriving. I would just look at the birth rate, and I'd say that gives you a good metric for whether or not our society is thriving or not. And it's under replacement levels, so that society can't exist.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a society that, by definition, a society that's declining in terms of number is
not going to exist, right? So I think that these other things are externalities, right?
Well, that's a sign of a maladaptive society that doesn't meet the needs of its members, because if it's an adaptive society, then people will feel just like they'll feel like life is worth living, so they won't kill themselves.
Well, I don't think that just being able to meet...
It's also kind of a Captain Obvious like statement. Like, obviously, if you have babies, you're going to survive. Like, if you don't have babies, you're not going to survive. Like, birth rate.
Why does it need to be complex to be true?
Well, it just doesn't translate to any type of human flourishing, whether you have babies or not.
No, I would say that it's the most fucking
life.
I'd say it's the most important metric for a society which is thriving is whether or not they can replicate themselves. The decline of most societies historically has been because people can't replicate themselves, which is why you see, if you look at the gene pool, you have 2 female ancestors for every 1 male ancestor. This is because civilizations used to female hoard, and birth rates were harder to keep higher. So I'm just saying that's a critical factor.
No, I would say that, obviously but the number one cause of a societal decline in terms of birth rate is people no longer having the will to have offspring because the society is maladaptive, because they're living in a mismatch that's abnormal and that doesn't meet the needs of the members. So people...
Oh, yeah, I agree. I think that that's just one reason, though. I think another reason is war decimation of the male population is a big one. Or I think that sometimes you have seasons with highly lopsided birth rates for the sexes. That's led to problems in the past. So there's other externalities, which is why I think that you always have to kind of take things at a regional level or at a state level and kind of look at them one at a time. And I don't think it's as easy as saying, hey, this problem only exists in like these non-masculine misandrous societies. For instance, in South America, this is not some big feminist hotbed of misandry and misogyny, and yet their birth rates are also dipping below replacement. So obviously that externality is not the only one, bro.
Obviously, well, one thing that is not going to help in the future is all the people that got their Fauci ouchies. That's not going to help things out either. But no,
well, that's 90. Isn't that 90% of planet Earth now?
No, that's it's like 50% if most. Like it's hardly anybody down there.
maybe it's 90% of the Western nations. I don't remember, but
Even
it's
in America, it's only like 70%.
yeah, I mean, that's high, right? That's pretty fucking high.
Yeah, well, I mean, why do you think that? I think that society is collapsing here in the
Well,
West.
I think society was having trouble long before there was any COVID lockdowns or any jabby stabbies, right? But this is your kind of example of it's feminism and misogyny, which is causing this. In other words, misandry and misogyny, which is causing this kind of externality for collapse. If I go to the most misogynistic nations I can think of, South America, where being macho is definitely a big part of the integration, so much so that the language itself has law and L, which is a delineation between the masculine and feminine for every single item which exists on planet Earth. And yet their birth rates are also dipping below replacement and have been on that trend for the last 70 years.
Yeah, that's because they're doing this maladaptive path. Because my point is that it's not actually it's not actually optimal to have this
Okay, let me just say that like the topic is great, but the discussion is so fucking boring. Like, this is boring. Honestly, we're going into politics for the last 100 years. I am over here crying. Like, I'm about to fall asleep.
Yeah, I don't know. This is what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to like counter, because a lot of the points that are being made are very typical of a lot of the objections that I've gotten over the past 10 years trying to discuss these ideas. I'm actually trying to circle it back now to the topic of discussion, because you brought up these South American nations. The South American nations you're talking about are not my models by a long shot. Now, you came only here at the very end of the stream, so you didn't hear the majority of it, where I was saying, no, actually, you do not want this society that's based on like rigid separation of the sexes and like rigid gender roles. That's actually not the optimal way of doing things. And if you look at the optimal societies, they have not gone to these extremes. They've not had this dialectical tension between the sexes.
What are the extremes? What are the extremes you're talking about? Like, that's what I still don't know. Like, I still don't know exactly what you're talking about.
I would say like the idea essentially, and earlier on in the stream I was talking about this, I showed like the big map of the societies in the standard cross-cultural sample. To me, an extreme degree of separation between the sexes would be essentially that like men and women, like boys and girls, are more or less raised separately, and then when they become marriageable age and they get married, they are more or less like they inhabit two different worlds, and they basically have two different modal personalities that clash, and that cause them to be unable to see eye to eye, and that basically just lead to just misery in marriage, misery in the family. And this is very common in these sorts of societies, South American ultra modern.
Traditional culture, could I give you a little bit of advice? And I'm not even trying to be a cunt at all, because this is pretty cunty, I'm not gonna lie, but like, coming from my vapid little female brain, I'm sitting here listening to you and I tune out after about 5 seconds. Like, concise it up, tighten it up, right? Like, get to the meat and potatoes of it.
What was your question? I'm sorry, I forgot your question.
So the whole point of this stream is how misogyny and misandry are tearing our society apart and what we can do to fix this. And
yeah, look at this little bitch. Like, the thing is that, dude, you're a female if you can't comprehend these arguments, like form intelligent words like against that shit. Like, motherfuckers are going to war out here, yo. Like, on some shit, like, y'all motherfuckers are talking about female voice, and it's like, yo, the thing is like, man, it's like, dude, like, let you open your mouth and speak on these issues if you followed what the cat was saying at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it is. You know what I mean? That's the bottom line. You know what I mean?
That's why we don't. That's why we don't need chicks in charge like that.
Yeah, really. Yeah, really. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Conversation, and then we got into politics pretty hardcore. But like, I asked you earlier to kind of make it concise, like sum it up into maybe.
Nah, yo, I'm not mad at this lady, man. I like this lady. Yeah, me and her are actually friends. You mean? during this one little part, you know, we were friends. But yeah, I never talked to her ever again. But yeah, man, bless you, man.
3 sentences. Like, what are your beliefs? Why are they so? And how do we fix it?
He thinks that the sexes don't work correctly together anymore.
Yeah, well, I think that society has created a situation where the sexes can't communicate anymore.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. The solution is to learn about our mistakes, learn about the alternatives, and try on an individual level to allow our knowledge of the alternatives to inform our ability to fix things for the future.
To allow our knowledge of the alternatives. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So whereas my solution is a hierarchical takeover and just enforcing.
Yeah, but
literally enforcing norms.
That leads to results generally that are maladaptive, though.
No, it doesn't. Nowhere in history does it lead to results which are maladaptive. If you have a society which is moral and enforces morality, that's never maladaptive ever.
Well, how does one go about?
Hold on one second for the layman's terms, for the lowbrow audience out there like me. I would assume that maladaptive means not very adaptable. It's incapable of adapting or not apt to adapt.
Oh shit! She said adaptable. She did say adaptable, and we do have a friend named Adaptable.
So New Main Order says that it sounds like she would be in favor of a matriarchy, traditional culture preservation society. By the way, I'm not against the idea of matriarchy in the sense of matrilineal societies. I think that it's clear that in the ethnographic record, there's a lot of positive aspects.
Well, that's how brown people.
Societies.
That's basically how brown people do. You know, we had the brown dude on here yesterday. His name was literally Fear Your Mother. So, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't know if I necessarily would go to the point of like that. I don't think that. Well, I don't know. That gets into questions about
yeah, because if you're like Hispanic, if you're Hispanic, or if you like on the George Lopez like sitcom, you know what I mean, just in Indian households and stuff, like the mom basically runs shit. You know, it's basically a mom deal. You know, you'll see a few houses that are like, oh, the dad is like really strict and shit. And usually those are some rich motherfuckers. You know, you'll see like the nobility people. But in generally, you go to like the society where like the poor people live, like it's the mom who controls the house. You know,
now like think about this, man. It's the mom that controls the whole entire country. That ain't good.
Yeah,
I would say that it's the problem is, and this is actually something that's more common in the West than most non-Western societies, is when the mom controls the male psyche, aka the Oedipus complex, and that's essentially what we have going on in the West. Is Oedipialism, and I've done videos about that where I talk about how that's unbelievably horrifically maladaptive for society as well.
Not only Oedipialism, but also parricide. You know what I mean? There's a culture of fucking, like you gotta kill your own daddy to get ahead of here.
Well, I mean, isn't that part of Oedipialism though? Is the one half of the Oedipus complex is sexualizing the mother, the other half is demonizing and destroying the father.
Right, exactly. And then I think it was Pablo Picasso who said in art one must he said that like in art one must kill one's own father. And I was like, whoa. You know what I mean? And like he had this like crazy, and it's like this modernist interpretation of like family is crazy. They always, that's the first thing they do. Like your friends become your family. Like that's like the modern shit. You know what I mean? Right. But yeah, it's a counterpart of individualism. But yeah, I don't want to go on for too long, but yeah.
Like the psychopathic scriptures about God wanting people to sacrifice their firstborns and shit. That's not real.
Yeah, sacrificing the firstborn, or Hebrews 9:22. That I think it says something like, that sacrifice. Every good sacrifice needs a drop of blood with it. It's like, what? It's like, hold on. It's like, oh shit.
Well, I mean, this is what happens. You find that these sort of stories get told in cultures which have harsh methods of raising children. That when kids get beaten a lot, then they end up creating these like violent, harsh Hobbesian sort of mythologies. And in cultures where they don't get beaten a lot, you find that things work much better because they're actually more adaptive cultures. Because the reality is that the authoritarian parenting is actually extremely maladaptive and causes far more problems than it solves.
Yeah, and this thing here, this is a heavy metal verse. Hebrews 9:22. It says, "In fact, the law requires that nearly everything be cleansed with blood, and without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness."
Sounds like it's written by the devil, not God.
It sounds like it's written by a people who would
it's interesting.
Who believe that they have a right to trespass on another's land and then genocide, brutalize the original indigenous inhabitants, put them in living concentration camp.
Well, it's talking about I think it's talking about the sacrifice in the temples, or something like that. Because I'm pretty sure the Jews, at least it's mentioned in the Bible, that they did animal sacrifice in their temples. So it might have been something like that.
No, you're right.
Face Palmer.
It's a different passage.
What a time for Face Palmer. Face Palmer. He's like, all this Christian hatred. Face Palmer, you could jump on the panel, and there's no bashing of Christianity going on here. We're just talking about Hebrews 9:22. I was actually saying it's heavy metal. But yeah, we're talking about temple sacrifices of the Jews being converted. Obviously, the verse is meant to do away with the sacrifice. So,
hey, you're watching? Are you on another stream too? Or are we watching a replay?
We're watching a replay from a long time ago, but it's based on relevant shit from what. Yeah. Thank you for being here, Face Palmer, man. I know we got into it earlier on that Jim Bob thing. With Jim Bob. And I just want to, I think I was pretty respectful, I was trying to be respectful, come through there and try to say, hey, why not debate? Why not debate this shit? Like, let's fucking debate this shit. Like, why don't you understand what the debate topic is? You understand the debate topic. Why don't you want to debate it? You have difference of opinion. Debate the difference of opinion, but this non-serious approach. And the response was, is there something wrong with you? The machine lies.
Hey,
are you having personal issues, or is there something wrong with your life?
Yeah, that's the gaslighting. That's the gaslighting because these people can't actually argue. Because again, keep in mind, this all got started because Jim Bob made a stream about something he knows absolutely nothing about. And then when I said, no, actually, I can school you about this because I actually have spent 10 years studying anthropology, all of a sudden at that point it devolves into word games. And anthropology is not a valid field anyway. So therefore, and this is the classic, this is the beauty of Precept is that it allows you to do this where like all of a sudden you know more, Jim Bob knows more about a subject that he knows zero about, that he's never studied, than somebody that has studied it, just because he's a member of the Orthodox Church, and the only way to have any semblance of truth is if you're Orthodox. So therefore, that's going to be his stupid argument, which is why the debate with him would be fruitless, because literally all it's going to turn into is, actually,
let's not say the same thing. No,
I know everything.
Let's not go there. Hold on. Let's not go there and say the debate will be fruitless, because I think the debate would be fruitful, because he said the same thing. He's like, why even debate? So I mean, if nobody wants to debate, but I think there's significant differences. So we should call for a debate. You know what I mean? I don't see any reason why there shouldn't be one. You know what I mean? But
Hey,
yeah, but yeah,
can
go
you
ahead,
hear?
be more.
Am I on mute? Shit.
No, go ahead, be more. It's
I
all you.
know how you can do this. He gets on YouTube or TikTok. So if you make a TikTok page, but don't use your handle now, right?
Oh,
And like
shit,
you know
that's a
how he
good
gets
idea.
on there and
Oh
he tries
shit.
to scour the fucking TikTok, right?
Yes.
So like you could like make up something like and like just be the only person there and he'll find you and then you could have a debate.
Shit.
Totally. Like
Yo,
you
that's
could
a
set
pretty
it
good
up.
idea, yo.
You could
Honestly,
set
because
it up.
because they are scouring TikTok for like debates and shit. We could
Well,
pop up
he
there
is.
as like
He is for sure.
a hidden mother effer. You know what I mean? Oh shit, man.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a good idea. Yeah, thanks.
He plays a troll himself with his
With the face and shit, yeah, with the mask and shit, yeah. He's got like
with
teeth or
the
some shit, yeah.
yeah he plays a persona of a what do you call it some sort of hippie type, I don't know, whatever, and he is a little bit funny, but like I gotta say, like you could get him and debate him right away. I mean, like he gets so bored looking on that, trying to find somebody to fuck with, right? You could just be there by yourself. If nobody's on there, he has no weight.
That's kind of what I'm trying to do here is like call people out who like won't debate or some shit. But the thing is like because I was already on this show earlier, they were making fun of me on this show earlier. But yeah,
Well, like dude, you could duke it out with him like one-on-one, man, mano a mano.
Yeah, and the thing is that that they can I wasn't even planning on doing this today. This is not even the issue for today. I just
No,
wanted to
not
let Jack
today.
Culture come in on
Whenever.
these issues, because I know he's been chomping at the bit. So I was like, let me give him a platform, where he'll have a audience here, and then we'll lay out these issues and we'll make a debate proposal there. But yeah, let's
Well, I mean,
watch.
like if he decides to repost it on YouTube, because he posted all this on YouTube.
Yeah,
like people will see it, and like it doesn't have to be anything harsh towards one another, but like you can you got a mano, you don't have anybody else. You could make a TikTok that has no followers, no nothing,
real
no
talk.
and like just let him up. He goes by, I guess, JB sometimes, and then he sometimes goes by Christological.
Oh shit! So we gotta find his little names. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
We might try to track him down.
That'd be funny, man. Like just mano a mano. You should but it could be like calm as a cucumber. Cool as a cucumber, and people can see it. But I mean, like he.
Thank you for that tinfoil, man. Bless you, toilet. Yeah, thank you for that, man. That's good information right there. The Hebrews verse references Leviticus 17:11, which Christ fulfills on the cross. My blood of the new covenant, which is shed for many in remissions of sins. Matthew 26:28. Yeah, thank you for that reference, man. Bless you, man. You learn something every day, man. Thanks, man. Yep.
What is it with all this blood stuff in the Bible?
What's with all the blood?
I know, like a drink of my butt, eat of my body, drink of my blood, and all that stuff. I mean, like it's just like okay,
you got a sippy on the.
But like, what were they doing back then?
You gotta take a sip of the nip.
Yeah, right, or something. No, but like they might have been doing something more harsh, like drinking goat's blood or something.
Well, goat milk is actually pretty delicious, but yeah.
Well, not milk.
Yeah, it is.
I'm talking
you know what I'm saying? It tastes better than Gatorade for real, but yeah, man.
Especially if it's raised right, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. But
I
yeah,
believe it's a
man.
complete nutrition too that you can pretty much live on.
Yeah, that's how you know I'm Punjabi, because I've drank goat's milk before.
I want to
man.
get a goat, dude. I'll just raise it in my backyard.
Yeah, yeah. People are gonna clip that. You know, tinfoil's gonna clip that. He's gonna be like, "Yo, this goat milk drinking bitch." But yeah,
Well, I
it is
mean,
what it is.
I mean, goat milk is goat milk. I've never tried it.
Yeah,
And I've never tried goat cheese, and I've heard it's pretty nasty. I don't want to go near that.
This is funny, man.
Well, it depends on the source, because some of it does have a real goaty aftertaste, and that'll be a little bit offensive or off tasting if you haven't had that. But then
never
there's
had
other
it.
sources where, if they're just grazing on pure grass and they have a real clean diet, that fucking milk is sweet and tastes perfect.
I'm pretty sure that's what I had, because I was just out in I was out in the village, so they didn't really have shit. They didn't have all that other shit. So yeah,
All the
they really
GMO
did.
grains and shit.
Yeah, they just had grass and shit that these goats really lived on. But yeah.
I'm trying to find this verse. I thought it was Hebrews, where they say the exact opposite. In the Old Testament, it's like the Most High doesn't need a sacrifice, never wanted one. I think it's Hebrews 10:18. I know it says it in Psalms too. I'm trying to find the verse.
Hey, can I interject and talk about something that came up earlier between?
Of course,
it was you and Drew. It was Drew and somebody else. Drew had a problem with somebody saying something about Jews and Christians are following the Jews and all this and that.
Yeah.
And I thought what the guy had meant, and I didn't know the context, but I kind of thought he meant most Christian religions, churches, they follow Zionism.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is what he was talking about.
Yeah, so
I can't believe he didn't understand what he was talking about. He was being real dumb about it. He was like, "Oh, what do you mean about Christians and Jews?" It's like, are you stupid or something? It's like, what the fuck?
I mean, I don't know who understood what about the whole back and forth on that, but
well, Drew knows all that shit about Christian Zionists, so I don't know if he was playing a dummy here. So I just didn't understand why he was acting like.
Well, I thought the other guy was. I thought he was saying the other guy was saying just the Jews or something I don't know. I didn't get the whole context of that.
Well, I guess what he was trying to say is that to a certain extent, Jew hatred is spread by certain Jewish groups in order to bolster their agenda. So they'll spread white nationalist groups, they'll fund white nationalist groups.
Yeah.
So he's just pointing out that historically that's happened. I mean, there has been cases of Jews going to paint swastikas on Jewish graves and shit, and then pretending somebody else did that shit, so they have done fake hate crimes against themselves and shit. So they do that shit sometimes. I mean, I'm not saying that every hate crime against them is fake. Obviously there's motherfuckers out there who really, for some reason or
another, I know.
stupidly hate
anybody,
Jewish. They don't even know what Jewish. Yeah, they don't even know what a Jew is. But yeah.
Anybody in the right mind shit, I'm hearing myself. I thought that was another voice. That was mine.
All right. We got to mute Cecil. Hey, Cecil, make sure you unmute yourself when you want to talk. But yeah.
But he can actually go into DuckDuckGo on browser and connect to StreamYard through DuckDuckGo, and then you won't get that echo. Right now, StreamYard's having a problem with that app, so anybody that comes in is going to have that echo, but they can avoid that by going through DuckDuckGo.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, thank you for that advice, Jesse. Bless you.
Well, the problem is we go through what? StreamYard and YouTube.
Pitchfork.
And I can still hear myself. Is that him? That man with a pitchfork?
Yeah.
Making the echo? Is he making the echo?
Yeah, he's going full Wolverine today. He's going Logan.
But he's got the echo going on with us.
Yeah.
No, it's cool now, man. It's been gone.
Yeah, but I was using it for effects earlier, so it was dope because I was using it to talk over Drew. It was pretty funny. Yeah.
So that was you. That was you. That's good. All right. All right. Cool. So I know now. I know why I could hear myself like that through the microphone.
Oh, the other thing is you could put a headphones on. So I didn't switch apps, and I was having that on Jack, and I just put headphones in, and the headphones solved the problem.
I need headphones, man. Shit.
But you don't have that. You know, yours isn't echoing. So far, I think it's only that one guy who is doing the echo.
Yeah.
I would be echoing if I didn't have my headphones on.
Yeah.
Yo,
because like you have to hear it through the computer. And like you don't have I got a webcam that cancels out the sound from my computer. I can hear you through the computer, but it's not going through my microphone and my webcam. So it's pretty much
the issues apparently are just through
headphones. I'd like
right now the issues are apparently just through Android phones and the Google browser that they use.
Yeah, I saw that. It'll actually say that too. It'll say on the top of the StreamYards that somebody just came in with an Android phone, like when Denise came in and when Cecil came in, it had the notification there. So it'll tell you that it's about to echo the fuck out of your shit.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this migraine going on.
Yeah. I did too until I smoked like some purple weed earlier. I had a bad migraine. It was crazy. You know, I had it creeping up my neck.
No, I mean like something about the I've been doing this StreamYard stuff for quite a while now, and like
the
StreamYard weird echoes. Like I get this kind of weird kind of
the buzzing shit. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, you get like this weird like fucking.
Yeah, it's nauseating.
It is nauseating.
It's not overwhelmingly nauseating, but nauseating enough to notice it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, fucking weird.
Yeah, that's real shit. You know, I feel that too, for real.
So who's the person beneath me here?
Let me see. Who is beneath you? Oh, that's Mitchell. Shit, man. Yeah, we should let you talk to Mitchell.
What's up, Mitchell? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I was just reading about the differences and the sacrifices. It was describing in Leviticus 3 and 4 what I was reading. It's pretty interesting. But I'm doing pretty good, man. How you doing?
No, I'm doing good, man. Just been playing music and smoking some doobie, and I haven't had a drink in a month, but like it's not like I'm quitting, but I know that I've cut back enough that I can go a month without drinking without any like craving for it. And tonight I just said, well, why not? There's going to be a stream tonight, and I think I'll hop on a panel, and I'll eat a lot of food before I drink, and that helps. Like people drinking on an empty stomach, I used to do that a lot when I was younger, and that was a mistake.
I haven't had a drink in a long time. I might take a sip of rum with you just because.
Cool. Or am I triggering you, man?
No, I just feel like it.
What do you got there to
I don't even know. I have to see.
Some water or something? Yeah, that good water's good. I mean, like I don't have enough water in my house, and I sure as shit won't drink tap water. No how. And most plastic water, Fiji water is the only good water I've ever tasted.
Oh.
Fiji, like, but it's expensive as fuck. Oh, you got some. Oh man, it's got like crossbones on it.
It's pretty.
Is that whiskey or scotch? Scotch whiskey or
I believe
both?
it's rum.
I mean, oh, you got rum here. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Because I don't have anything to drink it with, so I figured hopefully it's kind of sweet and yummy, but
yeah, you take it straight. Freaking drinking party, man.
I'm just gonna
This is
take a
great,
sip.
man. I feel like I'm back in my heyday, and like cybernetically on the internet. So, like, what have you ever had that particular brand?
No, it says an authentic Caribbean legend. Boom Boo is a masterfully blended by hand from island rums and native spices chosen from across the West Indies, based on the 16th century native recipes. It reveals its history and craftsmanship every sip. So we'll see. Cheers.
Wait a minute. Did you say carcinogen?
Craftsmanship.
Did you
I
say
mumbled. Sorry.
carcinogen?
No, it's craftsmanship. I mumbled.
Oh, sorry. I misheard you, or my fucking mic head or speaker was glitching. I thought you said carcinogen. I swear to God.
Oh yeah, it's sweet. It's good.
Bless
Yeah,
y'all.
man, I'd love to try that shit. But like the problem with the sweet liquor is it's bad enough. Wait a minute, I'm getting an echo here again. All right, cool. Sweet booze. It's not about that. Just the hangover.
It's working outside of our nature.
Worse.
Oh shit, my bad. But yeah, I'm gonna come back with the panel in a minute. But thank you guys for being out here with me. I'm just gonna let this video finish and let Trad Culture finish his thoughts on it, and then we'll continue with the panel. Thank you so much, guys, for being here.
Wait, are you gonna restream again? I mean, start again?
Oh no! I'm just gonna keep going. But yeah, it's just I'm just gonna roll on with y'all here. It's what it is.
Yeah, awesome.
But bless you, man. Yeah, bless, man.
That's all it means. So so our nature. So a man.
Can you guys see the video anymore? I don't know why I can't see the motherfucking.
I can't see it.
Yeah, I don't see it right now.
That's retarded. Okay,
Play it a little more. Maybe it'll come up.
Yeah, maybe it'll come up.
Man's nature and a woman's nature is specific. So if it's maladaptive, it means that we're doing things.
Son of a bitch. We lost visuals, son. Let me remove. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remove this shit and then bring it back. It's all good. It's all good. Give me a second,
You
guys.
ruined it, Machine Lives. We're gonna put some popcorn and have a family.
I know.
video.
We're about to have a family gathering out here. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yep.
We already had we had that
plays drums.
We had that classic ass rum right there, man. That should look classic.
No, I said does Cecil play drums? Because it looks like
new software.
He's playing a drum kit.
Oh hell no! I'm gonna have to find where we were at. Son of a bitch! This is killing me right now.
What?
I'm gonna have to find exactly where we were at in this stupid shit.
Timeline. Oh, you have to cut something out or something?
No, it's just like right before the end of like when this cocksucker leaves. All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. Okay, hold on. About this agenda, they keep having debates about this liberal agenda that's being
common in these sorts of societies, South American ultra
traditional culture. Could I give you a little bit of advice? And I'm not even trying to be a cunt at all, because this is pretty cunty, I'm not gonna lie, but like
okay,
whereas my solution is hierarchical takeover and just enforcing.
Yeah, but
literally enforcing norms.
That leads to results generally that are maladaptive, though.
No, it doesn't. Nowhere in history does it lead to results which are maladaptive. If you have a society which is moral and enforces morality, that's never maladaptive ever.
Well, how does one go about?
Hold on one second for the layman's terms, for the lowbrow audience out there like me. I would assume that maladaptive means not very adaptable. It's incapable of adapting or not apt to adapt.
Or it's working outside of our nature. That's all it means.
Maladaptive.
So our nature. So a man's nature and a woman's nature is specific. So if it's maladaptive, it means that we're doing things which are contrary to our nature.
Maladaptive. So
okay, we're doing things that are contrary to our nature. Okay.
Right.
Well, if I could just synthesize some of the topics that have been presented here. First of all,
that is a great way to slide into the
well,
conversation.
first of all, one of the friends, thank you.
If I could just,
but yeah,
if I could just slide right in here and
if I
talk
could
about
just slide right in. But yeah, but one of the things he was saying was that there's been a technological movement that technology has made communications between the sexes in the modern age worse. Now, I think I see through this statement that there has been a considerable amount of monoculture and liberal ideology foisted upon us through the use of technology and through the pervasiveness of technology. It's pushing a secular culture, it's pushing a liberal agenda that Andrew Wilson and other people like his wife and other people are
My
very
God,
vocal.
you went right for the fucking.
No,
you
they're
went
very
straight to
vocal.
the-
They're very vocal about this agenda. They keep having debates about this liberal agenda that's being pushed through the mainstream. Yet they're saying, paradoxically, that this very same stage of liberal values and technology is going to lead us into some kind of cultural renaissance. I just don't fucking understand.
Well, that's because the reason you don't understand is because you're fucking
Because
lying.
it doesn't
That's
fucking
why you
make
don't
sense.
understand. Yeah, because you're lying about the position. That's why it doesn't make sense.
Well,
so when you lie about it, when you lie about a person's position,
no, if you want to
it's-
sit here, if you want to sit here and call me an accelerationist,
you are an
maybe
accelerationist.
maybe you should stop
Okay, wait,
lying about other people's positions.
Hold on.
You
Wait,
just pigeonhole
it's serious.
people,
I'm serious.
and then you claim that I'm the one doing that. You just said that.
Well, you are doing it.
You just said that the current age of technology is going to lead to a
Definition
cultural
of time.
renaissance.
No, I didn't even bring up the word technology for renaissance, dude. Just making shit up.
So when
we could have a renaissance against technology, you know what I mean? Like you don't know.
So when we're talking about technological collapse, why then do you shift the topic to cultural renaissance?
What is an accelerationist?
Do you not see that those are two different things?
What is an accelerationist?
So an accelerationist is somebody that is trying to hasten a collapse that they think is imminent. So an accelerationist is going to vote for whoever they think is the craziest person in hopes that basically that this person wins, and so
like an anarchist.
Yeah, or you could view an accelerationist as an accelerationist thinks that a certain thing, that disaster of some sort, that basically a breakdown of the current system should happen. So we need to speed it up. We need to do whatever we can to make things worse.
Which would be greater for the overall, overall, it would be greater for the. What am I trying to say?
Yeah, it's it's the extreme form of the ends justify the means.
So they think if you think a building is rotten, instead of rebuilding the building, it's better to kind of doze it down and then build something new in its place. That's what an accelerationist would think.
Yeah, and that's not what I think, so I'm not an accelerationist.
Thank you. Hey, whatever. I honestly don't know all these terms, and I'm trying to keep up. Patting myself on the back.
No, that's okay.
It is okay.
Anyway, yeah, the distinct difference between my position and I don't know if Trad Cultural Preservation Society holds this, but I know Machine Lies does, is he thinks we're enslaved to technology, where I think that technology is just a tool and it's our nature which we're enslaved to.
So are you thinking that, not you, Andrew, but Rob Zombie? I'm so sorry. What was your name again?
Well, it's not a real name.
It's Ted Kaczynski.
Tech Zombie. We'll call him Tech Zombie.
Call him Mr. Kaczynski.
So are you one of those that you think that your place is going to be taken over by
That's Easter? Yeah.
Oh shit.
Now sing along with your drumming. Sing along with your drumming. My name is Diesel. My name is Diesel. My name is Diesel. My name is Diesel. Drumming, wait. My name is Diesel. My name is Diesel. My name is Diesel.
He's in the pocket.
His name is Diesel. His name is Diesel. His name is Diesel. Yeah.
Hey, hold up real quick, Cecil. Yo, hey, we gotta welcome Jay to the panel. Yo,
can I ask you a question, Cecil?
What?
Did you ever play in any punk bands when you were younger?
No, I've heard people tell me that I probably fit in pretty well, but beyond all that, no.
So you didn't play in any bands at all? Like you kind of look like you can't come from a punk scene. Like I don't know, I saw you with a vest on that had a
That sounded like
patches
9 Inch
on it.
Nails. That sounded like 9 Inch Nails.
I'm from the West Coast. I lived on the West Coast my whole life. You know, no major influences or anything.
Yeah.
So I wanted to pose a question to the panel. Like, if you don't drink for like 15 years and then you decide to drink again, isn't that like you chose not to drink and then you chose to drink again? So there's no real such thing as addiction there?
Well, if you did
No,
that,
addiction still exists.
well, like check it out. If you wait that long and you have a drink and you can handle not going back to it, then there's no problem.
Because the way I look at it, you're either an addict or you're not. You like it depends on what type of brain you have. You know, you're either capable of using or choosing to use or choosing to not use, or you're not. It doesn't matter what amount of time or whatever.
Okay.
Like, you know, you either have control or it has control. Period. That's it. There's no
not
A
necessarily.
lot of people have a cult feeling about that. Yeah, I understand that.
I think it matters is
Well, no, that's
the
just
intent, why you took the break to begin with. I think the intent matters. Because if the intent is just because you chose not to drink out of a desire not to, versus the intent was, I've got a problem and I got to stop for 15 years, and then you go back to it.
Well, I've got MS, so
No.
I don't have a choice. That's my problem.
Because
right, but you can implement discipline too. If you have a weak mind and then the substance controls you, but then you find discipline and all of a sudden you're taking accountability for your actions and you're creating new habits because you start to have self-awareness and see that you're a creature of habit. So you realize you can reprogram yourself. It's amazing how people can overcome that
before
shit.
I even started drinking
It
tonight,
really
man. I ate a whole bunch of goddamn food, so that says something. I used to not eat anything in this drink. Like I fucking
Do you
as a
feel like you
human
need it?
being, you learn how to adapt. You don't need a fucking AA. You don't need some sort of restrictive shit. If you got a fucking problem that controls your fucking addiction, then that does it, right?
Exactly. So if you went 15 years, but you never dealt with the fundamental underlying issue, then it's probably going to be right.
I don't care about the underlying
Or
issue.
maybe there never was the fundamental underlying issue, and you just choose to drink or you choose not to drink.
I play with
Well,
bands.
I mean, if you identified that you had a problem and it was causing you dysfunctionality in your day-to-day life, and that's why you quit, then that was your motivation.
this.
So I guess if
Do
you
you
just quit
define-
for no reason, then maybe there wasn't a problem.
Do you find the addiction as the physical addiction? Do you feel like you physically needed it, or did you just think you needed it?
No. I
Whatever it
fucking, I in fact,
Well, 'cause if your body
I go
felt
day to
it,
day, not even
if your
thinking
body
about
feels
it. I
it,
just smoke some bowls.
That's what I'm saying. But if you feel like a craving, right, or your body has a physical response as
Yeah,
a
see,
visual
I've never,
response,
as
not having that
much as
substance,
I've
and you
had, I
actually do
used
have
to
the
drink a
addiction.
motherfucker load, man. I used to drink pints of whiskey every single
I'm
day
drinking right
for a
now.
long time, till I started getting liver problems. So I kind of cut back, and then I went
Hey,
back to it again.
hey, Machine,
But
what was
I
the
don't
topic for
crave
tonight,
it at
actually, bro?
all.
What was the
I'm
topic tonight,
sorry.
bro? I just kind of showed up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that happened is that I started with a topic that's been a running theme on this show for a long time. It's been basically covering topics in the Bible and in the Middle East. But today, especially, we had an interaction with Made by Jim Bob, and it wasn't a positive interaction, especially my friend here, Trad Culture. I'll put him in the middle so everybody can see this cat. Trad Culture.
We've met before. TCPS and I have met. We've been on
Oh
panels
yeah.
before.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So since you
Oh
know,
yeah, I remember you.
Okay.
Yeah, we've met.
Where did you guys meet?
We actually met on CT's second channel. You've been there before.
I
Yeah,
still
we
gotta
met.
be
It
up
was one of
there.
the.
Yeah.
It was one of the panels that I wasn't hosting that night. Actually, no, I was hosting that night. TCPS came up on panel. I was hosting a show that night, and TCPS has also came on my channel before. Pause. But
What's your
he's been
channel
there.
so we can drop that in the links there?
I have it in my description. It's Jay's Hot Topics. So,
Jay's Hot Topics. Thank you so much. I'm gonna look that up and have my mods drop that in the description there.
Appreciate
So yeah, thank you so much, man, for
No,
joining.
thank you, because I've been trying to get on one of your panels now for a while, ever since you showed up. Because the night that you showed up on, it was Ginny's panel. She was doing a religious stream.
Oh
I
yes.
subscribed. Yeah, that's the night I first
Thank
heard about you. You showed up out of nowhere.
Thank you, friend. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you're part of the Discord. You're part of the Discord.
Yeah.
You have
Yeah,
your,
I'm
you
there.
have
I
your own
just
channel in Discord. Yeah, they made one for you. Bless you.
Really?
I thought you knew that. Yeah, your name is listed as one of the. You're part of the Rogue Gallery on the Discord. So
Oh,
there are
no
people who have like
way.
main
Oh, I didn't
channels
even know
in CT's
what?
Discord. Yeah, your name's listed in the Chaotic Collect. You're listed on there. So obviously you must have made some kind of impression because your name's listed in the Rogue Gallery. That's like lesser known content creators. Lesser known as in like we don't know much about the content creator, but you've shown up and you've made a presence. So your name's listed in what they call the Rogue
Well,
Gallery.
I haven't. Well,
Yeah.
sadly, I haven't even been there once, but I'm glad I've made an impression. Other than Ginny's show that day, and I did go check out Ginny's show again. You know, I watched her show when she was talking about relationships from a biblical perspective, and I was in the chat. Man, it was some flames. She was talking about some knowledge from Scripture, and that's what we try to do on the many shows that we've done. We were bringing up maybe a little bit of knowledge from Scripture here and there. Mainly, the panels went on to discussion, arguing about different aspects of the Scripture, as has become common. You know what I mean? But really, I wanted to talk about the historical setting there. You know, of the rise of Christianity and Islam. You know, about obviously Christianity rose up in the Roman Empire. You know, because Judea was part of Rome. So I was talking about how you know, Paul, you know, who wrote some of the New Testament, you know, he wrote in Greek, you know, he's seen as a Roman citizen, but he's also talks about himself being a Pharisee. So he is the concatenation of all these cultures and value systems, you know. Let me mute Cecil there for a second.
Somebody's got some mean background noise.
Yeah, that was Cecil. He's putting some stuff away. But yeah, he's got the drum set and stuff. But yeah, it's all good.
Sorry, do you guys not like the sound of my garage door?
No, it was just
It's all good, bro.
whatever.
My bad.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, it's no worries. But it was but yeah,
go ahead, Machine. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Just Paul being the kind of bridge between the, you know, Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Middle East. You know, really, you know, that Paul is this bridge because he's the singular reason why you know, Judeo-Roman values spread to Europe. You know, but yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Wasn't he the one who died in Ethiopia, or am I thinking of another another apostle? Because one of the apostles died while witnessing in Ethiopia. Like
well, what's really interesting is Herod was the king of the Jews when the second Testament was going on. I mean, the New Testament was going on. So I think that's kind of an interesting point, because who was Herod? Herod was something interesting. If anybody else knows, I'll let you guys talk about him.
Yeah, Herod is an interesting figure, and that's one of the things I was talking about. I was talking about the life of Herod, and yes, the apostles did travel to different places. Some of them went to, they went to far off places, and some of the different sects of Christianity are explained like they say Thomas, the disciple, he like traveled to India and stuff like that. In the Acts of Thomas, it says that, but that's a non-canonical book. Actually, it's a Gnostic book. So a lot of the Gnostic groups wrote books about the apostles and the disciples as well, talking about how they traveled to far off lands and stuff like that. So there's a lot of crazy information there, but we were just focusing on the information presented in the Gospels, namely that Paul presents himself as a member of the Roman Jewish elite.
And Herod wasn't from Israel, though. He was from Edom. He was a different sect. He wasn't really chosen by the Jewish people to be king. He was seen as not really a Jew, if I'm correct.
Well, for that reason, he married into a family of a Hasmonean princess to try to connect his lineage to that of the Jews. But yeah.
And the Herod that was part of the crucifixion of Jesus, I think that was the Herod II, because some people get the Herods confused, because there was another King Herod. I think it was
that's right,
his grandfather who. I remember there's one passage in the Bible where he died a gruesome death, like bugs ate him from the inside out, because there was a crowd that was cheering one day and they said greater even than God, and they were referring to him, and he didn't denounce it, and because of that, God like put a curse on him that bugs like poured out of his body, or they ate him from the inside out. Maybe I misread that part, but I know that there was a second Herod and that's how he died.
Yeah, he had and they had tons of diseases. He had like gout, inflamed. A lot of the Christians argued that God had put these curses on them. Because
at least it's not
providing. Yeah, hold up, real quick, for a second. I'm gonna.
What's up?
You gonna do a whole drum solo or?
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, go ahead, Jay.
I mean, at least it's not as bad as what happened to Nebuchadnezzar, because he spent, what was it, about a decade living like an animal? Because he's the one who had the dream. He had the dream about the tree that was cut at just above the root and bound with a bronze ring,
and we talked.
So it can never grow, and it's supposed to represent Babylonia.
That's right.
Yeah, and
that's right. We talked about that
too. Like an animal for about 10 years. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about Nebuchadnezzar too, because really where we opened our discussion is in Greece. And there we talked about how Xenophon the Spartan had wrote a book called the Cyropedia about King Cyrus the Persian, and actually the Spartans were a vassal state. The whole all of Greece was a vassal state of Persia for a time. Where they fought. The Spartans were mercenaries for the Persians, and they may have served under Cyrus the Great, who's mentioned in the Bible as having liberated the Jews from Babylon. So there's this whole connection there around 400 BC with this figure, Cyrus the Great. So we talked about that and the destruction of the first Jewish temple, which then goes to the destruction of the second Jewish temple in 70 AD. Approximately 30 years after the death of Jesus or whatever, and after Paul is dead too. Paul dies he falls off the scene like around 60 AD, supposedly, and then the temple is destroyed around 70 AD. By the Romans. And then there's another Jewish diaspora. Of Jews going across the world, and some of the places where they end up is in Europe. And so we talk about that because a lot of the Jews who formed the nation of Israel today, they came from Europe. They were Ashkenazi Jews, and then a lot of them came from Russia. So we were talking about the influx of all those groups and why those Jews would end up in Europe in the first place. How did they end up in Europe in the first place? How could they come from Europe to form, you know what I mean? That whole thing. And we got a beautiful American flag right here.
Yes.
Bless.
Shout out to all the
Machine
veterans
Lies.
on this Veterans Day.
Yeah.
Thank you all for your
The
service.
Machine Lies. So they ended up in Europe because they were the Khazarians in Khazar, and the Russians gave them the ultimatum to either pick a religion because they were doing so much of their black magic and stealing and robbing, and so they said pick a religion, either pick Judaism, pick Islam, or pick Christianity, but you got to pick one, in order for us to keep you there. And so they didn't, and then the Russians came in and destroyed the Khazarian Empire. But what they did was, because they had a lot of, people, eyes and ears, and they knew that it was coming, so the king left with all his gold and went into Europe, and that's how the Khazarians ended up in Europe, away from, the destroyed Khazaria when the Russians came in.
So I've heard a little bit different version of this story. I don't know that it was an actual Russian czar. I heard that it was a Persian king that told them you must choose a religion, and they chose Judea on the surface, and that's why they're known as being Jewish or pseudo-Jews in reality.
Well,
but
it was this,
in reality, they actually
bad.
swore to overthrow any government or god or king who swore fealty to the God Almighty. So basically, they became like dark devil worshipper people. That's all I was gonna say.
Yeah, it said 740 to 786. King Bulan, who was the king, the Khazar king, who led the conversion of the Khazars to Judaism, and basically the Khazars were a kind of a Turkic people, and if you look at certain of the Ashkenazi Jews today, I don't even know where that's coming from. Here, hold on. Need somebody.
Not me.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that was funny.
Yeah.
Choose
You know what
today.
I'm saying?
Choose today.
That was a bad look. Like what? I know, but the Khazars. You know what I mean? I might just mute everybody in this bitch. But yeah, the Khazars were basically from King Bulan, and yeah, I mean, not much is known about how they disappeared, but I know Jesse was telling us a little bit about it. But the thing is that they were if you look at Ashkenazis today, they're kind of a mix. I mean, you look at their genetics, and they're closer to Greek and Turkic people. Interestingly enough, than they are to Semitic people. In fact, so they're not Semitic people. There's lots of Christian Arabs who are more closely related to Semitic peoples than are the Jews, people who call themselves Jewish today. So but so there's three different categories of being a Jewish person. One is the religious, obviously the theological class
Conversion.
of people,
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, by conversion. And we see that many people converted, throughout history. There's many people who converted in the Bible and all that type of stuff, so there's conversions in the Bible. There's whole peoples who convert to Judaism, so it seems like it's an open game there. But there's also ethnic Judaism. There's different ethnic groups like Sephardic Jews or Ashkenazi Jews. They all consider themselves Jewish, but they're not. Not all of them follow Judaism as a religion per se. They have different religious traditions. For example, the Jews of Poland invented the Hasidic tradition. So the Hasidic tradition is prominent among Ashkenazi Jews. But certain other Jews might not have that same tradition because it's confined to certain ethnic groups.
And on
go
that
ahead,
point,
Nero.
Sorry, and on that point, you reminded me of the thing I was trying to say to Drew before he left, which is, a lot of these occult things coming out of Scottish, the Scottish Rite Freemasonry, which, connects groups, directly believe that they're descended not from
yeah, you kind of broke out there, Neuro, but yeah, you got to start again with that.
Sorry, what I was saying was that
you must be in a dead zone, bro. You're cutting in and out.
Occult groups believe that they come out of a religion older than Judaism.
There you go.
And that they're basically, they have this like Aryan connection and magic and all this, shit. So that's kind of what I was trying to get him to see, is that, just saying, well, it's the Jays. Well, obviously there's a much broader network of people who have a, different thing than just what we call Judaism today, right? There's a little bit more going on than that.
Yeah, and of course, Neuro's referring to the Christian identity movement and British Israelism and the influence of the Kabbalah on the doctrine of Freemasonry, which we know that some of the founding fathers were Freemasons. It was a prominent, religious sect in the 1800s, so some of that was based on a belief that the Europeans are, Jews, as a kind of people and stuff. Okay, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you here, Agent Knowledge. Sorry about that. And I'm sorry about anybody trying to join the panel here. The panel's actually full for right now.
I can hop down if you want to make room for a while. I listen in and hop back up when it slows down.
It's not a problem,
I just wanted to quote this. It's a book called A Short Story of Ireland from 1911 by P.W. Joyce. It says, in pagan times, the Brehons were both priests and judges. The Brehon was then regarded as a mysterious, half-inspired person, and a divine power kept watch over his pronouncements to punish him for unjust judgments. So they essentially had, this idea of like the divine right to rule as well. And I think there might be a connection
the Irish.
There. Yeah, it's like an ancient Irish civilization, but I think that's also connected with like the Iranians and the Aryans and all that. I think there's.
Well, they would have been Indo-European people, so like the Iranians and the Celts and the Germanic peoples, they all would have originated
more the Gaels than the Celts. I think the Celts. I think there's a clear distinction there that I might not be able to articulate very well, but I think the Celts are more. There's definitely a distinction there. I wish I could.
Well, the Gaelic people were a subgroup of the Celts, so like they're.
No, I don't think so. I think I disagree with that.
Based on
are you saying that
culture and things like that, the Gaelic people are just a subgroup of the Celtic people?
No, I think the Gaels came before the Celts.
No, you're talking. Oh, I see. So you're talking about like the Picts or something like that. Yeah, the Picts were possibly a pre-Celtic people, but
they're all a group called the Gaeltacht.
Interesting. Do you mind?
Okay, so like take for example the Scandinavian peninsula. You've got Finland, Sweden, and some other countries.
Norway.
Okay, no. Those are called Teutonic people. Okay, so you've got like Irish, Scottish, and possibly Celtic people. Those are all called Gaeltacht, and that's based on their language group. Aryan is actually a language group. It's a Germanic language group. But you got different types of white people. Gaeltacht is the Gaeltacht are a type of white people. The Scandinavian Teutonic people are a type of white people. The Rus, which are like technically Western Russians are technically Vikings. They're a type of white people. And all these people pretty much originated like where they're from. See, the problem is like if you live in a climate where you have everything that you want, like say like around the equator of the planet, there's no reason for you to migrate. So this out of Africa, out of India BS is just nonsense. Okay. Now, if you live in an area that's cold and the ground freezes for 6 months out of the year and you can't plant crops, you're probably going to be strong in order to survive, and you're probably going to be willing to get up and go somewhere else and go beat somebody's ass for their shit. That's what a raider is. Okay, so I don't grok with this whole, everybody evolved out of Africa and India and all that. No reason for these people to ever leave their homeland. And Hindus are actually
So my question is,
pacifistic.
How is
Well,
I have
hold
a
up.
question for
Jay's
you.
got a
How is
question.
it that yeah, I have a quick question. And this can be for anybody who has the answer. But how is that Aryan is a specifically Germanic language group? I thought when Aryans or Indo-Aryans first came out of Asia, doesn't Iran actually translate into land of Aryans? Like Iranian people
Well, yeah,
would be considered
well,
Aryans
that's
as well.
so the Aryan. It's actually called Indo-Aryan, and the Indo-Aryan language group that's what Hindi and Urdu and Punjabi and Gujarat, like that's what the languages of Pakistan and northern India and Bangladesh are their Indo-Aryan languages.
That's what I'm saying. But he made the statement that Aryan was a Germanic language group. So wouldn't it actually be a South Asian language group or a Central Asian
Yeah,
language group?
it would be a South Asian language group.
Okay.
Well, that's the thing is
That's all I was
that,
asking about. That's it.
yeah, that's the thing is that a lot of these groups, like for example, you know, Turkish people have like genetics that they share today with like Mongolian people and like people from Central Asia. So I mean, a lot of the people from Europe actually come from Asia. You know,
Well, it's the
so
same
there's
thing
a
with
lot.
like Finns and Hungarians, right? They're originally a Siberian group called the Uralic people that originated around the Ural Mountains. And then they migrated westward to Europe or
Right,
to
but the flaw is that when when people take sides with history, then you know, and say, well, they were either then Indian or European or Iranian or Asian, or you know, obviously Asians will say that they were Asian, Europeans will say they're Europeans because they're from Russia. You know, brown people will say they're brown people. You know what I mean? So I mean, it becomes confusing. But the fact is that there's over 36 ethnic classes in India. You know, and they all speak different languages, and they all live in one place and share a kind of a similar culture as well. You know, so even though they share cultural traditions across 36 ethnic classes, they don't even share the same language, and they don't even collude with one another. So I mean, it's a fascinating how much cultural diversity and interpolarity you have in such a small region. You know, for sure. And I don't think anybody can make a lot of historical. You also have the Austronesian people in India that are not even you know, really Indian. They're actually Polynesians, you know, really. So you have all
Wait,
this
hang
whole
on. You mean you're talking about the Austroasiatic people, like the
yeah,
Munda?
the Santals,
Yeah.
you know, the Santal people, and I'm sure you know more about this than me, trad culture, but you know, I'm just speaking, you know, largely out of my ass, but yeah, I do know a little bit about these things, you know.
And if you notice that even in India, with those ethnic groups, depending on the phenotype they carry, is who they'll accept into what caste. Because you notice like a lot, like really far East Indians have more Oriental features, whereas far West Indians tend to have more Afrocentric features. I mean, I
Well, if
think
you
that's
go
the biggest reason why
to
they have a lot of. Go ahead. Go ahead.
if you go to Arunachal Pradesh, which is a state in the northeastern part of India, it's the people there are completely Asian. None of them speak Hindi, or none of them traditionally spoke Hindi. They're basically, I mean, they're basically like you
By
actually look.
Asian,
They look like Native Americans. Like they'll wear
okay.
like feathers in their hats and things like that. And
They discovered
they're
the cave. They actually discovered the cave in China that the Native Americans came from. a couple months back, because there are some tribes even to this day in central China that have very eerily similar customs and aesthetic to Native Americans that were around 200 years ago. But go ahead, TCPS.
Yeah, like, well, that would make sense certainly, but these people in Arunachal Pradesh, a lot of them are like really, really ancient. Like there's several of the languages in that area that people think are language isolates, which means that they are remnants from before all the other cultures and language groups even got there. That basically this place is just so primitive, and it is like nobody there traditionally followed Hinduism. It's basically is like almost like a little sliver of Papua New Guinea or the Amazon rainforest right in the middle of India.
How
And
about Kailash? Remember Kailash? K-A-L-A-S.
Oh, the Kailash people. They're in Afghanistan, I think, like northern Afghanistan and like Pakistan, that general area. And they're also like a unique genetic isolate, except in their case, they're blue-eyed, blonde, white people.
Well, India is actually a lot of people call Indian. India is the African subcontinent. That's why it's the only two. India and Africa are the only two places in the world that have elephants. If you look at the two continents tectonically, you can tell that India has broken away from Africa and like moved over there, and that's what created the Himalayan mountains.
Yeah, certainly.
What strain you got over there, Machine?
There's long been a tendency to associate the Dravidian people who live in southern India with Africans and also with Australian Aborigines. I don't know if that's necessarily means that that's likely to be the case, but that there has been over the last couple hundred years this notion that the Dravidians are sort of almost like a halfway point between sub-Saharan Africans and groups like Aborigines and Papua New Guineans.
What strain you got over there, Machine? Can you hear me?
I actually don't even know. I think it was like Tokyo some shit. I don't know. Some fucking Tokyo.
Well, let me ask this. So, indica, sativa, or hybrid?
Well, I'm going for some sativa right now, but yeah.
Here
Yeah,
you go.
sativa.
Trying to expand that consciousness. I got you.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, usually I smoke sativa and then I smoke indica. I hardly do the other way around, but yeah, that's usually what I do.
Is it the vape or the dab or the dip or wherever it is?
No, it's just some flowers for now.
Some flower.
Yeah, just some flowers. Yeah, flowers.
What do you all know about the Brahmins and what the role that they're playing in kind of what's going on in modern day society?
Well, I know
cows or Hindus.
The Brahmins.
But what did you say? What are Hindus?
The Brahmin.
He said Brahmin. I said Brahmin cows or Brahmin Hindus.
Oh, he's talking about the Hindus, but yeah, the Hindus be like basically coming out of the this work called the Rig Veda. I don't know if you guys heard of the Rig Veda, but if you go to the Rig Veda, it talks about the different parts of the god, and it says that the different classes of the society actually represent different parts of the god. So the Brahmin represents the head of the god, and so and the untouchables, which are like the servant class, represent the feet of the god. And the untouchables will have very low, they're called chandalas, and they'll have very low tasks within Hindu society, so it's part of this system called the caste system, which is based on the cycle of reincarnation. But yeah, so there's a general explanation of it, guys, in terms of
I'm certainly interested, why so many Indians seem to be in tech companies and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom at the moment and all that. So it is very interesting.
Because they need people to watch the masses for them at a cheap rate.
Oh man, that is a good point, Agent Knowledge. I mean, You know,
Why do you think all your call centers are full of Middle Eastern people who know your social security number and birth and address?
Dun, dun, dun.
They call and say their name is Peter Parker, but they sound like they work your local corner store.
Oh,
I don't know if you guys ever see Nachi Keta in these streets, but he lived in India and he broke down that whole caste system. It was a trip, man, just to hear his experience living amongst that, you know, and experiencing that type of hierarchy.
Oh, he broke it down. Do you mean he broke it down like from the theological perspective, or he broke it down from like actually living in like just being like, oh man, there's poor motherfuckers here and they're meant to be poor and shit.
Yeah, and just how it worked with marriage and family, and then you know how the different bloodlines and the trades and how it was all kind of just a set out path for you, and if you
I
went
wouldn't
against
know.
that, you were ostracized.
I wouldn't know. My ancestors, they said, let's just leave this fucking India shit. I mean, but yeah, you know, they just left India, you know, they became Pakistanis or whatever, you know. But yeah, part of the reason was, you know, pogroms, you know, and everybody gets all crazy. Pogroms. Look, oh, okay, whatever, you know, but yeah, you know, yeah, they happen, you know, from time to time. But yeah, you know, we had to leave, you know. But yeah, you know, definitely. I mean, if you see the Sikh, I mean, our Sikh brother that was here the other day, you know, he said that the pogroms, you know, he blamed the Muslims too, you know, so Muslims sometimes blame too, you know, they get caught in the mix as well. But yeah, you know, everybody gets caught in the mix, but that's what we're talking about, you know. The religious conflicts, you know, they are historical. They're based on historical themes, you know, and all that. So yeah. And also historical settings, you know what I mean? But yeah, man, thank you for joining us here.
Well, Pakis are Harappans, right? What's that country that's right next to them? India. India is right next to Pakistan, and then you got Afghanistan, right? So there's a river valley. It's called the Harappan River Valley. And so
Okay.
Pakistani raised up off of the Harappan Valley. And I've heard stories that India was actually populated by Pakistan.
What do you mean by that?
So first, there was the Pakistani people who originally were called Harappans, right? And then
Oh,
so
I
they
see
were
what
like,
you're
oh,
saying. Yeah, yeah. It does kind of seem like the people from northern Pakistan and from the Pakistan area were the OGs. And that's yeah, it does
right.
kind of seem like they created Hinduism, they created Buddhism and shit like that. So yeah, the people who converted to Islam, who then became leaders of the Mughal Empire, yeah, they were like converts to Islam. You know, they weren't originally Muslims. So yeah, what you're saying has some truth to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then India has always been like fought over because you know, Genghis Khan went down there and all this other stuff, and Alexander, the Greeks went over there, and all the other people went over there. But the only
Islamic
people that
Empire
could
too.
actually, yeah, you got Mogadishu and Bangladesh and all that stuff over there. But like, the Himalayas turned out to be in their benefit, and basically the people that were able to thrive and stay there were like Harappans, or like Travis was saying, Dravidian people, which were mostly wiped out except for below a certain latitude. Like you have to go down to like southern India now to find Dravidian genes, because the northern Indians have been fought over so much that or northern India has been fought over so much that it's like a melting pot of different genetics. But yeah, I think that the original people that inhabited India or colonized India or went to India and turned it into what it is were from like Pakistan or the Afghani area.
This is the wildest
Plus, India.
motherfucking like tangent, but
Go ahead.
yeah, yeah, go ahead, Jake.
I was going to say India before World War II and before subsequently the partition was actually a massive country, because India is essentially what 4 countries are today, right? Because it's India, it's Pakistan, it's Bangladesh, and I believe they also had Myanmar before these countries were carved up. Or no, I'm sorry, Nepal, not Myanmar, Nepal. India was actually a massive country. There's a reason why they call it the subcontinent. So I'm not surprised that you had all this genetic diversity, and plus India has always served as like the midway point for like the Silk Road. It's always served as that midway point where you always see goods pass through. You can find ancient Indian artifacts all the way in Britain from back at the time of the Romans. You can find their peppercorns. You can find Roman gold, ancient Roman gold in India. Those two cultures were aware of each other at the time. They did trade with one another. So it's not really too surprising when I hear that you have that many ethnic groups and that many kinds of different phenotypical diversities within India. I'm starting to ramble now. Go ahead, guys. I'll pass the mic. I'm starting to ramble.
No, no, it's all good, and it's on point with what I was explaining before as well, because you know, like I'm like one of the things that came up when I was talking to Nachikita were the Buddhist teachers, because a lot of them are from northern Pakistan, and of course he was talking about you know, Nagarjuna and Vasubandhu, but I was talking about you know, have you ever heard of Nagasena? And Nagasena wrote this incredible work called the Milinda Panda, and in it he's talking to King Milinda, and King Milinda is a Greek king in India. You know, so there's Greek kings in India at the time because of Alexander the Great. You know, and you look at the Kushan Empire, and Greek culture, Alexandrian culture, had spread all the way to India. So even Western, or traditionally known as Western culture, you know, is spread to India, even though I personally wouldn't consider Greek culture to be quote unquote Western. You know, I consider only things that are, you know, European to be Western. You know what I mean?
You know, this is a really interesting discussion. Unfortunately, I actually have to go to bed.
For
so,
sure.
You know,
Yeah. Yeah,
it's
thank
been
you.
great. It's been great. I've been really thankful and fortunate to be on this stream.
Oh yeah, we're gonna start again attacking Jim Bob. So you be here next time, and we'll go
All
ahead.
right, and again, I want to extend an apology to Adaptable for snapping earlier. Again, I can never be too sure who my friends are in this sphere, unfortunately. But like, and as always, before I go, I'm gonna have my, you know, shameless shilling for, hey, everybody, please support my channel, because I can absolutely guarantee you that the algorithm's not doing so. So yeah, if you are listening and you're at all interested in anything to do with cultural anthropology, what we can learn from other societies, please give Traditional Culture Preservation Society a sub. And I look forward to having these conversations in the future. I might be back, you know, depending on if the stream's still going on. When I wake up in the morning, I might be back on, you know, in the wee hours again. But thank you guys for having me on, and good night.
Bless
Take care,
Draco,
GCPS.
for being here. And yeah, man, keep fighting the man. You know what I'm saying? Bless, man. And
you know what's interesting? You know what's interesting
yeah.
is something he brought up. Well, with the Greeks in India, was that there was a city, one of the Alexander's last cities that he had deep in Asia, that was attacked by one of the Chinese emperors. He sent like 60,000 troops across most of Asia to attack this city and to bring it to heel. And apparently that was the start of what would create the Silk Road. Was because he initially, I forget which emperor it was. I'd have to look back at it. But there was a Chinese emperor. He sent an emissary over to this particular city. They killed the emissary. He sent an army of like 30,000, but they mostly died off by the time they reached the city. So then he sent double that amount, and this time the numbers had swelled to over 100,000 troops. And then he subjugated that city. He basically put a puppet governor in charge of the city, and then he put outposts all the way back to China, and that's what would inevitably form the Silk Road that we know today.
You mean puppet governors like they're still doing today?
Well, I mean, nothing's new under the sun, sir. So
yeah, I think I'm pretty aware of what you're talking about too. If I could look this up,
I can't remember the emperor's name, but he sent an emissary over and he got killed. That's what started the whole deal.
Yeah, because this is also relevant.
So earlier you said that India at one point controlled Nepal. Did I hear you right?
It was yeah, it was like it had Pakistan, Bangladesh, and I think Nepal. It was all used to be one country. Like it's been split up. Like India's been split. India might get split up again actually. Like they might lose Punjab because I think they've got like insurgents there called Tiger Fighters or Tiger Warriors, what they call themselves, that are trying to become an independent state. Yeah, like India's being carved apart bit by bit. I'm pretty sure that Nepal was the fourth piece. That or Myanmar, but I think it's Nepal.
So maybe okay. No, I'm thinking of Tibet. Never mind. I was thinking about Tibet. Tibet is directly north of India in the Gobi Desert. I can't remember where Nepal is.
Nepal is west, or excuse me, just east of India, of mainland India.
So in the neighborhood of like Bangladesh and what's
Yeah,
the other
they're
one?
in the same. They're in the same region. Yeah, they're in the
Okay.
same region.
It's a bunch of like mountain passes and like swampy area and shit over there. Yeah.
But I honestly kind of expect. I know a lot of people think that major conflicts going on in the Middle East and in Europe is going to be what kicks off the whole daylight at 3 a.m. party. But I think what's going to do it honestly is going to be between China and India because they already had a couple of border disputes just this past year. I mean, there was one that was notable. They have a treaty, of course, that prevents them from using major weapons, even assault rifles. They can't even use those on their border. So a lot of border disputes between them now are actually hand-to-hand disputes. Like they're actually training with like swords and clubs to fight along the Himalayan river, along that borderline, and they're fighting over mountains and a river. That's essentially what it's about. They're fighting over mountains that no one can even inhabit. It's probably the water rights, because let's be honest, China treats their water sources like absolute shit. They constantly pollute them. So they probably need that water, if I had to guess. Because I don't know how large the Himalayan river is, but it can't be small. There's no way because of all the runoff it's getting from the Himalayan mountains. But, go ahead.
Well, I believe that China actually that's part of the reason why I brought up Nepal and Tibet. I believe China annexed Tibet, which is a very large area. And they said, well, it's in the middle of Asia. It's a very remote area. Who the hell's going to stop us? We're just going to take this now. And if anybody disputes it, and nobody did. So they're trying to get to the point where they can get around the Himalayas and get at India that way. Because the Himalayas have always been like a very good defense for India.
All right, bro. Hey, my fault, Machine Lies. I just put us on a tangent. I didn't mean to take us from the main topic. Do you wanna address us back on the main topic again?
No, it's all good. Because this is really just how the panel really goes. And I've only done like 20 of these panels so far, so I'm pretty new in the game too. But yeah, I first started this because I did a debate on technological collapse of society, on a major channel called The Crucible, and that's and that's when yeah. So I debated twice. That was my second debate on there. And I did not gain any friends through those debates. Some of the main reason is because in the first debate, I went against Christianity using Islam. And that did not win me any friends because it's primarily an Orthodox Christian platform, and most of the debaters on there follow a sort of a strict Orthodox Christian sort of background. And also they adhere to a sort of philosophical tactic or argumentation tactic that's provided to them by some of those teachers like Father Deacon Ananias and Jay Dyer, You know, so we're talking about Kantian presuppositionalism. You know, so I really respected their approach because they argued strongly for Christian values, so against the liberal culture. So I thought that is a good starting point because I agree 100% that Christian values are stronger than liberal values, you know, and that those should be preserved in society, you know. So, but I didn't agree with conservatism or, you know, because I think that that's a reaction to liberal values, you know.
Well, Andrew said one thing that stuck out to me too. He said empires never fall; they just reform. So my question would be, which empire is that, and why should we just accept that they should always be in control? Because that seemed to be like the exact verbatim what he said.
Babylon, the great Babylon.
That's right. And that was one thing that I was saying. I was saying from a biblical perspective, it is true that every empire must fall eventually. So because all thrones have to be handed over to the one true king. So there's all of that in play. You know, actually, the Christian nationalist mantra is Christ is king. You know what I mean? So it's sort of an anti-state mantra at the very basis of their sort of what they promulgate. So from there, I took this conflict into a region where I started having these live streams. Pretty soon, I gained some traction, some attacks from people, and I started having trad culture here. That's when trad culture started going against the Orthodox Christian sphere, and I think he attacked Jim Bob. And actually, me and Neurojack have been covering certain of the connections of the Russian Orthodox Church, you know, to certain other people, you know, bad actors, you know, and certain political movements throughout history. So yeah, we actually got accused of slander. I got accused of slander by Andrew Wilson. You know, he accused me of talking shit. He accused me of slandering him, and he said he would not like to work with me again.
Is that the host of the Crucible?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that's who that is. That guy we were just listening to. So
that's
he was
right.
saying you're an accelerationist, which I hadn't heard that term, but that's like far right ideologies of some kind of like technology taking over.
That's right.
No.
No.
Accelerationism means going along with the system that you don't agree with, right? Until
it was
it
infrastructure sabotage though from the technology was like what I was reading anyway.
Well, see, that's the thing. He's taken it to that level, but they wouldn't actually sabotage. They think you have to accelerate technology, not for it to collapse, but they want to accelerate culture. You know, because they think it's culture that accelerates technology. I totally reject that presumption. I think it's technology that accelerates culture. So right away, I totally agree with the inversion of what the accelerationist believe. I made so many shows on that issue, you know, even before. So it's like this guy never even looked at my work, and he's like pigeonholing me, and that's why I said you're pigeonholing me and trad culture because we are not acceleration.
Was this the same? Was this the same guy who on the? Apologies if I'm behind, but last weekend I was working and I listened to a show you had, and there was some guy trying to give you smoke about your book and about the sources behind your book. Was this the same guy?
No, that dude's an idiot.
That's interesting you say that because he works with them. That's Enslaved by Truth. He also works with these people. You know, so Enslaved by Truth works with the people, and actually they put out a hit piece on Traditional Culture Preservation Society, you know, which I'll pull up for you guys for our edification.
Why?
Because that's what we're trying to figure out. You know, we're trying to get to the bottom of like because all Traditional Culture Preservation Society did was challenge them to a debate. So we're kind of wondering like why all that, because all we did is go on their platform and debate, and they're like, we made you guys. It's like, what? It's like, I debated on your platform for free. And you made money off of it? You know what I mean? Like it's like how does this? I don't understand the thought process.
Hey Jay, they're salty, man. They're big time salty, and they're trying to get back at him.
From the little I heard there, he defeated his own argument because on the one hand he's saying you're saying the technology is nefarious, and he's saying, well, it's just a tool. But that illustrates exactly the point. That tool could be used for any different set of purposes. So if it's being used to mind map and data mine, analyze, collate information to be used against the public, then how could he be that naive to not see that aspect of it?
Well, just a really quick redirect on that is it also, I think, my perspective, and I think machines is as well, as it's a two-way street. As much as we use the tool, it also influences how we live our life. And so it's kind of like a feedback loop where, how much control are we really exerting over it versus it's exerting over us, intended or not, I think as well.
Yeah, good point.
So real quick, Machine, was that EBT or was that TBE that was over here talking about plagiarism in your book?
They're both. They were both talking about it. So
okay, okay, all
yeah.
right.
So yeah, and they still haven't gotten back to me on what sources I plagiarized in my book. So we'll let them do their homework.
And one thing I found interesting is every one of these people seem to be like at odds with each other on some level of their worldview, but yet they all seem to kind of like act as if they accept certain things from the occult. For example, like with EBT, it's like he seems to be okay with the Knights Templar, but when you look at what the Knights Templar came from and are going towards, I mean, it's directly related to Zionism. So
yeah, here's their little hit piece that they did on Trad Culture, saying he debunked anthropological arguments. Yeah, as if some guy who fixes tractors for a living is gonna defend is gonna debunk anthropology against somebody who studied the subject. I mean, use your brain, kids. That's not gonna happen today, but they make like these extremely vain attack pieces. And where did I find that? I found that on the Made by Jim Bob community page. He put it up on his community page, saying that they debunked, and then he said that EBT trashed trad culture in that argument. I can't even believe that, So Jim Bob was talking mad shit and then didn't want to debate. Made by Jim Bob, the guy with 12K subscribers talking shit about little trad culture with 100 subscribers. What, I mean, it's amazing. You're making hit pieces and saying, oh, yeah, we trashed you in our community post. I couldn't believe it. That's why I went on his show and started talking shit to him.
They're inferior Americans.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first night I was here, the thing about Jim Bob is he reminded me of that dude that was kind of like that guy that was on here the other night, Mr. Pies or whatever, Pizer. Like, the first night I was here, Jim Bob was here. And
look like him.
The moment that I said the word white people, these guys think that they know everything about my philosophy, everything that I think about. They know me front to back. Like, oh, you're a white person. Oh, you must be a white nationalist, and you think this, and you think this, and you think no, you don't know me, dude. Like, you don't know what I think. Stop. I don't know where they get off. They always think that I think that white people are the bad, The moment any white person wants to say anything about white people, automatic white supremacist automatically thinks this, and this.
Which is why I've hypothesized that they probably work for the ADL, if I had to guess. I mean,
or are getting their script from some stupid ass wiki or CNN or some BLM bullshit or something like that.
The most racist people are the ones that are going around screaming racism.
Yeah. And while we're on the topic, I want everybody to look up the Ben Gurion Canal Project.
Yeah, that's why. That's one of the major reasons why it's competing against the Suez Canal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jesse showed us a video on that last time he was here for sure.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. So you guys know already.
Hey, Jesse,
Yeah,
when you
we
say
saw
scream, they scream racism. Can you elaborate on that?
The ones that are going out there saying, "Oh, racism, racism, racism," are usually the ones that are dividing themselves and the ones that are the most racist. The ones that are going out there trying to point out racism everywhere.
Like all I was trying to do was just point out that okay, well, I think that this happened in this part of history and blah blah blah. But these communists are so into like trying to rewrite history. Oh, you weren't there, so you don't know. Well, bro, I could use that same argument on you. You weren't there, and you don't know either. It's just like circular logic, and oh, let's rewrite history because it doesn't fall in our favor. Like, yeah. Anyway, it's getting kind of cold.
Then that's the thing is like whenever you start digging into like the roots of Zionism, it's like like I noticed that a lot of the talking points of the white nationalist thing were literally the same as like Zionism, and I just found and like that's where I got disillusioned. I'm like, wait a second, why are you guys adopting the philosophy of the people that you guys don't like? It doesn't make to me.
Yes,
very odd.
That's correct. That's correct. Neuro Zionism is Jewish racial supremacy. It's fascism.
But then when you bring up the connection, they don't want to talk about it, and they're like, wait, and so that's why to me it's like, wait a second. And then when you bring up Duganism, they're like, and how that's tied together, they're like, not interested. And then when you bring in like, well, all this occultism is directly tied into all these tech companies and manipulating DNA and all this other stuff. It's like, well, let's not talk about that either. It's like, okay.
Most racists don't want to admit they're racist.
Right.
Are you racist, Jesse?
No, not at all. I love everybody equally. It's the judge of the character. It has nothing to do with where you grew up. There's good and bad in every single race, color, and religion. You're either you're good-hearted, you're on the side of light, creation, love, or you're a dirtbag, on the side of darkness, evil, and everything that goes against good.
How do you deal with racism, Jesse? If somebody's being racist towards you, how would you deal with it?
I've never actually had anyone, specifically be racist towards me, but I would just point out, if you're actually pointing out racism, you should probably check yourself. You should probably check yourself because you're the one who is dividing yourself and trying to say I'm a racist when I love everybody equally.
Well, and here's the thing, though. It's like if you look at, what people commonly refer to as Judaism and especially Zionism, it's literally like identifying some people as Ubermensch and other people not Ubermensch. So, it is very, like it seems weird that we can't really talk about that either,
Am I a dirtbag, Jesse?
Not from what I've seen so far. I'm not even sure who that is.
That's JG.
This happens.
No, I don't. I don't think so.
Jay Hoppins.
I think racism is another one of these things that's like a very commonly used mislabel, kind of like autism and drug addict. Like people are too willing to like throw those things around at people and to claim that they are something when they're really not. Like, look, if you have a homeland, let's say you have a homeland, like say Germany or the Middle East, people who aren't from there shouldn't go over there and fuck with it. Okay? I don't agree with white people being over in the Middle East, and I don't agree with Middle Easterners being over there fucking with the white people. Everybody should just stay in their own lane and leave people the fuck alone.
So
Does
you're
that
for
make me a
tribalism?
racist? No, I'm for leave people the fuck alone-ism. Like I you know,
That's not how the devil works.
I don't give a shit. Like, but see, there's some people that have like naturally parasitic cultures and have to use like white people as their military because they can't fight their own fights and shit. They just need to leave white people alone, bro. Like, we'll go over there and teach you how to fight or whatever, but then you can do this shit on your own, okay? It shouldn't be you using us as your little chip for your neighbors to go, well, we'll get America in this shit if you don't do what the fuck we say. You know? I don't agree with that shit. Just saying. I don't know about you, but today's Veterans Day, and I have friends that have died in wars over there in the sand. Okay,
Yeah, but it's the bankers that are guilty, not anybody else.
Yeah, and we all know who is mostly like the bankers and the lawyers, and yeah. So I don't think that somehow genetically that all of one race is responsible for the decisions that the people on the higher ups make, because that is real racism. Okay, but again, you have a bunch of people who want to mislabel and misuse the word, and it's just I don't even like talking about it.
And I just want to back you up on that, because like this is the point that I've been making to both Christians and I guess you'd call it white people as well. Like, you know, we, whoever we are, need to take responsibility for our own self, our own people, our own families, our own friends, right? And that's where we start from, right? And that's the thing, is they try to misconstrue when you criticize somebody else and say, oh, it's racist. It's like, well, is it racist, or am I, or is what I'm saying true? You see what I mean? It's like they try to stifle conversation. So I just want to back you up on that point.
Well, yeah, of course, because you know you got people. Culture does not come from your freaking DNA. Okay, I could take a Semitic person over to northern Sweden and teach them how to swing a sword and be a warrior, and I could take a freaking Viking from Finland and take them down to Babylon and teach them how to be a good merchant. Okay, like it's a cultural thing. It's how you're raised. But somehow, somewhere along the lines, there's a cast of people that have figured out mass psychology to a fine art and learned how to manipulate masses of people. And I would argue that it could be that these people aren't even human. I don't know who these. I don't know who these
So
people
it
are.
goes back. They're using that technology to accomplish that goal. So you don't need a collective of individuals propagating these ideas. It's already built into the algorithm. It's built into the, the whole control mechanism.
It's decades and decades and decades of intelligence to the point where they can control the shit out of you because they're that intelligent.
Well, okay, that's their spiel. That's what they're going to try to come at you with, is we're just so intelligent and that's why we need to be in control. But again, and I've heard Neuro say this before, I think it's not so much intelligence as we're allowing it to happen.
I'm not gonna do this thing where it's an invisible threat, but yeah, we gotta say who is they, you know what I'm saying, for sure, to get it popping out here. But yeah, definitely, there's groups out there, certain ideologies. Obviously, all groups and ideologies, mean well, but the concatenation and conflicts and dialectical range that they present, obviously they're going to merge, they're going to collide, they're going to form new things, new conflicts and groups, and that is the process of history. and that's mainly where we're getting into. But the thing is like, you know, if you get into these cats here where we were, and I was trying to explain to the brother Jay, you know, the impetus for this, and I think I got a little bit into it, you know, that I was going to talk about religious topics, but I got diverted by the crucible kind of debate thing with trad culture. You know what I mean? So yeah, because they had made certain claims, and yeah.
See, I think it's just weird that you just mentioned. Well, I don't know who this Jim Bob guy is, and I've only heard of the Crucible through a guy named Joshua, and he doesn't show his face, but he's on CT's channel a lot.
Right. Yeah.
And he came from the Crucible. And
Yeah,
I've
he
seen some of their
never.
stuff on. Go ahead.
Oh no, oh no, I was just gonna say he never debated there, but yeah, he was in the Discord for a while. But yeah, go ahead though.
Well, I know Joshua through Discord now, honestly, because he and I we're chatting a lot. Because I want to take a vacation to Vietnam soon, and he knows a lot about Vietnam. So, that and
Indeed he does.
I've only seen like a couple of their episodes. What's up?
Oh
Did you
no,
want to say something?
no, I was gonna say he lives out in Vietnam, so yeah, he's pretty
That's why.
knowledgeable about Vietnam. Yeah,
And so he's giving me some tips and understanding about, you know, the do's and don'ts while out there. But I don't really know much about this channel other than they do all sorts of free speech debates. You know, they moved to Rumble apparently. They're no longer operating on YouTube, so these debates must get hella spicy. But for somebody to come from a sphere like that, right, from such a major channel, and to themselves have 12,000 subscribers, why are you over here, you know, punching down on small fish who are trying to grow? It's just weird to me. Is he hoping to like to gobble up his channel and get his subscribers? It's not going to matter.
it's not gonna matter.
YouTube doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work that way.
It's because he probably he views him as a threat. That would be my guess.
Jay, I've been seeing it for months. All these fake fucks, man, they're so threatened by real people, so they're gonna do whatever they can do to like fucking make you look bad.
It's embodying that satanic energy where they have to be the accuser, the opposer. They actually have to go and, you know, go against, you know, natural law or even the commandments to bear false witness over others. It's that dark satanic energy.
And I think, I'm hoping that we don't just skip over this topic that Cecil brought up, because it is a command and control of the psychology. Like I said, these people, the language itself has us believing that we can disposition each other by using ad hominems. And that relates to the psychology and triggering people in their psychology to come forth with the worst psychology. In other words, when we start calling people names and they get triggered and get angry and mad, what we're doing is using command and control to put them in a worse position in a psychological sense. But that's all it is in a psychological sense. But as it happens, the observance of others places it in their psychology that this guy is a lunatic or whatever. And that's why I urge people to be very careful on this metaverse. It's all fiction. Don't let it mess with your psychology. That's truly.
It's not all fiction. Why would you say it's all fiction? It's not all fiction, man. This is real life.
Well, listen, I'm on this end of the video, and this is my real life. But in this metaverse, I can only portray a percentage of that. And that's why I say this is just an iceberg, the tip of an iceberg. This is not reality. It is a portion of what we portray as reality. But as it comes through the media, on the other end, it's a fiction. You don't know me. You don't have this same space. I agree that once we come together, and JG, you're one of the guys I do want to meet someday. I want to come up and give you a big hug, handshake, whatever it takes to let you know I appreciate you and what you put forth. But in that, this metaverse is never going to allow that part of reality. Therefore, it's nothing but fiction. It has to take something greater than this metaverse to make each of us a reality.
I got you.
Someone's got a mean
echo. The internet. Yeah, no, my bad, man. It's I got a Game Boy as a phone. The internet, man. All I see, it's just a machination. All these guys have a machination. They have an angle. It's all fake. Nothing's real anymore, man.
No,
The
and I
internet
and
it's enabling fake people. It's enabling fucking scumbags.
no, and that's why I appreciate you too, JG, because like you know, even if you and I are wrong about our assessment of people, like for sure, a lot of people act very fucking strange, without a doubt, and like we have to be very like cautious and like really try and see like what is the, like you said, what is the angle, because a lot of the times it doesn't make sense unless there is an angle.
I think that on the internet, because it's still very open, very unregulated for the most part, and you can still get away with a lot of things. Some people just like to watch the world burn in any kind of way they can. Some people just live for chaos, and they know they can do it in the digital world because they can't do it in the real world. The way I see it is this, personally: YouTube, the internet, right? The internet is a vast ocean, and YouTube is a pretty big sea within that vast ocean. If you don't want to fuck with somebody, why continue to fuck with them? Go swim somewhere else. It's really that simple. If people really want to cause this kind of beef with others on the internet, especially on the YouTube streets, when they're, especially if they're small fish, and you're so to speak a bigger fish, that just shows that they don't have very much going on in their lives. That this is their lives, and they need to reevaluate the way they operate in life. That's it.
Not just that, that they embody that dark energy, that need for chaos, that need for the division, for that distraction, for that, bearing false witness over others. And they say that they're religious, but if they do think that they're in any way connected to source creation, they better know that they're going to have to justify that kind of evil actions, whether it's in this life or the next.
Well, and that's the interesting thing though, is like why, like listen to the topics that we're talking about on the show. Why would someone attack us personally for talking about this stuff? Like that, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever at all.
Well,
especially when people seemed interested in the same topic, not even a few weeks or months ago. That's why it's like, it feels very weird to me personally,
Therein is kind of the part of the reason why trad gets targeted and people on the show might get targeted is because it's very clear there aren't a bunch of TV watchers here. Like people here are not buying into the mainstream of red has to hate blue, white has to hate black, and what makes someone like Trad a target is the fact that he represents this median of cultural knowledge, and he's just like approaching it from pure scientific, view and saying, well, this people are like this, these people are like this, these people, not trying to say that any one is greater than the other. And if that type of viewpoint became prolific and spread, we wouldn't be able to be controlled through division. So that's why someone like that becomes a target. Because he's like a spell breaker. Anyway,
yeah, and I will go over the breadth of the attacks because there are a significant breadth of attacks. I'm talking about hours and hours of footage that they spent watching my stream, doing different stuff. And I'm not talking about Andrew Wilson in particular. I'm talking about Enslaved by Truth, Toilet Bowl Earth, and others who have connections to the Orthodox community. But yeah, go ahead, Jay. Oh, I think Jay had, or I think Jay.
Sorry. I do that to let people know I'll be back. Sorry about that.
Oh, for
Apologies.
sure, yeah, for sure, yeah. No worries, yeah.
Yeah, man, and actually, it's getting cold, and I don't want to get frostbite, so I'll be back on, or I'll come back in like a half an hour or so.
For sure. You're welcome back. Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah,
okay.
Thanks for joining, Cecil, and contributing there. Yeah, bless you, man. Yeah, and he's right, dude. They tried to characterize Cecil in all types of ways. I mean, shit was crazy,
No, and I just want to say I pretty much agree with Cecil's assessment there, because it does seem like if you're not playing into the dialectics and the paradigms, like you start getting attacked by people that seem to agree with you. It's like, so what's the fucking disagreement? Like, these people seem to agree with us on almost every single point up until one line. I don't know where that line is exactly, but seems like some line was crossed, and then like, okay, suddenly we're wrong about everything. It's like I spent well over a year in Jim Bob's community and never had one bad interaction.
Yeah,
So
but that's what
I
I
don't know
was.
what happened.
But that's what I was talking about. This person, you know, making this video, you know, this person here. I mean, obviously being promoted by Jim Bob, you know, and we're supposed to sit here and believe that all these people that have been making attack video after attack video on me.
So I know what the line is.
Well, hold on real quick, Hank. I'm claiming that I committed plagiarism in my book and all that shit, lying about my work and all that stuff, that I'm supposed to believe that these two groups are not connected to each other. When he releases a video, you know, and says they attack trad culture using this video from Toilet Bowl Earth's channel, okay, that's featuring Enslaved by Truth, okay, that's posted by Slow Bitch White Whore, Slow Boy Whiteboard. Can you believe this shit? You know, who works for fucking Jay Dyer. And I might as well. I mean, it's hilarious. I mean, and you want me to think that all these fucking groups are not working together? I mean, that's
when you say he works for Jay Dyer, he doesn't literally work. He's just a fanboy, right? He's just a cuck to Jay Dyer. That's what you're getting at.
No, I'm saying the Slow Boy Whiteboard person works for them.
He literally works for Jay Dyer. He's not just some fanboy.
Well, the Slow Boy Whiteboard person produces clips for the Jay Dyer fella. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that's called working for them. You know, I got you. You know, I mean, I'd say, you know, there's no proof that they get paid or anything, but shit, man, I'd be like, shit, man, I'm not gonna sit there and fucking produce clips for some cocksucker that I'm not really, you know, gonna die on a hill for, you know, to be honest, you know, but yeah.
Unless you really hate the guy, then you'll produce clips for them. But I know
these people must really hate me because they produce clips of me all the time.
Yes. So the line they don't like is pluralism because it prevents money from going to their committees. So if you the line you cross is pluralism. They want to be the one true church. And you say, well, there's multiple ways to do it. Then that's less resources for them because they're supposed to be getting as many people to convert to their religion so they tie to their church. It's a resource war.
Some crazy shit, man.
Whether there's a paper trail connecting them or not, you know, how they're connected is they're working for the dark side.
Yeah, really. You know, that's enough. That's enough for me to know is like, if you lie about some shit, I'll just be like, all right, that's enough. like, so I'm not gonna then, you know, you've already poisoned the well, you know. It's like, if you have to ask the question who benefits, then all questions of practicality go out of the window. Like, if you even have
credibility goes out the window.
Yeah, if you have to pose the question at all, it's like, why are we talking about practicality now? I mean, it's like, we already asked the question, like, you know. But yeah, exactly what Wizard said, you know. Aloneness in a crowd, you know, that's a real spiritual practice. I mean, for real.
Yeah, I practice that a lot, unfortunately for me.
Yeah.
I can be right in the middle of 1,000 people and be alone.
That's what it is. That's power. You know what I mean? One man who masters himself is worth 1,000 who have no control over their own desires. You know what I mean? That's really what it is.
And well, maybe 1,000 if that one guy has a lot of mechanical advantage, but otherwise it's more like 5 or so.
Well, that sums it up, doesn't it? You know, it could just be as practical as mechanical advantage that one person has over those 1,000. You know, it could be any number of factors, but you know, really, you know, if they're all afraid of each other and that man's not afraid of anything, I mean, you guess who's gonna win or who's gonna be controlling them in short time? You know, there's been one man who's been in control of 1,000. You know, it's happened in history. You know, you look at history, it's happened. You know what I mean?
It happens right now. It's pretty.
Yes. You know,
I'm not in alignment with everything in the Bible, but it has lots of brilliant nuggets in there. And you will know them by their fruit. People expose themselves if you're just willing to sit back and listen.
yes. And it's
Affirmative.
funny.
Come on, JG. Drew's trying to be a solid human these days. Really? Is that posing that he knew he wasn't being a solid human before, as he went around all these panels attacking everybody? Come on, get real, brother. I know you know better than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good with I mean, I invited him back up on the panel. I mean, I don't know what it is. You know, I think maybe certain people are really sensitive. That might have something to do with it. That they just keep. But why do they all attack people in a group? I mean, I'm talking about like EBT, enslaved by truth, toilet bowl or chalk body outline, Stephen David, crypto alchemist. You know, just attack me in conjunction at the same time. I mean, it's like, what are you guys like? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a fucking hydra of shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Army.
Well, this is a psychological platform in itself.
It's called Mean Girls. It's called Mean Girls. They're the Mean Girls.
I just thought it was funny. I was like, yo, this is funny.
Well, this is purely a psychological platform. That's why I said earlier, this it's all fiction here. You get to put your thoughts on here. You get to record your thoughts and words on here, video wise and audiologically wise. But that's all it is. It's just your thoughts. It doesn't invoke any actions. If somebody acts upon them, they can claim that it invoked it, but it didn't. It had to take their interpretation. You have to accept your part in this metaverse for the psychology that it is. This is nothing but what I said before. It's a heroic imagination project. Everybody gets to come up and play their 15 minutes of fame as a god or a unicorn or a little ducky or whatever they want to perform. It's all fiction. It's not the true form.
Oh yeah, this little.
I'm gonna be a shape-shifting lizard. Then.
This guy attacked me.
From Alex Jones's Nightmares.
This guy claimed. Here, hold on a second, Hank. This guy claimed that I fucking abused my baby brother. And again, this guy's got like. He's got like over 10K subscribers. Some guy who works with all these big names and stuff, and he's claiming that I abused my baby brother. I've never met this guy in my life. You know, this guy dresses like he's a fucking you know, like he's in high school, like he just discovered weed for the first time. You know?
I want to learn more about myself. I hope they tell me what I did.
That's bearing false witness. So that's actually creating an action. It's not just fiction. False witness is an action towards another, whether it's on here or in real life. And then it goes against, you know, the actual commandments and natural law.
Well, maybe he was trying to do some alchemy, you know. He is called the alchemist. And then he's trying to put a spell on me. You know.
But the funny part is, or the sad part, or the justified part, is that people that are putting spells on others actually put the spells on themselves.
Yeah, and then he leaves a comment and says he tried to help me. How did he try to help me? I had him on my show to talk about Angkor Wat, the temple there, and he played a YouTube video. You know, he didn't explain shit about it. He just played the goddamn YouTube video, and I just let him play this fucking stupid video, promote his special that he's gonna do on my own show, and then he says I'm an abuser. Like, I don't even understand. Like, you know, like I really don't. You know, it's like from somebody who's never met me or had any interactions with me in real life, you know, talking about personal shit like that, like my family and shit. I just think it's interesting, you know. I mean, I wasn't like really particularly moved by it, but I was just like, this is fascinating. This is fascinating stuff, folks. You know.
Jesse, are you accusing me of trying to buff myself by buffing everyone else to make myself unstoppable? What? That's madness, sir. I'm not trying to make myself super resistant damage to make my attack upset the opponent just because I'm buffing everyone. That's ridiculous.
Uh-oh. Hank's out here firing shots, you know. Uh-oh. But yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me. You know, it's 59 people watching out here. It's 11:41. It's the last, 21 minutes of this 11/11 day. You know what I'm saying? It's an interesting date. I mean, I don't know anything about it, but it's an interesting date, guys. You know what I mean? And I gotta say that. Let me go put this blunt out. You guys say something. Somebody say something. Somebody talk about something. Go ahead, Hank.
So if only Agent Smith was here, he'll tell us about 11/11/11/11 or whatever. We never. He'll probably tell us that adds up to 2, and if you subtract one from the other, you get to 0. And if you square it, you get a what's it called? Palindrome with a 1, 2, 1, I think. What else can we do for 11?
So a palindrome, it's spelled same forward and backwards. Is that what that is?
Yeah. So if 11 squared is a palindromic number.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Hey, so what do you think about what dude is saying adaptable in here, that the autocorrect is the beginning of the AI thinking for you?
Oh no, the AI started thinking way before that. It starts at the interface. So just how you use the application is already pigeonholing what you can do with it. So it starts way earlier than autocorrect.
I think Hank's made a salient point. I think like when you text, it's you plus the texting median. You talk differently when you text than when you write a letter, than when you send an email even. All of these 3 fucking forms of communication, they have a built-in form of interfacing,
their own
with
nuances.
Yeah, exactly. So it becomes you plus the tool, to a certain extent. But yeah, go ahead, Wizard. I know you got something to say there.
They each have their own psychology, their own mentality of speak. It's like what Paul was talking about yesterday on his stream about using emojis. That's a different mentality.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I said
mentality. So
yeah,
it's foreign to Paul. Other people have become accustomed to it, whereas we still have people that we know today that are 60, 70 years old that still aren't accustomed to messaging on the internet, to texting on phone. Right. They're still hooked up to landlines.
It's more sad, Wizard. There's people there's children that aren't accustomed to it. It's not that many of them, but there's children who can't.
We have children that are 4 or 5 years old teaching grandma and grandpa how to use the devices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about that, folks.
Yeah. But I have people coming in that we hired that can't introduce themselves or anything. It's weird.
Yeah, and this is coined by George Orwell, aka Eric Blair, Newspeak. He said ambiguous, euphemistic language used chiefly in political propaganda. You know what I mean? And that is really a lot of what the interface is. Well, that's why the name The Machine Lies, really. Because and that's why I say, well, I'm talking to you about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. That's kind of what I'm trying to say.
I like that. That's a good.
Yeah.
I saw a video this week of a linguist that says Newspeak doesn't even work. I'll go ahead and get it for you.
Yeah, and that's why it's important to have these tapes, the raw copy of these tapes, you know, because you know, they can in the future edit me saying whatever they want me to say, you know. So unless I can produce a physical copy of the tape, it will
could
be
all be
rather
augmented.
yeah, it could
That's
be rather
crazy.
impossible. Yeah, it could be rather impossible to even prove that I said any of these things, you know, to anyone, you know.
That's wild to think about. It's just
yeah, and
manipulated on the fly, perhaps by the artificial intelligence to some degree to, you know, keep things safe and convenient for the people.
oh yeah, and two things I bring up, usually I bring up is from this Stuart Brand book, and since I have it right next to me, you know, I could go ahead and find these quotes. But yeah, he got some interesting quotes about MIT, the lab there, you know, called the Media Lab, you know, and it has some interesting notions packed here with Negroponte, you know, and actually they were going to develop this AI system there. But yeah, he says, hey, this quote is pretty shocking. He says, all communication technologies are suffering a joint metamorphosis. Here, hold on. Mute yourself there, Hank, real quick, because you're typing away there. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, but he says all communication technologies are suffering a joint metamorphosis, which can only be understood properly if treated as a single subject, and only advance properly if treated as a single craft. The way to figure out what needs to be done is through exploring the human sensory and cognitive system and the ways humans most naturally interact. And then he says that I'm trying to find exactly the three he says. Oh yeah, he says broadcast and motion picturing industry, the print and publishing industry, and the computer industry. He says all three of these different communications industries will be integrated fully by the year 2000. And he made that prediction in 1978. So he was 22 years ahead of his time and exactly on point with his prediction. You know what I mean?
Well, I want to address something that Adaptable saying. They're saying it's kind of like driving in a car, telling people on horseback not to use cars. I mean, so once the printing press was invented, should people not write against the printing press using the printing press? You see what I mean? Like, how far do you want to take this? You know, it's like if it's kind of a ridiculous argument, and I think that's why I'm so annoyed with the people that are against us. It's like,
no, wait. Driving around in a car, telling people in a car not to drive cars.
no, he's saying that he's basically saying that because we're anti-technology, we should get off the internet. Is the implication?
Oh, well, that's a good question. Should you get off the internet? Can you get off the internet? You know,
no, we can't get off the internet because
yeah, it's a good question. And if you can't get off the internet, why can't you? You know what I mean? These are all good questions. You know, I'm not assuming to know the answer to any of these questions, by the way, but it is important to note that the internet has changed the way human beings communicate. That's all that I'm saying. I'm just saying that. I'm saying that the machine has had an impact on the way the human communicates.
Well,
so just having said that.
Also, like Days of Noah did a whole thing today about like how extreme the tech is getting, as far as like it being invasive into our thoughts and stuff like this. And my point is, like, should we just get off the internet because we don't want to be a part of that, or should we try to warn people? Like
Like a lifeline, you're coming in like Captain Save the Internet metaverse avatars or something from themselves. Like it's like Jesus coming in, you know, to save us from the metaverse. We got to save ourselves.
Well, that's actually what a lot of Christians believe. That's what Christians believe. Actually, they think that them being on the internet is partaking in it, and you know, I don't know if that's true or not. But then at the same breath, they say, well, we can't do anything about the direction things are going. And so it's like, so do we just become like you know, like AI constructs of ourselves, but we're still Christian in the metaverse? I mean, you know what I mean?
Well, Nero, to help answer that, and people down in the chat are kind of having a little chuckle there because I come on with several profiles now. And what it is if you learn what the true art of making your own journal, creating your own story, you realize the importance of being able to present your different personalities in different ways. Again, this is why I say this is a psychological center. So if you use the psychology and break it down and use it appropriate, it's just like the scripture says, putting your houses in order. You have to keep your personalities in order. Otherwise, they're going to confirm that you have a personality disorder. So the better you're able to express multiple personalities and do so in a journal expressing truths and nothing but, and not coming in with all of this psychological antagonism and triggering and all of that, and realize your true position in life isn't in this fictional realm, and that this fictional realm is merely my freedom of expression as well as your right to know.
But what's the fun in that? I want to be confronted by a shrink that thinks I'm a narcissist. That's what I want. So I can throw
What
back
do
in
you
the
think
face
you got right here? What do you think you got right here? You got people that will look at you for what they see and point out all kinds of flaws that you can look at and determine for yourself if you have a psychological disorder. Why would you need to go to a doctor?
I want to embarrass the doctor, because if their science is fake and the psychiatrist said that their science is fake, I could literally cite them like Thomas Zaks.
Okay, and so if you go to a psychologist and you tell them what you're feeling, and they're writing down your feelings, why not just tell them everybody your feelings and get that majority vote of this democracy that says if 51% that you're not psychologically out of order.
Oh, that would make sense, but if we do that, then they can't do the record thing. So they have to restrict who
Well,
gets
sure
the
you
vote.
can. Sure you can, because the moment they try to prove that you're incompetent, again, it's going to have to take a majority vote to put you in a place where they can determine that sanity, psychological competency.
They want the priest to do it. They don't want everyone to do it. They don't want the priest to do it, because only then they can pretend they have expertise, even though they're just making shit up.
How does a priest have expertise? Let me show you guys.
I guess from their God.
Let me show you guys how to simply defeat any priest or anything in the Catholic religion that follows the Pope with their very own Christian scriptures. Isaiah 43:1 that says, I fear not, for I have been redeemed. He has called me by thy name. I am his. And then affirm in 44:5, where it says, one shall say himself, he is the Lord's. One shall call himself by the name Jacob, and another shall subscribe with his hand unto the Lord, and surname himself by the name Israel. Where does the Pope get the authority to claim to the world that he is their savior in the unum sanctum, claiming the living souls of all men, that therefore every pastor, father, preacher of the Christian theology poses that the Pope is the authority when they have a book with the scriptures in it says otherwise? I don't care if they're a 501c38 or 501c3 or whatever. I don't care if they are following the supposed rules and laws of God. But if they're saying that the Pope has any authority in going by that, that's blasphemy. And I'll tell that to no. I don't
care. What about call no man your father, and the Pope has everybody calling him father?
Yes, absolutely, same thing. It's a directive to follow a path, and that path is not necessarily your earthly father or the earthly preacher. You're in fact supposed to be the leader. You're the one sanctified and ordained as a prophet unto the nations, while all of these religions placate the forthwith of a nation. That can't be true spirituality. That's done in a polity, a political science. And they say there's separation of church and state. There's not. It can't be. The state came from the church. It's the people that decided that this kingdom needed a king. Therefore, they outlined the kingdom and made a border in earth where none exists and made a claim to the land that they can't make a claim to.
Could you repeat that? Sorry to interrupt. Isaiah, was it
43:1?
43:1, thank you.
And 44:5.
Appreciate it.
So the DSM actually has an exception like that too. It's in Section 1, DSM 5 Basics. They have something called cultural syndrome exceptions, cultural idiom of distress, and cultural examination or perceived cause is the label. Cultural examination or perceived cause. So they have cultural exceptions. So if something's a religion, if there's enough people doing it, it's no longer mental illness because they don't want the trouble from it. That's how homosexuality got removed from DSM. They didn't want to fight the protesters on the thing, so they literally just removed it because of political resistance. So if it does, it's not an illness anymore magically.
Because it's that polity that allows for those classifications, and this again is done under the guise of Christianity. Christianity says your brother is your brother and you're supposed to love him as yourself. But this transgender shit where they're actually telling you have to call me by my pronoun. Okay, you look like an African American to me. No, I mean he, they, them, or whatever. I don't know all these pronouns. I have to call you my neighbor. Love thy neighbor as myself. Do you accept that?
Sure.
Why can't we do that? That dismisses all the bullshit.
Or just have people wear name tags with their pronouns on it. That's what we do in my church. So it's very simple.
If that's truly what they want people to call them, they should place a name tag on them instead of wearing all of this logos and stuff. I may as well just call you fucking call you Nike Coke.
But yeah, it's simple problem to solve. Just people wear the name tag with their name and their pronouns. Problem solved. No need to guess.
Well, the only people that should have tags on them are the people that follow the Pope Daddy, and they should have a little Pope Daddy icon so we can distinguish who they are walking amongst us. The daywalkers. Hold on, let's see who they are first. But no, I don't mean to disparage anybody who might be a Catholic. There's a lot of people in the world that profess that belief system. It's a very old church. I don't agree with their statutes. I don't agree with the way they got that naked David guy with his balls and dick out. I don't agree with the King David painting King David like that with the little pee-pee. I don't understand. I think King David, you should put some respect on his name. Don't make him into a kind of gay like that. I mean, he's looking pretty gay up there, and they put that in the Vatican. So, I mean, I think that's definitely a unholy idol that should be destroyed. Anything painted by Da Vinci, I'm really not that impressed by it. You guys are welcome to your opinion on it, but yeah,
I'm totally an idolater. I support idols.
But what about the teachings of Yeshua? He said came here to destroy religion, and you do not need to have any middleman to have a direct connection to the Father, to creation. And then they created all these religions out of it, so doing the exact opposite of what Yeshua came to say, but then use Yeshua to attack others about it.
Josh doesn't understand logistics.
You mean Jesse?
No, Jesse does. Well, yeah, Yeshua, Jesus, Josh, he doesn't understand logistics. That's why we have middlemen. That's why we built the Silk Road, because being direct may not be the cheapest route.
But it should be the only route.
It should be.
That's pretty
If the
damn
world
funny.
was perfect, it would be the only route. But things aren't that simple.
Because they don't want people to have that connection, so they're doing everything in their power to not have a direct connection to source, creation, love, Yeshua, whatever anybody wants to call it.
That's plausible, but maybe it's not easy. Maybe people just can't comprehend the direct source they got it without a filter. Like it'd be better if I go to it's better for me to go to South America and get my own bananas from there instead of going to Walmart, but Walmart's closer, so I'll go to Walmart. Then someone else handles the picking and storage.
And the spraying and the
Oh yeah, the pesticide, yeah. Someone else handles the hard part.
Ripening agents. They actually put ripening agents on bananas, and I recently learned that you actually should even wash your bananas when you get them home, especially if you're buying from any of these big markets, because that's why they go yellow so fast and brown, is because there's ripening agents sprayed on them.
Yeah, I always wash my banana. I never want it to go yellow or brown.
Bananas.
Yeah, you got to keep your bananas clean. You got the peel too. They're putting on them apples, even organic ones. You check that shit out. The Bill Gates peel.
Bananas have been GMO for ages. The real bananas have big seeds in them. They're called plantains. But yeah, pretty much all bananas have been GMO. They used to be. Right now, I think it's the Cavendish that we have. There used to be some other type of banana, but they got hit with an illness, so they had to change the type of bananas they sell to us.
Yeah, what's going on with this peel situation? You know?
Bill Gates appeal.
They got different peels on the apples.
It's called upheal.
So it's a different type of apple?
No, they're spraying. It's called appeal. They're putting on all kinds of stuff. But Dick was saying, even if it's organic, they're spraying this coating. They're spraying a coating called appeal on all these fruits and other products. I don't know if it's vegetables, but in order to last longer shelf life. But it's actually chemicals that they're spraying on. So if you can't get this stuff off and you're eating it, you're actually eating those chemicals.
Yeah, that's why I don't pay the organic tax, because it's not enough better than the standard produce that people are buying, especially since they pretty much treat it all the same anyways.
Yeah, some of these things can't be washed off. One of the things that kills a lot of this shit is vinegar. I don't know if you guys get up on the vinegar, clean shit with vinegar, I don't know if that'll work on the appeal stuff. I haven't really looked into it, but yeah, sometimes you got to use fucking vinegar to clean your shit, because the chemicals, after you clean your shit, it'll still have the chemicals and shit on it. But yeah, man, bless, man.
Yeah, I tend to cook with a lot of vinegar. Not only does it do that, but you can totally break down the starches and potatoes and onions, and that's very useful for cooking. You can have sweet fries from what kind of potatoes? Russet potatoes, or you can make gravy from onions. So it's just very convenient.
Okay. So we had things you could do with potatoes there by Hank. Yes.
Yeah, I have potatoes and onions, but it's what you can do with vinegar. Use vinegar on those things to do those things.
Yeah, vinegar is really essential,
Yeah, to break the starches.
Nothing will get off the appeal. Nothing will get the appeal off. Not vinegar, not nothing. So Crystal Shaman is a trusted source. Yeah, they used to put shellac on the
Why I cut the skin
tomatoes.
off? Cut the skin off.
Here's another plot twist that fucking makes this even more diabolical, nefarious, fucking absurd. They took that company Bragg's that makes the apple cider vinegar with the mother, and I guess some people bought it out, and they're using those Bill Gates appeal apples to make the fucking. So now they've perverted that shit. So you got to make your own apple cider vinegar or something.
Apple cider vinegar.
Fucked it all up.
Well, you know another thing. When's the last time you got an orange that had a seed?
Oh yeah, yeah, you get the oranges with the seeds in them, and they taste 10 times better than the ones without the seeds. The ones with it's fucking
Yeah,
crazy.
the seeds they're the best. It's you got to have fruit that reproduces.
Yeah.
And watermelons have white seeds now. Why are they white seeds? Because they actually inject it with something for it to ripen faster, so the seeds stay white. And so there's not a lot of watermelons you find with the actual black seeds, at least here in Canada. It's because they make it so it ripens faster, and the seeds don't catch up to that ripening process. So again, there's more chemicals even in the watermelon.
Yeah,
That's the same with the oranges. That's the same with the oranges. That's why you get a lot of oranges that have an orange within the orange, half developed or something.
Wait, go ahead there, Jay. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just making a joke. I said that's some racist ass watermelon. I was just making a joke.
That's funny. Yeah, I'm trying to look
We
up.
started talking about fruit, so
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But no, I was trying to look up the fish genes in the tomatoes. You guys ever hear about that?
Affirmative. I heard about that. Continue.
Fish genes in tomatoes.
Yes. You know.
You gotta pull that article up.
Yes. You know.
That's some whole other shit right there.
Yeah.
God damn, bro! Is that a bottle of water, or is that a bottle of 1800 you just chugged from?
No, it's just water.
While he's looking that up,
I was like, holy shit.
While he's looking that up, I want to read a quote. It is all the more astonishing that roughly 60% of the fly's genes can also be found in humans in a similar form. The genes themselves are just the genes themselves are just on-off switches for certain capabilities within your biological body, within your organic material. That's all it is.
And a part of the genetic manipulation that they've done is to turn some of these genes off, and apparently that's maybe why we're only living to 80, 100 years opposed to 6, 7, 800 years of some biblical story past.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just finding this on Mother Earth and news. I don't know how trusted this source is, but yeah.
I'm not sure that's right, because North Central Island should be like, we should be saying, oh, they're nearly immortal, but I bet their life expectancy is much lower.
Yeah, basically, it's a frost-resistant potato. A frost-resistant tomato that they created by adding a fish gene into it. So that was how they did it. And antifreeze gene that they put in the tomato. Yeah. But,
sounds fishy.
But yeah, I don't think that's the only time they did that. You know what I mean? I think there's other instances where they put animal genes into food. But yeah. I know they took genes from like lightning bugs and put them into like mice, so the mice like started like glowing.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So they did. Yeah, they could genetically modify shit. They could combine genes on different levels. Well, one of the dudes who made the CRISPR gene editing, they had made designer babies illegal, and just then the guy made even before they did that, the guy had already made used the CRISPR to make a pair of twin babies with it. Genetically modified designer babies. So
Bro,
yeah.
I keep on telling people. I keep on having to tell people, like, because we always. I've heard others complain that they feel like they're not going to be able to chance to see the future, right? To see what things look like when they get futuristic. But I keep on telling people the future is now. We just don't have the right aesthetic.
Right.
Like the aesthetic is just it's meant to be cost efficient, so it's going to look plain. But the future is now, bro. Listen, we are as futuristic, if not more, than the envisioned future of Back to the Future of Part 2 when he goes like to 2015. You see hoverboards today. You see holograms today. You see AI today. You see self-automated services today. Everything is basically the future. It's the Black Mirror future, not the Jetsons future we were hoping for.
Yeah.
The glow technology that you were talking about, apparently the military has created some stuff that they could spray on. They were doing it, I guess, they said for the Islamic fundamentalists that they would spray some stuff in the air that they would breathe in, and then that way they could pick up this glow on their, scanners, so that way they could see where they migrated, where they would go to, to their seeing what their networks.
Damn.
Yeah, or you can read sci-fi. There's lots of good sci-fi coming out still.
Right.
So you're going to see further ahead.
Yes. But yeah, that Black Mirror show it's pretty crazy. I did watch a couple episodes of that show, and yeah, I have to concur. That show was buck wild.
I think that's closer to us, honestly.
Yeah,
I think that's a sci-fi that's closer to our reality.
Yeah, that's what they tried to do. They tried to make it contemporary sci-fi. Very interesting themes there, especially the one where the lady is pink and she's like a social media profile, and then she's getting likes, and there are people going in the they have the social credit system in real life, so you could see their social media profiles like floating above their head, their like social credit score. And she's getting binged like all the way where she's about to give this speech at somebody's wedding, and the whole thing is set up. The whole event is scripted, like to where like who this lady's gonna marry is just for like social points. It's fucking insane. So like the AI or whatever, the social credit system is even deciding who these people marry in the show. It's fucking insane. So it's basically a mating tool, and that's the thing, that the technology is deciding who's mating with each other because of the Tinder. It's being decided by algorithms. So in a sense, the technology is deciding who mates with each other, and that lets you know that, okay, well, and these guys are at the level of, they're saying that we have to replicate ourselves to continue the civilization. So we need to promote Christian values. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like people are replicating themselves based off of Tinder dates. This is what the fucking world we're living in is. The machine is deciding who gets to mate.
Well, no. So Tinder's just riding on we don't have any like courtship rituals anymore. So Tinder's actually running on our default to use lookism instead. So it's not telling us who to mate with. It's just long enough to do it the wrong way.
Yeah, but it decides. Yeah, but to a certain extent, it decides who's in the parameter of who they're going to show you the profiles of. They have to be like in your vicinity of interest or your vicinity, or else it wouldn't be a good program. If it just showed you everybody who was out there, it doesn't do that. You scroll through things, it suggests things based on your previous pick. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, a little bit wrong. So it's trying to pipeline you to keep you on the app as much as possible before it can show you ads. That's what it's trying to do. It's optimizing to show you ads. So it's wasting as much time as it can to get you on the app to see the ads.
Yeah.
And buy the premium too. They want to buy the premium too, if we can actually get your profile in front of people.
But that's a side thing. What I'm talking about is the Tinder app is designed for dating. You follow, Hank? So
it's designed to prevent you from dating. it doesn't care if you get a date as long as you're there to watch the ads. Because that's how they get paid.
I may get that. I may get that completely. But I'm saying that people are hooking up based on this fucking shit, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. There we go. So this is what I'm talking about. I'm saying that it has chosen for you to a certain extent who the fuck you're gonna mate with. I'm not saying because the next profile is gonna show you is based on random shit or based on the last person you picked or whatever it is. You know, so that's all I'm saying. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Hank, what you're saying is it's not working for you, and it's wasting your time. So it's choosing that you don't get a date.
Well,
it's
no,
fucked
he's
up.
making a salient. No, he's making a salient point, I guess, because he's saying that it doesn't want you to get the date. It's not interested in people getting dates.
Yeah, it wants to sell ads. It's fundamentally correct.
Yeah, so that's fundamentally, exactly. That's fundamentally correct. But I'm saying that once people do use it to select a mate, it seems like the machine has chosen it for them to a certain extent, or an extremely fundamental organic activity of meeting another human person to maybe have sex, maybe procreate, maybe start a relationship with, or whatever it may be. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's chosen.
But it's not like trying to spread it around evenly, right? The algorithm, it may be like if the one profile is the most enticing and compelling, and so they're showing that one the most because it gets people to want to try to get engagement, and that person engages a lot too, right? Because they're playing the field, and there's so I mean that one automatically gets a lot more hits and interaction.
They actually want to show you. They actually want to put more dead stuff in front of you just so we can keep you on the ad.
Well, for you, but somebody else is getting laid like every day on that thing. See what I'm saying?
If they looked nearly perfect, yes, that person probably does. But otherwise, they want to star everyone else out. So they may put that one over and over again. But everyone else, they're trying to waste as much time as possible.
I don't know if it's like Facebook or like Twitter, or I mean, I really don't know what it looks like. I mean, has anybody here ever used something like that? I mean,
yeah, I got catfished by a Jewish dwarf chick.
Shit.
She was like 4'10", whole face was full of acne. Her photo, she looked good, and all she wanted to do was cuddle and watch movies, and I got the fuck out of there.
That was on Tinder?
Yeah.
So,
weird experience.
Her family probably owns the app, and that's probably what's going on.
Oh, they did. Her last name was Tinder.
Yeah. Tied to large bank, making money is a side point. Social engineering is a thing. Yeah, I mean, it has to be to a certain extent. I mean, you can't just. Yeah, they're gonna sell ads, but there's a considerable amount of social. I would assume, if anybody were smart, because they're collecting information based off of these tools, these companies are sending metadata to like other companies and shit. So, I mean, well. Anyways, back to one of the main points. I think that
social engineering is done with the media companies. So, the social engineering is done via the news.
Well, it's one of the control mechanisms. I mean, you can't say that's the only component.
Yeah, because social media has a considerable amount of news on it, so there's news there,
Yeah. I guess it's always engineering with your interface. Like I said that before, but they try to control your thoughts via the news.
Yeah, and that's what I was just pointing out. Print, internet, and communication technologies are going in a joint metamorphosis. And I mean, in this quote, I mean, I was trying to get this quote out before somebody else wanted to say something, but I was going to read this quote here, to make a greater point about this AI shit, because this guy makes this fucking shocking point here. He says, Oh shit, I just lost my page again. Give me a second, guys. Oh, here it is. He says, with digitalization, all media becomes translatable into each other. Computer bits migrate merrily. They escape from their traditional means of transmission. A movie, phone call, letter, or magazine article may be sent digitally via phone line, coaxial cable, fiber optic cable, microwave, satellite, broadcast air, physical storage medium. But then he ... says content becomes totally plastic. Any message, sound, or image may be edited from anything into anything else. So he's just like, oh shit, like there is no more like information anymore. He's like, information is it's the total plasticity of content. So everything is contextualized, you know, and then when everything is contextualized, functionality and aesthetic become one thing. And that's what we're saying. Like, you know, the world we live in, like the aesthetic of the future is already here, like Jay said, you know what I mean? And that's because there's no, it's like in Minecraft, like the same shit you make shit out of is the same shit of what it looks like. You know what I mean? It's like one on one.
Joe King. Shout out to Joe King. Man's a genius. He's playing 4D chess while we're all playing checkers. Didn't even realize it, bro. Shout out to you, bro. That's all I wanted to say. He said something really witty. That's all.
Joe King.
I didn't even realize it.
Joe King. I'll try to find it. Because
it was at 12:20. I thought it was funny. It's very sophomoric, but even still, I thought it was funny.
Dick is on top of bend over.
It's very, very clever. Didn't even realize
So
it.
comedy, isn't it?
Didn't even realize it.
Oh
gold, bro.
shit, bro! You know what that means? You got to put your finger in your ears. Is there pussy in there because you just got fucked with your mind, bro? You know what I mean? Because this is real. This is real talk.
I'm utterly destroyed.
Heavy.
Thank you for pointing that out. That is a
But
real...
I still have to admit, we all like a little dick.
Talk about functionality merging with the aesthetic. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Bless you guys, man. But yeah, it's like that Minecraft shit. You know, the same shit that the world is made out of, you know, it's the same shit that the fucking... You know what I mean?
It's the same shit that everything's made of.
Well, the same shit that's aesthetical is the same shit that's fucking functional. You know, so it's like everything that shit is made out of is the same shit that's fucking used to portray like what it is, you know. So it's not hiding anything. Like if you look at a factory, it's pretty much like what it's doing is like right in front of you. You know what I mean? It's not like you know, there's no aesthetic like in a car or like in the future, you know, I guess, you know, functionality and aesthetics seem to merge. Just like in a Minecraft like fucking video game, like anything that you can build in a Minecraft game is also what the world is made out of. You know, so there becomes a one-to-one relationship, the total plasticity of content. You know what I mean? It's like everything is everything. You know what I mean? and you know, you get that in like the kind of you know, it's like in Star Trek where like you have the shit where like you know, the replicator. You know what I mean? You could just make molecules, just replicate them into anything else. You know what I mean? And it'll just pop out of the machine. You know what I mean? And it's like they could just recreate food. They could just tell the replicator like what food they want, and it'll just take molecules and make them into food. You know what I mean? So
would you say that the fig leaf is the origins or the epitome even of aesthetic functionality?
You mean like in the biblical sense? You know?
Yeah. Isn't that the bane of our very existence, of our sin, is our own personality and
shame.
Right, our own personality and affliction to pride and arrogance and things like that, where we hide up in shame that which we're embarrassed of. When we're told that we're not supposed to be embarrassed, none of us are perfect, that all there is room for is correction and betterment, growth.
Yeah, and you'll have to pardon me real quick. Let me put my charger away. But you guys talk amongst yourselves for a second. But yeah, that's a salient point, Wizard. Thank you for that.
So basically, in biblical sense, the aesthetic functionality is a adding unto what is necessary. It wasn't needed to be providing a fig leaf to cover anything up. So why did we? It provided what we deemed as an aesthetic functionality. Is our aesthetics and the qualifications thereof really valid? If they're not, then what is the actual functionality other than aesthetics? It's that popularity contest. Nothing more and nothing less. A woman wears the aesthetic makeup as a functionality to make her more pleasing on Tinder and stuff. It's a psychological thing that they place to put themselves above in the marketplace, or as high as they can in a marketplace to sell themselves. Quite a functionality, huh? I yield.
Yeah, well, obviously this fucking technology thing is more than just functionality, right? Because they're trying to create a whole world where it takes your complete identity and maybe even your very essence and beingness somehow gets downloaded into it eventually, or at least you're fully interactive with it, right? Fully integrated. So it's much.
I'm sorry, I gotta
It's
ask
like
Jesse. I'm sorry, I gotta ask
Go
this
ahead.
question real quick because I've been waiting for hours to ask Jesse. What are you making, bro? You've been
Dog food.
whipping something up. I don't know who asked you yet. Huh?
Dog food. So I got a dog. He's like 94 pounds, and he eats a raw diet. So there's raw meat, there's rice, there's rolled oats, there's pumpkin, there's vegetables, there's apples, there's crushed up pumpkin seeds and sunflower seeds. I'm gonna crack some eggs here soon and put it with the shells, and then add some beef broth, and then I freeze it in 2-pound bags. So this is probably about 100 pounds. So I'm gonna make 50 days of dog food in these few hours. But I know what my dog is eating, and it's perfect for his diet. I just researched all the best ingredients and what I thought, and I just stick with beef. I don't give him any pork. I think it's a dirty meat. And then chicken is the most injected animal in because it's so small for the amount that they inject it with all the stuff. So that's why a lot of animals, when you give them chicken, especially dogs like that, they get reactions to it because it's got so much pharmaceutical injections into it. So I just basically stick to beef from the butcher that's getting grass-fed cows in order to know that the beef that I'm also giving him is something that he'd have. So he actually probably eats better than most humans do, but he's my little man, so I want to give him the best that I can. And then to avoid the vet, he's never had an injection. He's just trying to be as I'm trying to be as natural as possible as I do it on myself.
you're an ambitious dude, man.
Yeah.
Thanks,
What
man.
kind of dog you got?
Presta Canario, pit bull, staffy kind of mix.
Wow. You love your pets. At least, you know what, man? Shout out to you. You're a really good pet owner because you're taking care of your pets. So good shit, bro.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, man. Yo, bro. Yo, when your dog rips ass, bro, it must be nuclear.
No, it's actually the birds eat his shit because it's so clean and healthy.
Of course.
That a lot of time when he shits in the yard, that they see they're just little tiny little pellets, and it's like it's perfect diet. So the best that I could actually figure out for him is what I'm doing for him, and he's such a lean, healthy dog. So I think I'm doing pretty good.
You're not
It can change their life. I had if you don't mind. Go ahead, Wizard.
Well, real quick, Dick. You're not raising chickens and using that as recycled chicken food, are you? I got a smile on a dick.
I have a dog that's a pit bull rescue, and he was just malnourished so bad, and he had this elbow dysplasia. And honestly, when we first got him, I just said, "What the fuck did I take on? Is he gonna, just cost me all kinds of money and be a sad case?" But it was all diet, man. We fed him really high quality raw meats, just like you're doing, and high quality non-grain feed. And man, that dog is just strong as an ox, fucking super burly. I wish he was never even cut, and he could just be a complete man. But unfortunately, he got snipped. It's probably good though, because of his, I don't even think it was a genetic issue. They thought it was genetic. It just, he looked so bad, but it was really just malnutrition. He wasn't getting good food.
Yeah, Hawk still has his balls too. Wouldn't do it to myself, so why would I do it to my dog? And my dog was arrested too. I showed up at the guy's house, and he's like, "Get this effing dog out of here! You take him to the pounder. Just take him. Just get him out of my house." Because the dad, once he started getting big, he had the mom and the dad, and then he had the brother and the sister. So he had 4 big dogs. And then once Hawk started getting bigger, the dad, King, ended up, trying to kill Hawk and bloodied him up. And then they started pissing and shitting all over his house. So he was like going bananas, right? So, but the RCMP ended up murdering Hawk, my dog's dad. So kind of wild. RCMP is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's crazy how much people will, obviously people love their pets. They would literally, beat the fuck out of some dudes, but they'll literally never disrespect their dog, Oh, and we got Lumatami coming through. He's gonna have a ferocious echo. So it is what it is with the echo.
Yeah, he did earlier today too.
Jay, what's up? This my dude. That's my globe defending dude right there.
It was wild today, wasn't it?
Did you know this channel before today?
I did. Yeah, I was just actually talking to Machine about it, because he and I met over at CT. Actually, correction, we didn't meet. I was aware of him because he showed up on someone else's show on CT's second channel, and then he doesn't even know that he's on the Discord. He's part of the rogue gallery of the Discord. He didn't even know that. I mean, you gotta check it out, dude. I mean, so someone.
No, don't fox with Discord. They're a bunch of.
I feel like
bad words.
I need to post my shit there. Yeah, for real. Yeah.
No, you need to shit
I understand
there.
that. But,
No, I just ain't got room on my device for it, and I don't know. I've only been to a few Discords. I didn't like the people.
Yo, honestly, Machine, if he had Be Brave over here, you guys would be electric. Holy shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Be
Oh
Brave.
my god. Do you know who Be Brave and Think is?
I think I know who he is, but I'm always.
Sure. No.
No, Tommy, you definitely do, man. Tommy, you were arguing with him earlier today.
I'm always watching my P's and Q's over there. And today I went a little lighter because CT went no cam and went off the panel, and it was a light subject. But sometimes over there they're pushing limits, drawing lines.
Well, he's white now, so it's okay. No, that's what
He's always been pretty white. I met him with white dudes trying to keep us from agreeing and talking, so he got a good first impression of me. And it was like he was trying to win me over by calling black dudes animals and stuff. I'm like, Jesus, I say N-word a lot, but I don't even call them animals.
Oh, wow.
But I like him, yeah.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
I like him better than a lot of people in this panel.
Can't win them all.
Nah. No, I do, but they can't win them all. No.
Yes.
Can't say Frosty all day.
Yeah, I'm not aware
JG,
of
shout
everybody.
to you, JG. I appreciate you telling that POS snafu that you don't think I'm on the sauce, and you don't have to consider that defending me. I don't expect you to defend me. You don't have to. But if you say I'm not on the sauce, you're right, and you should push that, because that boy needs smacked around in
this picture.
POS.
Shit is crazy, yo.
Is that Dolly Parton?
Oh, is that what it is?
Looks like Dolly Parton. Yeah, that's Dolly.
Yeah, and then Tommy's picture. Tommy got in trouble for his picture with the pedo.
No, I ain't in no trouble. I just put it up. I'm working with it.
with the what's it called, or also it was the divinity goddess or some shit. I don't
No,
know.
it's the Yellow King. It's supposed to be the Yellow King, but there's some culty stuff to it. A lot of people that never watched the show trying to push that one PDF agenda on me, and Paul and Slaves leaning into it. So I'm going to keep rocking this picture. It's giving me some content to work with.
Well, it's much like the swastika. The swastika is mere reverse of the original sign. This here, if you look at it, it's the exact opposite of the scroll used in the pedal work.
No, I was just fucking with Truth or Cop. That's very much the PDF symbol, but you have to see the show to know why it's associated with it. They bust a PDF cult, and it has to do with Yellow Man or Yellow King, all that jazz. But the fact that Truth or Cop and Mitchell were just coming at me ham on it, I'm like, oh, I can work with this. And now Paul and Slaves coming at me on it. It's awesome. I got that footage. I'm gonna keep making the hits.
Yeah,
Working on a hit right now.
2 days. You went at them for 2 days with that stuff.
No, they're chasing me.
No, I know because Truth or Cop showed up here, and then he showed up on Benton's show, and y'all had a basically a pissing match both those times. It was,
Yeah, they're still pushing it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're still on it, so I'm gonna let them. And now, yeah, I got footage of Snafu. He said some crazy shit
but
on
I wanted
London
to
and
say that I
Nokia.
love the way that Chaotic Truth runs his broadcast. I'm not familiar with all the people on that channel, but low key, some of those techniques, like when he would backstage everybody on the panel except for like 1 or 2 people.
And he does it forthwith with no explanation.
Yeah, I kind of learned that from him and Paul Enslaved. They kind of do that too when they're
Paul's
running
an
their
asshole. But you know what? I can tell you where Chaotic Truth gets his style, and you're going to recognize it as soon as he said it. As soon as I say it, he's worked with a lot of high school kids. So he's like, bum, 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 you're out, just you two, bam, bam. And he's good about finding somebody that hasn't said something in a while and be like, how about your opinion on that? Like straight call somebody out that hasn't got to talk. He's really good with his panel, I think.
Yeah, there are a lot of people.
Well, he used to be a teacher.
Yeah, that's what
he
I'm saying.
No, he used to be a teacher.
Yeah, you're saying
he
the same
talks
thing
about
I
it all
did,
the
but in a
time.
different way.
Yeah, he
He also used to
work
be a
with kids lot.
probation officer.
Yeah, I remember that. Mhm.
No.
Yeah,
I didn't know Ohio got down like that. So.
Yeah, shout
Sorry.
out to my students. I got 2 or 3 students right now, but I'm gonna get some more students out here at the mosques. But yeah, I get a few students every now and then. Trying
Let me
to
ask you
turn
real
out.
quick, Machine. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask you a question real quick.
Yeah.
I don't think you do. I don't because you don't seem to put off that energy. But do you have any kind of beef with Christianity?
Yeah.
I don't think you do.
He threatens me all the time. He mails me shit. He mailed me a fucking dog's head.
I mean, I'm like all trolling aside though. Like, do you actually have any beef with it? Especially how things are.
No, he's surprised. He's the first Muslim that ever told me Jesus would be back to wreck this place. I was like, really?
Yeah. I don't think Muslims in general have that much beef with Christianity.
No, that's the Zionism thing going on.
Yeah, but it's interesting. Some Christians do have beef with certain Muslims. I haven't really gotten to the bottom of it.
You want me to find the video I found last night that explains it? You want me to tag it in the back?
It's got something to do with the Jays. I haven't really quite figured all of it out.
You want me to get this video?
But I did write a book in defense of Christianity, actually, in defense of the Christian teaching. You know what I mean? And its development throughout Western history. And I kind of challenged that. I challenged the notion that there's a such thing as judeo-Christianity.
Mm-hmm. Because I always thought it was weird that we grouped together, like the term itself, we grouped together Judeo-Christian, right, as a term. So we grouped together Judaism and Christianity. Yeah. But we leave out Islam, right? And it's still an Abrahamic faith. To me, I always thought the infighting was weird. Like as I've gotten older, I thought it was weird. Because most of it is just a lot of it's either dogma or it's ritual, right? On how to worship the same God. And I kind of find it weird that there's really beef. I mean, I get it why there's beef. There's a lot of politics behind it, but especially when you look back at the modern world, and I'm sure there's plenty more politics behind it, right? But if you from a strictly spiritual aspect, it's kind of like, you're really just mad at the way things are, the way the worship happens versus that worship is actually happening.
Well, I'll
Does that
tell
make
you, I'll tell you what a large part, and I'll put this blunt out for 1 second right now because I'm like, because this might be an actual important thing, because I have contracted a lot of beef with, I guess, Christians or Jews, and I think or Muslims. You know what I mean? And I think why these three groups are pissed at me is because of my interpretations of the Bible or whatever it might be, you know, especially in this book I wrote right here, you know, because I chose to write my first book on Christianity, and it's because my friend who's Christian died. You know, I had a best friend who was Christian and he died. You know, so I actually wrote this this book right here, Christ Protagonist, Logos Dethroned. This is my first book I wrote. You know, I'm writing another book right now. I don't plan for it to be my only book. Like, I just wrote one book on, you know, on Western philosophy, and it's linked to Christianity. But one of the main points I make is that Christianity spread the Greco-Roman tradition to Europe, and then from that developed basically secular humanism, because they needed Aristotelianism as a sort of corridor. So in the medieval age, they had a battle against Aristotelianism, you know, and that battle basically led to the Enlightenment, like the Enlightenment thinkers, you know, around the
8-minute
15th
link in the back.
around the 15th and 16th century. So I just talk about this one solid development from Greece to Rome, to Europe, to then the world,
Got
you
8
know,
minutes.
which develops this one idea of secular humanism and all of these things. So
And
yeah,
go
go
ahead,
ahead,
sir.
Neuro. Because Neuro actually he's actually reading some of my book right now. So, you know, he gets in
I'm getting through your I'm reading it backwards, so I'm reading the last part first as you recommended at the beginning, and you reminded me another point I want to bring up, because what you're talking
Well,
about,
I want you to address his first his first thing, like, because a lot of people read the book or whatever, or maybe they might be thinking that the book is like anti-Christian, but basically because I'm a Muslim, they're like, if you're a Muslim and you're writing a book about Christianity, then it must be an anti-Christian book. But the book is about like history and philosophy and like those things. You know what I mean? So
I'll address it from my perspective, and I understand that I know for sure this is going to get me, you know, put on a stake and burned if I ever, you know, if it ever comes to that. But you know, from what I can understand, you know, and this is what I wanted to call in about more or less, which is what you're, you know, and I haven't gotten through the whole thing. I'm just putting the caveat out there. But from what I understand, essentially what I see is you're basically saying, what is the purpose of Paul and how does it relate to the teachings of Jesus proper, right? And you're basically just
that's another great aspect to this, because my teacher, Dr. Scribina, he wrote a very offensive book against Christianity. So he wrote a book called The Jesus Hoax, you know, saying that Christianity is a hoax, and he kind of takes a more atheistic. Well, he's the person who taught me philosophy in the university. So I don't agree with everything that Dr. Scribina says. That's partly why I wrote this book, because I was arguing with him about theology and stuff. You know what I mean?
well,
'Cause I'm like,
and
well,
and
I
here's what
believe
I
in
think.
God and he's a deist, but yeah, you know.
Oh, yeah, and here's what I wanted to say about specifically what I think your book is about. It is, in my opinion, and please correct me if you think I'm wrong, the fourth part of your book is directly about hermeneutics, which is how do we interpret the meaning of this? And you seem to be saying that essentially it is not very clear that the interpretation that people are giving to other Christians or anybody else about what this is saying is at the very least logically consistent. And I've always felt similarly, like, you know, when I read the Bible, it seems that there are, I mean, if you don't know what the intention of the writer is, then you have to find a source that helps you.
I guess some people would say that it is.
No, a telescope. You need to stay down there in the chat.
So yeah,
There's no
sorry,
panel for you to be tangling with.
Sorry if I switched audio and I don't know if it got cut off or something, but
Wait, did somebody
but
just say
anyway,
that it looks like somebody would say that it is or something? Like, did I just hear that, or was I dreaming this shit up? I don't even.
are you talking about me?
Let me get a bag of whatever that is.
Yo, Tommy, mute yourself real quick because you're talking to somebody else.
So
Is that
here's what I
No,
got
I was
on.
talking to you.
Here's what I got on to say because
Well, I
I
don't
think.
know what you were talking about.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, but go ahead.
I'll make my point really quick. And sorry if what I was saying about. Somebody's echoing.
Yeah, it's
If
okay.
anybody's using an Android, you have to use headphones and a mic, or you're gonna make everybody echo.
It's some shit that's been happening for like
Yeah,
the past
so
few days. This shit
I'll
was
say
happening on.
Specifically, if
I'll
you're
say
using
my
an Android with Google Chrome, specifically
Yeah,
that.
and I'm using the headphones and mic, so don't damn it, Tommy me, Jonathan Monteiro.
So I'll say really quickly what I'm reading associate with the orange dot. No, you just I don't know what that means. But anyways, the orange dot, I get it. So really quick, what I'll say about I think your book is about hermeneutics more or less, and I think how do we evaluate interpretations of the Bible, specifically John and Paul. And I think that if people consider that anti-Christian, but they don't consider other people who use the Kabbalah to interpret Scripture, then I don't know what to say. So having said that, here's the point I wanted to make. Wasn't the Pharisees and Sadducees seem to believe that Israel has some sort of special compact with God, and it seems that the Essenes, who Jesus seemed to be associated with as an Essene or Nazarene or a Zealot, had a different interpretation of what the Bible says. So, having said that, that immediately brings questions into mind as how can we trust Paul, who was a Pharisee? Now, again, you can make. I would love to hear the explanation, but this also ties into Zionism. This also ties into a lot of other things. So, that's all I really wanted to say before I forgot.
Yeah, bless you, Telescope, for being up in here and watching the show, man. Thank you. Yeah, and thanks, Neuro, for chiming in there with the explanations there, or what you read so far. But yeah, I would also want to
on Jesus being an Essene or a Nazarene. Sorry.
Wait, what'd you say?
Do you have any thoughts on Jesus being a Nazarene, Essene, basically, who was against the Pharisees and Sadducees?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's most probably true. I mean, at least according to the Bible, he rejected the Pharisees, he rejected the Sadducees. I mean, it's right there in the beginning of Gospel of Matthew that he distinguishes himself from these various Jewish sects. So, so yeah, that's definitely true. Let me pop open this verse here. See if I could find this here for you guys. It says, chapter 3, verse 7, but when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees coming to his baptism, he said to them, quote, "You brood of vipers, who warned you to flee from the wrath to come?" So, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we be quoting the Bible out here. But, yeah, we have the Bible here. But yeah, I mean, obviously, Plato and the Bible are two of the most influential books in Western civilization, and I put these two guys as the two great thinkers in Western civilization, Paul and Plato, and I think people like Saint Eusebius and some of the people who founded the church would agree with me, and I'm just meaning to do an exposition on some of these terms so that people in the future can understand them. from my perspective. And of course, I don't hide any factors about my own beliefs about these things. I present my beliefs in raw form. I don't hide what I believe about these things. So I present the story, how I say it happened, how they say it happened, and it is what it is. But yeah, I don't know if Jay stepped away for a minute, but I would also like to ask him his religious persuasion, when he gets a chance. But yeah, for sure, I want to know, where everybody's coming from in terms of their religious persuasions. You know what I mean?
Give me 2 seconds, machine. I'll be right back.
For sure, no worries. Yeah, but I'm definitely a Muslim. So and they saw me on Jenny's panel. When Jenny's panel was there, it was about going to explaining what religious background you're from. So I quickly explained, that I'm a Muslim, but obviously, that means a lot of different shit to a lot of different people. Just like I explained, being a Jew means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I'm sure being a Christian means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, and that's what I wanted to explore. I mean, I just kept hearing that being a Christian means this, being a Christian means that. every fucking way I heard, like, some of them were contradictory, to be honest.
It's complicated.
Yeah, so I mean, I was just taking an honest look at it, and I'm gonna and maybe in the future, I'll write a book about Islam too. I mean, I don't see it as an impossible task, by any means, but but this book is really about Islam. It's not really focused on Christianity. It's focused on Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. And it's not primarily focused on theology. It's also focused on philosophy. So, I think it's a book about the three main religions, how they develop in Western society, and about philosophy and all that shit. But yeah, it is what it is. Well, I mean, writing a book about philosophy and theology is rough.
Without asking a can of worms question that makes it, and it might be a bigger thing than just this conversation, but what does being a Muslim mean to you, and why did you land there with as far as religions?
Well, it mostly has to do with my parents. So my parents are Muslim. So I think that most people, if you have parents, I think it'd be wise to follow what your parents say. I think it's great to follow the traditions of the
Why you
past.
should just stay down there, Telescope. Sorry, man. I don't. Yeah, you shared that chat. You know what I'm talking about. That's why you should just stay down there. You're just trying to come up here and Carl would up if Carl would have the balls to come up on a panel.
Telescope is always a blessing to have on the panel because
really, because I saw him over there. Was it like
no, he's never
Worth or EBT? He was not making much of a stance at all.
No, he's never been up here before, but he does provide the hardcore, atheistic position. You know what I mean? So that's also necessary because we're talking about theology, and we need atheism to contribute to the discussion. And of course, there's competent atheists out there, and they're not all bad people.
We'll see how he
they're
does.
not all bad people. Some of them are helping the poor people, and they're doing all types of shit, and they're inventing new shit, and it is what it is. There's atheists that are way more talented and faithful to their parents and even following old traditions of the past and stuff than some of the believers are. So it is.
Okay, then that's what it's kind of talking about when I say it's complicated. Of like, what is a Christian? It's like you got like flow state. He'll be looking for your actual worldly works of your fruit, but really it's just like it'll be your heart. Is your heart hardened to this stuff, or are you like actually that Christian hearted?
Well, flow state's not he actually doesn't identify as an atheist.
No, he's always grilling the cynicism question style, but that's what I was trying to tell him.
Yeah, he actually identifies as sort of a more of a deist or like / agnostic kind of he's more intelligent minded than just straight up and taking an atheistic stance. Not that I don't think there are competent atheists. I did say atheists are very competent people, You know, so
Some of them are fucking retarded.
I know mean, yeah, of course, you know,
Flow
some of them
State's
are
not a
hard.
hardcore atheist, though.
It's
If you
just
Yeah,
press
right.
on it, he believes
no. I
in
think Flow State's
like
more
a
Yeah, he
higher
about
kind of,
the.
power or the most
yeah, he
high.
believes in like the
Yeah.
source energy type of
He's
thing.
more about the drama of the panel
Heraclitus.
conversation.
Yeah, he's like Heraclitus, you know, as I explained in my Discordianism special. You know, you guys go back and see the philosophy of becoming, the philosophy of flow. Really, you know what I mean? You know, I think that's what he follows. But yeah, you know what I mean? You know, he's true to his name, you know, but yeah, man, you know, but yeah, you know, atheists obviously welcome to contribute, you know, but you know, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I really you know, I'm not against atheism, but I am against science and philosophy to a certain extent. Well, part of what I argue in the book is that religion, you know, created philosophy and philosophy created science, you know, and you know, it's interesting
So,
thing.
religion created philosophy, and philosophy said God is dead.
And then science like emerged from that. You know what I'm saying? Right.
Well, science was the study of we'd eventually find God, and then over the generations, it separated to trying to prove there was none.
Look at this. This is such a weird, such a very strange message here. Like send you your location, like but yeah, you know, I'm from Detroit. Nice to meet you. But yeah, it's very interesting message there. But yeah, you know what I mean? I am married, by the way, but you know, so far, you know,
Oh, I got to answer her question. I think there was a flow state where she was asking, can people get saved in the tribulation? And Joe, in the tribulation, you just got to hoof it out. And if you can get killed or make it through it without the mark, you'll technically be saved. Yeah, you
well,
love
that is
your
very
machine that takes batteries, I'm sure.
that is very nice of you. Thank you. Bless you. Thank you for being here. And yeah, thank you to all the fans. Okay, nice to meet you. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah, I'm like from Detroit area. Yeah, but yeah, it's cool to see some people that are out here. Yeah, I got a lot of people. There's Dan also calls in. He's from Michigan too. There's also Cadence Quantum Epic. She's from Michigan too. So
She
yeah, I
doesn't
got some
count.
people out here from
She's fucking
Michigan that
retarded.
support the show. You know, the Dirty Mitten.
But that Detroit, though, that could use the actual RoboCop if you could get it, couldn't it? Could
I
actually
might
use
have
the RoboCop.
I might have to move out to bitch ass Ohio. Fuck.
Yo, if you come out to Ohio, bro, I'm from Cincinnati, right? So we got the nasty natty and the dirty mitten up in here.
Oh, for real? Oh shit! Well, I'm
Yeah.
gonna have to link up and smoke one with Ragamuffin Vision,
Yes,
dude. When I get
sir.
out
Yes,
there.
sir.
Hell yeah,
Yes,
bro.
sir.
Fuck
Blessings, man. Bless.
Bless
Yo.
you, man. For sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Ragamuffin, he's teamed up with that Hawaiian female pastor. Do a whole Jack Talcott stream, not mention fires or kids once.
That was
Homie, you need to get it through your thick skull that I didn't team up with no woman. She happens to
You
be a
said you were
friend.
from her church.
Homie, I never said I was from her church either.
Don't call me homie.
I'll call you whatever I
Are
want
you
to call
black
you,
ass
slave.
90s and living color clown?
I'll call you whatever I want to call you, slave.
I ain't your slave.
Quit acting
faggot.
like a slave, bro.
I'm not a slave. I'm a free fucking
You
man.
act like a slave, man.
How's that? How's that,
How's
Mr.
that?
Enslaved?
Think about it.
How's that, Mr.
Take
Paul
some
Apple?
time.
Oh, no, we don't do the burden of proof here.
Some
You
stillness.
say what you mean.
Take some time. Have some stillness.
Why?
Settle your ass down.
You are below me, sir.
And listen, before we get into this,
So is
TMO,
that guy talking?
I appreciate you letting me have some time on the panel.
Yeah, you
guys,
look like a pedo bend over.
Have a good night, guys.
Have a blessed one, Wiz, man. Yeah, it was good to see you as always. Yeah, you stay peace, old man. I'm praying for your health and your family and your dog as well, man. Thank you, man, for being here, man. Yeah, thank you.
Do you know which God you're praying to when you pray for that?
My God.
Yeah, the God of this world.
He is mine and I am his.
You said you're
It's
not
called
Christian.
equal consideration. We have a contract known as a covenant.
You quote the Bible and you say you're not Christian. I'm gonna go flow state on you.
I don't have to have the scripture, and I don't have to claim I'm Christian.
Yeah, but you misinterpret it. You say it wrong. Like physician heal thyself. Physician heal thyself does not mean don't go to hospitals when you're pregnant. You fucking moron.
Okay. So you were listening in, weren't you? See,
that's what the anime team up scene was. That's when me and Aphrodite anime team up on you, was that conversation.
Yeah, okay. You have a good one with that, because when you
it
don't
makes
know
it
the
way
whole
better.
story, when
Makes
you
it
don't
way
know
better
the
than
whole
the actual
story,
conversation.
and you go around portraying that I avoid child support when I in fact took care of child
yeah, you definitely never answered
by
that. I'm
not
sure you
paying
did.
it to the state.
No, any woman that you're properly helping raise your offspring is not going to take you to court if you're already helping them out to the sufficiency, which I doubt you did, because you're so proud of winning those court cases. You're so proud of denying child support for your.
That the woman that was claiming child support was claiming child support while I was living with her, and we were a family together getting child support at her.
See, that's fucking weird. That makes it sound even worse that you'd be living with her and she's taking you to court for child support.
No, she didn't take me to court for child support. The state did.
Then how
can you not understand that?
No, I think it's getting sketchy because now, like months later, you got these details. You didn't have these details when it came up.
My children passed away.
No, this is
so what
this is a little strange. You got a track record that makes this really rise some suspicion with me, Wiz.
Yeah, you can hold that suspicion.
I will.
What are you gonna do about it?
Keep
That's
digging.
your problem.
Same thing I do about Jack's disappointing his son. I'm gonna keep digging.
That's your problem, not mine.
No, it's not my problem. I've handled my problems. Like we all. Hey, I have my PDF meth thing. You got your dodging child support. Jack disappointed his son. We're all sleuthing each other. Let's do it. Let's get it.
He's gone. He's gone. He's gone, Tommy. It's okay. He's gone. It's okay, dude.
Hey, the TV I watch is like YouTube. YouTube behind for your dropping a porn bomber if they come. No telescope. I'm just sell.
Telescope. He's trying to get you out here too. You know, Tommy's in that fighting mood. He needs to have a good atheistic debate. So
I don't really have to fight, but I'm never cool with Wiz completely 100. He does a lot of underhanded shit on these panels.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen it. I guess
Nope.
People keep it pretty straight with me. Everybody says everybody does underhanded shit, but I guess they don't.
I keep it pretty straight with everybody. I'm a straight shooter. I keep it all on these panels, and that's why if somebody starts deleting their panels, like that's why I quit going to Bex's panels because they don't. That's why I quit going to Hoax War. Quit going to Bex. Anybody that just constantly deletes their lives, I quit going. Because you never know what's going to happen that you want, like whether it's good, bad, funny, ugly. You always want to reference. You want to be able to time travel.
Yeah, I'm trying to time travel for real.
Like Napoleon Dynamite.
Does anyone actually believe that time travel is real? You can go back in time, not attaching to like the Akashic records where people go and feel that they were, but actually physical body moving into future or back in time.
Am I the reason I can't hear him?
No, I heard what he said. He said, "Is there any reason?"
I heard him too.
But is he really low for you guys?
Yeah, he was really low. That's all.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but he came in. I mean,
but I do agree with the whole concept. Go ahead.
My headphones had died, so that's why I have back to this weird, Google thing or whatever with the Android phone. So I'm not going to be talking too much, I guess, because you guys have
no, I don't think it's doing it. I don't think. Are you using an Android without Chrome?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the browser is, but there's a thing with.
You're not giving us an echo that I can
Chrome.
Hear.
It's Chrome. If he's getting an echo and it's on his Android,
no, we're not getting an echo. That's what I'm saying.
But yeah, you wanted to come in on the time travel. Or
I was gonna say is, I think someone brought this up actually a minute ago. I think that actually Jesse, you might be the one with the echo, bro.
Yeah, right, we can't travel back in time because you're here and you can't kill your grandfather.
I think that's gonna be Yeah, okay.
Test.
Yeah, we got
Okay, if
this.
he muted, then it worked.
Bert, don't listen to
Um,
them. Just ignore them.
One of the things I thought
they
that was
follow me
cool
around
was
with it.
when they
They're
brought up
pieces of shit.
the Acacian records, right? And I think that if you were to have time travel, I think that anything that involves time travel will have to involve like the Acacian records, or the concept that everything that anyone has ever done or thought is stored. Like I feel
Telescope.
like if time,
I'll tell you telescope if you come up.
Don't talk to Telescope when you're in the panel, Tommy.
Hold on a second.
I know. That question, that is it possible for a person to breathe in space without a spacesuit? I couldn't ignore it. I had to be like, I want to say.
I know, but just type it in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm working on a video. I'll just quit talking to him. I'll just quit talking to the chat, and the chat can quit talking about me.
But yeah, I mean, it's interesting with the time travel.
Like, one more though, please. One more. Why do people just think it's okay for me to go around and just beat this story to death, especially when it's over?
What
It's
story?
like, if you want to incite anger in me, come on the fuck up here. If you want to talk about my life, come the fuck up on the panel to talk about my life.
I know, and they're definitely come and confront you if they feel the need to. I'm sure they already know.
No,
that.
they won't. They're fucking cowards and they're trolls. And
Yeah,
they need to quit that.
Yeah, you do
they
make
need
a
to quit
point.
reigniting that fucking
Yeah,
business.
sometimes people do. Sometimes people do get up on some shit, you know, because if you entice them to come up on the panel, they actually do it sometimes, you know. Some of the trolls, you know, surprisingly they've obliged. But yeah, go ahead, Jay.
I was just gonna say, I think that if the Hall of the Acacian Records is ever a real place, right? Like if it was ever discovered, or its concept was real, I think then you would see that would probably be like a nexus of time travel. Like that's where time travel, like if time travel is true, there actually are time corridors you can pass along. Whenever we find a way to access them, that's probably like a nexus point for where time intersects and how you can travel throughout the time streams.
Well, it's the information where all the information. I guess like where all the information would be. You know, it'd be like the mainframe or whatever, or the room, or like where there's a link between knowledge and time, because obviously in all the traditions, God has omniscience, and that precludes knowing from moment to moment what's going to happen. So I mean, omniscience, and I mean the real one is omnipotence, because omnipotence might actually cancel out free will, to a certain extent. What you would have is compatibilism, which is that you decide to do things in conjunction with what happens, with what's gonna already happen, which is not straight up free will. It's basically free will that's compatible with outside external events. Your will just corresponds to shit. It's not a choice that you made and then interacted with the world in a free decision. But then, you see that naturalism has the same problem. If you follow naturalism, then you couldn't actually, decide to do anything, because, everything that's determined is based on physical processes, and those physical processes don't determine conscious states. Those two things are actually not related within naturalism. Actually, in terms of naturalism, you're not even a thinking person. You're just following natural laws, so yeah. So it's interesting. And I talked about this one day on my show, the dilemma of free will. We had some issues discussed there. But yeah, so time, free will, knowledge, and knowledge of God, obviously, as is often said, the knowing, the knowledge, and the knower are all one thing. A person performing an action is no different from the action being performed. So it's interesting when you talk about time and motion. I mean, there's lots of paradoxes in how we understand time. So I actually gave a presentation on Jack Talcott's show about the paradoxes of time. If anybody wants to go check that out, it's interesting. But yeah, time is very an interesting topic. What is time? I mean, does time change? Moment to moment, does time change? And it means like, well, it could not change in 4 ways, I guess, and the 4 ways it could not change, is if it's cyclical, if it doesn't change from moment to moment, it's all just one big fucking continuation, from start to finish. If it develops, in a way where past, present, and future intersect, there's various ways in which, time could be, you could have various models of time in which time does not progress or change, so, is time a structure? Well, they talk about time in terms of it being related to structure or space, so who knows, who knows how much, maybe if you design some type of box with, like, you could use it to travel. I don't know, but, isn't that what if you believe in the Einstein shit, if you go the speed of light, time stands still, but so if you go the speed of light, you just age like a motherfucker. You come out, you'll be normal. But a lot of people believe Einstein's a fraud, that physics is a fraud, it's just a model of how the universe works. And they have no way to connect the relativistic physics with the quantum physics, at all. Like, they have no solution for it. It's just 2 different maths that don't, like, intersect with each other. They're 2 different models, and they say both of them have to be correct, one for the quantum world and one for the extremely, one for the one for the extremely small and one for the extremely large. Relativistic physics for the extremely large things and quantum physics for the extremely small things. They don't know how those maths intersect, especially. So, so science has a way of changing its story. What is time? I mean, who knows if it's possible? I'd say I don't know if it's possible. What I believe is that in the beginning, God created a pen, and he told that pen to write. And what did that pen write? It wrote everything from the beginning to the end. It wrote the story of reality. Now, that is a template of how things must go. Obviously, God can intersect in time and change whatever's going to happen, and, some of the thinkers who believe that the universe was external argued. They said, well, God had to have a change in himself when he decided to create the world. If God is perfect, how could he decide to create the world? Did God need to create the world? Was he missing something? Was God lacking something? Did God change his mind? God's will is supposed to be eternal. So how could he decide to create the world? Well, the Imam Ghazali said that if you hold out 2 equally succulent dates in each of your hands and you ask somebody just pick one, and they just pick one, he said there's no arbitration in their choice. Before time begins, how is one moment any different from any other moment? He said God chose to create the world when he wanted to. That reflects the freedom of choice that God has.
I have a question that's somewhat of a tangent, but still related to the conversation.
For sure.
Did God create aliens?
Well, it could be argued that
I think I can step in on this one.
Yeah, like angels and demons are like.
I'm not trying to be facetious.
Yeah,
let's kind of just go back to.
No, I think that's what they are. I think they'll be Nephilim off of the Grand Illusion.
Angels and demons and shit. is like the alien shit. Well, yeah, it does kind of come from that. I mean, it's interrelated because when you get to aliens, you gotta go through like cryptozoology, and that's created by the occult. They talk about like dragons and shit, when they talk about like evolution and shit, and they talk about monsters. Really, the alien shit comes from the monster shit. And the monster shit comes from cryptozoology and the occult. They have like Dungeons and Dragons shit where they create these beasts, you know? And then they thought of aliens. Like really the aliens is angels and demons stuff. And of course we
Yeah.
have a somebody who loves to talk about this right here. You mean what up, Neuro?
Yeah, you guys summoned me back. I'm trying to
So with
I'm
the
trying to
alien
do other
shit.
stuff. Well, like every time I keep looking into like this whole like Zionism thing and stuff like that, it's like and somebody, I think Cecil was talking about like the mark of Cain and all this. Like if you look at what the Freemasons believe and all these occultists believe, they literally believe that there's a bloodline that is related to quote unquote the Nephilim or whatever you call them, and that those people are chosen to rule this plane of existence or whatever, right?
The Canaanites.
So, and they also believe that essentially Jesus coming back was to redeem Sophia, the goddess of wisdom, and all this shit. So, I don't know, but I think it is all related. And like, if you look at all the ex-military CIA people that are on YouTube right now talking about, they're going to disclose aliens and we have alien technology. If you really listen to what they're saying, they're directly tying all this stuff together. Whether they're fully aware of it or not, I don't know. But why do you think History Channel talks about like ancient aliens all the time? Because this is actually what some people really believe, or at least this is what they tell us that they believe in the occult. So it's not really that far-fetched if you look at it. And I don't think that there's anything within Christianity that says you can't believe in something like that, whether you want to call it, interdimensional, demons from space, or you want to call it, Nephilim, or you want to call it aliens. I don't think it really matters. Effectively, it's the same thing from our perspective, right?
And have you ever heard of this book, Jay? This book right here. This is The Coming of the Race.
I have not. No. Can you enlighten me?
Well, this book here is the start of the science fiction genre, or at least experts say it's the start of the science fiction genre. So basically, what it is like in a very cartoonish explanation. It's like aliens exist inside underground. They're basically like the Nephilim race, and they send like telepathic messages to humans, like to control like these occults that exist in the human world. It's kind of like some H.P. Lovecraft stuff, like way before H.P. Lovecraft like started writing.
And
I think Cecil.
And it's what the Mr. Mustache people kind of believed in, and essentially why they were looking for stuff all over the planet. And like, if you look at the Raiders of the Lost Ark and that whole narrative, like, I think that
I'm gonna go with Cecil on this one.
Probably, if you watch that movie, I think that there's a lot of truth as far as what occultists believe in that movie, in my opinion. Like, it's pretty much giving you occult belief systems.
How about
And that's
the
also what
Nazis
that-
had psychics that were contacted by the Nephilim? They went down to Antarctica and were given the information on how to make these anti-gravity type things.
Yeah, that's the theory also in a nutshell, with the Society of the Vril and the whole thing with the what do you call it?
And at the same time, they were giving us the information to do our Philadelphia experiments.
Yeah, and this is the same narrative that's portrayed in popular films such as Captain America, Winter Soldier, and Hellboy. so it's actually a pretty common science fiction narrative. It kind of like runs through science fiction and like comic books and all that type of stuff. You know,
It,
they have this kind of theory,
and
like the
also
aliens and stuff. Yeah. So
no,
it's a common. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. There's like a delay
No,
from
go ahead. Go ahead. No, no, sorry.
the other thing was I would definitely recommend anyone read or look into at least the work of William Gibson, who's a science fiction author, because he kind of talks about this stuff, and he's a little bit more materialist. But I think the implications of a lot of his writing is actually kind of related to a lot of this as well, because he kind of does talk about the underlying worldview of what we call now AI, I guess. And I think that whether he's aware or not, seems to have a pretty good understanding of some of the occult stuff as well. And again, like I don't know you, JJ, but I know if you're associated with chaotic truth, then I just think it's interesting, like you said, like why would people want to derail conversations like this? Like, is this something that people should be personally offended by? Like I'm not sure.
Like I said before, with the whole derailing conversations, and that links back to attacking people's channels. But people will do that sometimes. They'll derail conversations. They'll just show up and they'll just start talking shit. They'll when the conversation's going right, they take it to the left, or completely out of left field. Why do they do it, man? I think it's people, like I said, they get a thrill off creating chaos. They don't really have much going for their lives, right? So they want to create a virtual, like they want to create a character. There's actually a dude. This is relevant, by the way. There's a dude who I've been seeing on his channel for the past week now, and he's got like this whole like super liberal leftist incel vibe. You know what I mean? Like everything is racism, and he's aggressive towards women. So it's like you act like an incel, and you're perpetually a victim, and that's kind of like the energy he puts out. That's the character he puts out, right? And the whole conversation gets derailed because he'll go on 20 different tangents about the same topic, and it all leads back to, well, it's because the system is racist. And he'll derail a good conversation. He'll change the whole vibe of a panel simply because I think that's his only form of attention. I think the wins that people get here, right? The wins they get, like in an argument, or if they roast somebody, or if they cook a panel, they take that into their real life because they're not getting real life wins. For some people, this is going to be their new reality. We are in the alpha stages of it right now. The beta stage is now the VR set, and I'm sure soon the gamma stage is going to be Neuralink, when you can actually just boop, press it, and then your eyes will. I don't know if your eyes will go white like in Black Mirror, but that'll be the gamma stage, and now you'll be living a brand new virtual world in your head. I could be wrong completely, right? But I'm just seeing the way that technology is progressing and the way people are operating.
That's exactly. I'm sorry. That's exactly where all this is. Excuse me. This is actually exactly where they say everything is headed, and so it's like, on the one hand, they say, well, we should worship science. It's like, well, okay, well, let's read what scientists are saying. They're like, yeah, this is coming. You're going to have this invasive technology as part of your body, whether you want it or not. And for me, as a Christian, or just an American, or as a human, it's like, I can't question people's motives or things that could go wrong with that. Like, I don't understand who in their right fucking mind, who understands any of this stuff, from the biology stuff to the DNA stuff to the overarching direction that this tech is headed. It's like,
Neuro.
What
I
could
think
possibly...
I think I understand why you're always like chasing this and inquisitive and asking these questions. Dude, you're going to have to deny it, and you'll probably die doing it, or lose your society standing. Like, that's the point. That's the Revelations foretelling. Like, that's what I've been preparing for, to probably live to see that.
I understand that. My thing is this. I still think it's the duty of a Christian to say, hey, this is wrong. This is the wrong direction. You shouldn't just say, well, I can't do anything about it, so fuck it. And I'll enjoy
No,
it.
you've been told by your God that the signs that you'll know that's happening, and you won't. Whenever someone has a reason, like we're about to go cashless because of whatever problem reaction Hegelian thing they do, and then that'll be the foundation that eventually they'll say you need to have this chip or whatever it's going to be. It'll be required, and there will probably be a desire for it, much less, it'll probably be something
Well, here's
non-believers will want.
Here's the question.
Probably give you advantages.
Here's the question, though. Here's my question to you. Do you think that Revelations is a prophecy that must be enacted, or is it a game plan that's being enacted because people are using it that way?
It is God's message to the believers. This is how you'll know the end is approaching. So we're naturally wired to carry it out. Like, people are just carrying out what they will do as hairless monkeys. Like once you create an internet, if you redid the world process a number of times, you would naturally get this interconnect communication around the planet, and then you'd eventually come to a one money, you'd eventually start dissolving government. It's like, all religion aside, there's just a logic of technology and advancement that you do this. But yeah, eventually it's just.
But wouldn't you say that it is more or less like antithetical to Christianity to say that this is not only a good thing, but it's inevitable? I mean, I'm
not saying it's a good thing. It's saying when you see these things happen, you'll know to have your poop in order. I mean, you should have your poop. You should spend every day thinking any minute. But these are the signs that are given to you to know. Like, this is what will be happening when it's the end time.
But at the same time, don't you think people could take advantage of the fact that people believe that and then use that against them?
Yeah, that's too much internet, though.
Sure. Well, and my point is, as well, is like knowing that people's belief in this could be a problem. The advent of the internet and the proliferation of
Right. So what's going to be the problem? The Bible says that the earth is going to cook, and there's going to be hard pressed for water. It's going to be hard pressed for food. Oh, global warming, you mean? And then if there is a rapture, I'm not a Christian that subscribes to the rapture concept, but if it does happen, more power to it. Oh, aliens took them. Like, they're setting up all the strong delusions for you to pass off and not have to do Christianity. If you see those things happening, there will be a diversionary explanation.
But we should resist the deception. We should go out and
No, you should love your God. You should do the commandments. You should do what. I mean, it even says in the end times, people will still be marrying, having kids. Like, the world will be functioning. Because just like in the days of Noah, the very day that Methuselah died and the flood started, people were eating, drinking, marrying, having kids.
Let me rephrase my my critique of what you're saying, because I'm not saying you're wrong, but let me, if as Christians we should try and live our life a certain way and not walk around with blinders on. And
I don't have blinders on. I feel like one of the most discerning motherfuckers on these panels.
I'm not talking about.
And I don't say that with ego. I'm just like, when people say they don't see this Middle East stuff in the coming cashless society, I'm like, really? You're oblivious that that's on its way?
No, here's what I'm saying. The technology makes it harder for the average person to be able to see what is true, good, whatever, right?
A strong delusion, yeah.
Right. So my point is, as Christians, we should try to resist a tool that's being used by the enemy against fellow humans, because humans have, more or less a duty to live a certain way. But if the enemy is using tools against us, should we not try and dismantle the tools?
As a Christian, you could get by being a Christian with a plot of land and hand tools. Yeah, from the beginning of time, you can do the function. You can do Christianity. The earliest conversation I had with Machine Lies was, yes, this technology and all these tests and temptations, it's because we have evolved. You do need more spiritual tests. And if you didn't want them, drop it all. Stop paying your internet bill. Like, don't use your phone. Like, give it all up. Go Quaker.
But we're also our brother's keeper is kind of my point. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Am I my brother's keeper?
Tell me, have you been around?
What?
Have you been around Trooper Amish people?
I grew up in West Virginia. I've done some land living.
I live near West Virginia. I mean, have you been around Trooper or old ways Amish?
Is it in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
I've been to like Bedford Village and shit, but I'm not saying specifically be Quaker. It's just an example.
Bedford's pretty close to me. I've been to Bedford Village.
Money cakes from Bedford Village.
There's near where I live. There's
Bow and arrow.
Trooper Amish people. Always.
Yeah, I'm in Denver now. I haven't been back east in years.
Troopers do not use any bit of technology at all. That's when you think of Amish Paradise from Weird
You
Al.
got some non over there, bro.
I wouldn't call it a paradise, but yeah, you're on the right track of what I'm saying.
Yeah, when people think of Amish, there's a whole spectrum. You have Beachy Mennonite, you have Always, you have regular Mennonites, you have Sportsman Troopers.
Rumspringa.
Yeah, Rumspringa exists. Yeah, especially with Always and Sportsman Troopers. I'm very aware.
Super Troopers.
Sportsman Troopers.
I'll Google it.
No, that's the most extreme of the Amish. They go to church. They study a Bible that's in German. They don't even understand German at all.
Expressing the Deutsch to them.
Well, they speak like their first language is Pennsylvania Dutch. Their second language is English, obviously.
They probably make dank ice cream though.
But when they refer to white people, they refer to them as the English.
Good.
I'll tell you what happens in a lot of those cultures. What they'll do is, especially Sportsman Troopers, what they'll do is
they want a large farm.
They'll rent their next Englishman's house. Like they'll buy a refrigerator, to store meat and tell the person like, hey, I'll give you like $30 a month or whatever to have this refrigerator so I can store my food.
They don't know how to do like no refrigerated meat curing or anything.
I believe they understand how to do it, but the problem is you still have to keep certain things cold. They use
Well, if you cure it right.
But they're not curing the fucking meat.
Okay.
Well, and the thing is, how can you stay from the encroaching technology, even if you try and?
You don't have to. You have to stay strong in your faith and know how to navigate it.
Okay. Let me have this stance here for 1 second. 1 fucking second.
Roll with it.
Okay. You have ancient civilizations, right, with no real very just minuscule carbon going into the environment. Okay.
Upright man.
They have clean. Yes, you have clean water. You have no carbon going to the environment. You have all these things, and you know what the average lifespan was there, Tommy?
I bet you're gonna tell me.
30.
Yeah, because there's dangerous things. But Methuselah lived to like 900 and something.
No, she didn't. No one's lived to 900 fucking years old.
Yeah, but you're up here to tell me that my religion and my faith is fairy tales, and this is what I'm saying. What's the point?
Yeah,
what's the point? What'd you plan to accomplish? I'm not trying to make you a Christian.
Do you think the Little Religion That Could is a religious book?
Where are you going with it? Just get to the point.
Do you think the Little Religion That Could that's a religious book?
Fuck no.
Okay, what makes it not a religious book?
It's a children's book about a train that overcame his mind over matter stuff. I don't know.
And what does Christianity teach in Sunday school?
Lots of stuff. Bible stuff.
What does that make it true? Like you legitimately believe that people live to 900 fucking years old?
I don't base my faith just off the book alone. That's what Flow State had fucked up.
2,000 years ago, the average lifespan was 30, and you're telling me that someone lived at the age of 900.
No, Methuselah was just before the Noah flood. Like, God wasn't going to start the flood until Methuselah died.
Can you tell me where did the water go?
Oh, my science side will tell you that there's not enough water on the Earth to cover the Earth, but we also don't know what's further into the Earth.
Is there like a huge like drainage?
I'm open to
you get
hollow
rid
Earth.
of the Earth that like you get rid of all this water that covered everything.
Listen, before you even get into the water, I'll tell you all the reasons I took against Ken Ham. Like, why are there only kangaroos and koala bears in Australia and nowhere else? How did the Ark stop and drop some animals off?
You ever, hey, Tommy, you ever went to the Ark Encounter and?
Fuck no, because when I die, I have to ask my God if I still get into heaven for not believing the Noah story.
I've actually went. I have videos on my.
Did you get your money back?
I actually went there, so I can give you guys.
Did you ask how did a desert-dwelling family do a ship that took millions of dollars in contractors and teams and heavy equipment to build?
I mean, Ken Ham wasn't there the day I went. But.
Maybe the Nephilim helped build it.
The thing is a fucking absolute garbage shit show. Actually, that weirdly enough, the location differences is about 45 minutes from one another. So it's set up to do like one day.
I'm not going to defend Ken Ham in any way. I think we were on some kind of direction. But...
Okay. Well, I mean, you want to talk about this stuff, so I mean,
first you were. I mean, I recognize. I'm not blaming you for it. You were going too far into the culture of these Quaker people. That I forget what we were even on before we got into the Quaker people.
You were talking about religion, and you said all a Christian needs is basic hand tools, and I'm like, that's not possible.
No. To be a Christian, you can be in any type of life. Even a rich man can get into heaven.
No, they can't. No, Jesus says it twice. He says that it's easier for a camel go through an eye of a needle.
Pass through the eye of a needle, and as a rich guy, I'm trying to.
And the passage afterwards says, and again. He says it twice in a row. And I'm I understand.
I can't tell if you're roboting or giving a pause to start. I don't know.
Jesus says it twice.
Says what?
It's easier for a camel to go through an eye of a needle than a rich man to go through the kingdom of heaven. And
yeah, do you know what that means?
And then the next passage, he's like, and again, it's the same passage.
So explain Job.
What?
Explain the Job story. Job was the richest man of his time, and he was like, David was a man after God's own heart, but Job was like God's favorite or some other kind of phrase to describe him. And he was the richest guy of his time.
And your point?
How did he? Oh, well, he obviously went to heaven.
Heaven doesn't exist. I'm sorry.
No, see, this is why it was pointless for you to come up. I'm not trying to sell you on it, but you're just trying to flow state my faith, and it's not going to work because you're Carl crew, you're G crew, you're a joke. But I'll take this conversation seriously if you want to have a serious conversation that doesn't end every sentence in your religion's bullshit, it's fairy tales, heaven's a joke.
It is.
Is Simpson pimps, G?
Why?
Like the whole free speech socialist crew is showing up to sit down and raise their arms in victory to everything you say. Let's get it the fuck on.
Okay. How about we get God to beam you his supreme knowledge right to your fucking brain, and you can figure it the fuck out. How about that?
That's not what we're here for.
Why not? Why not? You want to say, okay, I'm testing God. God, if you're so almighty and powerful and knowledgeable and that can do everything, please beam the knowledge right now to little Tommy's fucking brain.
I'm not little, and if you want to come to Denver and say that little Tommy bullshit, you're not having a serious conversation. I got your answer, but you're not having a serious conversation.
Stream the knowledge right now to his brain.
Why don't you just say meth pedo Jew while you're at it?
I'll just let you say it. I mean, I don't. You fucking
So listen, motherfucker, why don't you just ask why was the snake in the Garden of Eden? Why did God let the snake in the Garden of Eden?
How many? Okay, so let's get on the start here. How many forms of creation of women are there in the Bible?
No, stick with your why doesn't God beam the fucking in for you're restancing?
No, we'll build up this. How many forms of creation?
You need to build up your connection because your mic is sucking. Maybe it's an act of God. Maybe it's your West Virginia fucking internet.
Tommy, this guy won't believe in anything, dude. I'm just listening to
Tarek,
him. He's driving me
take it back to your daddy. You're not gonna snuggle up to me on this, Tarek. I'm this freestanding entity that I'll take you and your daddy on too if you want to show up. I don't make friends out of common enemies. Don't talk over me, you fucking dipshit.
Your problems. I'm not speaking on that.
No, you're Paul's little fucking tag along, and I'm tired of you chasing me around with your little unslaved truth chats. Fuck off, Tarek.
All right, Tommy, go ahead. Finish, sir. Finish.
Yep. Where were we at? Teledope. Telemope. Tele-drop the soap. Tele-Obama hope.
You're on some real shit. Some real shit right there.
I'm like, hey, Machine Lies might have been right. I'm ready for a fight tonight, but I'm gonna keep it like back and forth fight. Tell that fucking cunt G that she can come up here and turn her channel back on. Fucking, I didn't come to your Halloween party and you're mad. Halloween panel party. Anal party.
Better now?
Yeah. I mean, the mic's better. You're probably still shit.
Yeah, he's stupid.
I think you're shit. I mean, it's not my fucking.
Nah, I watched you on Machine Light or not TBE. If it was EBT, TBE, you fucking made a shit show on their panel.
What was that? What's that about? Please tell me.
You guys were talking some science shit that I was like, come on, guys, move it the fuck along. You both sounded stupid. I'm not raising them up. They're dumbasses too. But yeah, what do you got?
So what were we talking about before?
Oh, about why God doesn't just beam information in my head.
Yeah, why?
He thinks I'm already too what's the video game word? Wait, see, so what's the word when it's not nerfed? What's the opposite of nerfed?
If God exists, may he strike me dead right now.
Oh, that's the classic one.
I'm still fucking alive, aren't I?
Yeah, it doesn't work like
If
that.
God exists, may he strike all of you dead.
Right, but it doesn't work like that because God requires faith. And if he would please me by striking you dead right now, that would be proof.
So do I go to hell if I don't believe in God?
I think you're definitely going to hell, no matter what you believe.
No, do I go to
And I think the
hell?
Muslims agree too. You're an infidel.
Well, I'm sorry that like winged horses don't exist, and the moon.
I don't believe in winged horses unless they were some Nephilim abomination.
330,000 miles away from the fucking Earth. It takes about 3 days to get there. Within
To where?
seconds of going into space.
Wait, no, what are you talking? Wait, hold on, stop. Breaks. What the fuck are you saying right now?
I'm explaining to you how Muhammad could not fly.
You're coming at a Christian about the Muslim. I think you need to talk to Tarek and Machine Lies if you're bringing up Muslim lore or religion.
You mean Islam? You fucking moron.
Sure, Islam. Hey, I'm a Christian, man. I'm a Christian. I'm not up on it, except for when I asked Machine Lies about the mark on the nose, the mark on the glowy face. What?
We got it. You believe in virgin birth, like you're a fucking moron, dude.
Just that time, yeah.
Why did God only
Immaculate Conception
to create Adam and Eve, but he needed a woman to create Jesus? How about you explain that one to me?
Because people were already around in the time of Jesus, and it was an immaculate
Why did
conception
God
sent
just
by
create his own son out of the fucking sand in
because
the desert?
because he needed parents. Because he needed parents, and he needed to be raised, and the whole Jesus, the work of Jesus didn't start till he was 30. So he only did 3 years of the
pretty
Jesus
lazy
stuff.
30 fucking years. Sounds like your life there, Tommy. Are you sure you're not Jesus?
I'm fucking rich, remember?
Sure.
See, you guys can't. No, listen. You guys can't acknowledge this girl and the meth and not acknowledge I'm rich because it was by my own words, right?
You're an
idiot. Are you being a hypocrite?
You're a fucking idiot, Tommy.
No, you're a fucking idiot. And I told you were wasting your time coming up here. You're not accomplishing anything.
No one cares about your.
Yeah, but you care about that girl and my meth, right? You care about the girl and my meth, but you don't care that I'm fucking rich and you won't believe it. So explain that, atheist. Where are you getting your logic from? Where are you getting your answers from?
My brain. I have consciousness.
Yeah, your brain's fucked up, like your internet connection. So how come you want to lean into the girl and the meth, but not that I'm fucking rich and that Sherelle Snow in the chat might be the fucking only chance I have of getting out of this bachelor celibate thing?
Would you please tell us more about Meth Girl? We don't know the backstory.
No, Meth and Girl weren't the same era, weren't the same time, never coincided. But you'll go and lean into both of those, what you perceive as a fault or a negative, but you won't acknowledge that I'm fucking rich and retired at 43.
No, you're just retired because you're not working. That's the truth.
No, I'm not working because I'm fucking rich. Find the fucking government records that I'm on any kind of assistance.
Would you share us your the amount that you have in Dogecoin?
No. Oh, Dogecoin? I got like 7 Dogecoin because you can't move it. There needs to be an amount to subtract when you transfer it. I'm stuck with 7 Dogecoin because I can't move it for anything.
So you're gonna go to the moon with your 7 Dogecoin?
No, that's not my crypto holdings entirely. I never said I was balling off Dogecoin. What are you laughing about? You're up here getting wrecked. No, what are you laughing about? Are you gonna raise your arms? Are you gonna raise your arms in victory and roll the fuck out?
I'm getting some W's. I mean, but I'm sitting here just smoking some weed and having some beer.
Oh, you're getting W's right now? And you better not be smoking weed. Ask London Man what 420 if you got that has got him. I've wrecked him too. He's one of my prime current racist PDF accusers, and he's about to get the hit piece of a lifetime. It's going to have Truther Cop, Paul Enslaved, Snap Who Snaps. It's going to be an epic work. It's going to take me.
Yeah, Paul Enslaved runs for me. You know that, right?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't bother with you.
Yeah,
he's like me. Listen, me and Paul are mortal enemies, but he's like me. He doesn't really bother with an old-time chatter troll.
Philosophical terms and didn't have a debate.
Nobody runs from you, Telescope. You're kind of a joke on the leftist socialist crew.
So,
dude, he's a dumb moron.
I'm waiting for him to like intrigue me with it. He's actually boring me at this point.
That's good.
Yeah, very boring.
And like these people that are sitting silently, and our visitor Jay, who knows me for much better than this, we're all kind of like, is this it? They're used to seeing me like go big.
But Tommy, hold on. You believe in science, right?
I understand science. I believe in my faith.
Okay, so you believe in miracles too, right?
I believe in faith, or I believe in miracles. I know science.
So how do you explain miracles?
I don't. They're miracles.
Please explain your knowledge of science.
I'll drop my science for my faith any day. It's like, you never answered. Why does Jesus say that it's easier for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than a rich man to go to heaven?
Yeah.
Do you know why he said that?
Yeah, because rich people can't go to heaven. That's why.
No. And it's the same way that you'll go to hell for what you perceive as your knowledge that you stand on. It's because you think that knowledge covers you instead of God. And a rich man thinks that that money and that wealth covers him instead of God. I'm wealthy, and I know I'm nothing without God. I know he can put me right back out on the street, homeless, where I was when I became rich.
How did you become rich?
The fucking stock market, but God, technically.
Oh my God, you guys are so dumb, bro.
Are you calling me a liar?
Yes.
Because you didn't get rich in the stock market, I'm lying?
Yes, you're lying.
All right, well then I don't have any respect for you. Are we done? Are we done? Like, okay, I'm rich, you don't believe me, are we done?
Thank God. Are we done? Yeah.
You're the one that came up looking for some. I'm not impressed.
I mean,
like, are you going to be like Paul Enslaved and say, I have to show you my brokerage with the serial numbers and the amounts and stuff for you to believe me? Because that's like a little dick thing to do. That's a little dick thing to ask. Oh, I'm not going to do it. Like, nobody would do that. You wouldn't ask anybody on this panel to show you their bank account.
Hey, Machine Lights, would you show me your bank account? There, I just proved you wrong, Tommy.
No, but to expect them to do it is what I'm saying, you fucking ignorant fuck.
No, that's not what you actually said, and I said that.
Right. Sorry for not articulating and postulating the metaphysics of whatever the fucking In Living Color homeless guy used to talk like.
Metaphysical.
No, I was trying to do the In Living Color guy. He makes up words. It's hard for me to make up words on the fly when I'm dealing with a fucking jacket. I didn't say metaphysical. But okay, so let me clean up my jargon. Do you expect anybody on this panel to show you the digit screen of their bank account, their fucking serial numbers, all that? Do you expect that?
Yeah, I think Mitchell will. Mitchell might show.
Oh, that's because it's 0. That dude lives in a car like I did whenever I got rich. He's just not doing what I was doing.
And some people don't have bank accounts, idiot.
And rich people have multiple accounts and brokerages and assets, and you probably wouldn't understand that shit, Telescope.
I wouldn't.
Probably not.
I wish I understand a lot of that, actually.
Oh, Snowfire, it's going to be hard for you to sleep on the type of bedtime stories you might get if you play your cards right.
These
Shout
top
to
three
Bertman Rowe.
squares. These top three squares are, you know, for real. You know, shout out to the top three squares out here.
Respect. Shout out to Jay. Shout out to Peace to Machine Lines. Peace to Jesse Hall. Peace to Cecil J. Peace to John Thomas.
A word vortex has emerged. Yeah.
Peace to Mitchell. Mitchell, I pray for you, you common enemy like Snafu. And I don't mean the I pray for you when Christians mean asshole. Like, oh, I'll pray for you. No, I mean, Mitchell, I really pray for you and Snafu. You guys are troubled in the head.
Little Tommy, would you talk to us about your last relationship? And
will you come to Denver and call me Little Tommy to my face?
Yes.
Because
Snowfire
Snowfire wouldn't be down there propsing me if she thought I was Little Tommy. She knows about these Chris Strokes proportions.
Would you please tell us about your last breakup?
Yeah, and I think I know why you want to go there, because you guys keep having chats about it, just like the girl and the meth. Yes, my last breakup.
What's the deal with this girl and the meth situation? You mentioned this like 3 times. Something about a girl and meth?
No, the girl and the meth are nothing, but it's the two things YouTube always comes at me about. They're separate situations. I never did meth until like years after this girl, but it's all YouTube talks about. And now this guy wants me to talk about the time I was in a motorcycle accident and my girlfriend ghosted me on a surgery table. That's what he wants me to talk about.
No, we're talking about the 17-year-old.
But why do you want to bring this up?
That wasn't my last girlfriend, faggot. See what you know? See what you think you know? That was literally, dude, that was when I was 29 years old. I'm 43. What makes you think that was my last relationship? You're fucking retarded and you're wasting my time.
Because you're an incel?
I'm not an incel.
Yes, you are.
How's that?
I mean, you were 29 and attracted to minors, right? I question if she was 17.
No. You're fucking you're mistelling the story I've already told. I'm about done with you if you just came up here to talk about that. You need to come to Denver if you want to talk about that. Okay, come to Denver and let's talk about it. That's what the fuck I thought. So why would you come at me about it on this panel? Are you a keyboard faggot?
Why would it be? What does that even mean? I'm a keyboard bundle of.
Oh, a keyboard warrior. Are you a keyboard warrior faggot that you will talk about it here on this panel? You won't come to Denver to talk about it.
Oh, I have to come to Denver? How about you come here?
Yeah, so I can fuck you up for implying that I'm an incel, that my last girlfriend was when I was 29, while I'm 43, that you would just come up here and troll when you said you wanted to have a talk about free will and religion and turn it into this typical YouTube, even my enemies are sick of this shit bullshit. Okay, now, what the fuck do you want to do, Telescope?
Which philosophy of free will do you want to debate?
Oh, no. Now I want to know why you came up and tried to derail this to all the typical troll shit. If you're so high and mighty, Mr. Intelligent Atheist, I'm in front of my meta fucking bitch right now. My main meta fucking bitch is watching. I'm not letting you walk away on this shit. Unless you run.
Which philosophy do you want to... Okay, we'll debate compatible free will.
How about we debate what the fuck is wrong with your life, that you're on this tip, that you're fucking incel and projecting. You sound incel as fuck. You don't sound like you're good with social or ladies.
I'm actually engaged. I love the woman.
Yeah, I bet she's large. I bet she gets in where she fits in, and that's called train tunnels. I bet you when you put your dick in her, it's like throwing a Vienna sausage down a train tunnel. And then she'd try and fit in that train tunnel to get that Vienna sausage.
You wish there, Tommy.
Okay. Oh, he got me. Oh, snaps. He said you wish. He said you wish.
Yeah, and I said you wish, and I'm like, how many times did you get laid this week there, Tommy?
None. I'm fucking celibate. That's not incel. Yeah, that's celibate.
That's involuntary because you're You're a goddamn cringe lord fucking moron. That's why.
No, I bounced at the biggest. I bounced at the biggest club. And oh, you think you're gonna escalate on that? You think you're gonna escalate on just the blah blah blah? Or you blah blah blah? Let him blah blah blah.
You are a locale. You are a locale. I mean, you keep doing it, man. I mean,
keep it going. Keep it going.
Locale.
Keep the rhythm going so I can put it to a beat. Dude, I have worn out the picture of whenever I was 180 pounds of gym ripped muscle. I bounced at the biggest fucking club in Colorado Springs. Do you think I was not beating pussy off with the stick?
I believe.
And do you think that an obnoxious laugh proves me wrong?
I believe you're being your asshole with a stick.
Being an asshole is what will get you a lot of strange, yeah. And whooping ass on punks like you will help.
A bunch of strange STDs. I'm very aware of that.
Oh, I've had a few. I've probably had more STDs than you've had sexual partners.
I mean, that'd be pretty bad, actually, but okay.
Yeah, it's pretty bad that you've had, like, 2 sexual partners.
Oh, no, very much more than that.
Where are you going with this, man? You obviously came up to make it about me.
I'm just up here just making an ass of yourself, honestly.
Exactly, and I'm not. I'm actually making an ass out of you. So Machine Lies, this is the guy like Fear Your Mother, like Destroyer, like Jack Talcott. This is another guy you're telling me is a thing.
Yeah.
Because I'm not really calling you out, Machine Lies. Before you ever said it, I knew this motherfucker wasn't a thing.
He's a thirst trap for me and my community because no one pays attention to him because he's a little.
No, your community can't stop talking about me, and yet you'll pose it like that. You guys will say, hey, Telescope, breathe, buddy. All right? Oh, yikes, wowzers, cringe. Telescope, breathe, buddy. It's going to be okay. That's all your community does. That's all you guys do from the chat. And then you say, we win.
What's this community that he's
It's Carl's community. Carl, the antediluvian fucking socialist Canadian motherfucker.
Yeah, Carl's good people. I seen Carl in the chat.
Now Carl's a piece of shit. He tries to stay in with me. He's a piece of shit.
Carl's legit. He's 100%.
Carl keeps trying to make friends with me and crawl and fucking say, act like we're cool. And as soon as I give him, and then he turns right around and goes back to meth pedo Jew bullshit. He's fucking socialist Canadian, teenage piece of shit. Carl's channel is also private because of me, because I wrecked him over South Park.
No,
so what do you want to do, Telescope?
No,
I can show them receipts, faggot.
And,
he didn't wreck me. Tell that story.
I mean, the last sexual experience you probably had was with a fucking stick up your ass, dude. That's okay. I appreciate that.
Show receipts. We're not up here. Hey, the last sexual experience you probably had was a rack that held a horse up from crushing you. See, same difference. Same legitimate. Hey, are you sure about the stick? Keep it receipts or get back to the fucking conversation. You're already exposed for your bullshit. What do you want to do? Come to Denver. If you're going to sit up here and stay on this bullshit, fly out to Denver. It's the same difference. My address is doxed. But what you're trying to accomplish here is no difference than you going, oh, you think I'm going to come to Denver and fight you? See, I'm a stand-up dude. I wear it on the sleeve. I'm about the facts and the receipts. It's why you got nothing, and it's why this is a fail. It's actually boring. You can leave anytime. I was already up here partaking in this panel. You're free to leave. I won't say run. I don't stoop to that unslaved bullshit, but you need to think of whatever you need to say that makes you feel like a man when you leave.
Are you okay? Is everything all right?
I'm fine. You're the one that's going to lay down to go to sleep, and your atheist ass is going to wonder why it's hard to get to sleep, especially with that bitch not giving you a blowjob because she can't find it. It's like a clitoris.
What? Dude, I'm not a fat fuck, dude. I'm pretty fat.
No, I said you're a little dick, micro dick fuck. I didn't say anything about that.
That's all right.
I said your girl was fat. And your penis was like that fucking Vienna sausage that you could toss down the train tunnel that is her vagina.
I assure you my fiance is not fat.
But with micro penises, you probably don't know you're fucking getting a nut before you even hit those labia lips, those bulldog jowls.
Okay, so we talk about this, like, okay, you're bringing up a lot of Freudian metaphysics.
Oh, yeah, because you got us off that subject. There ain't nothing Freudian about these snaps.
Yeah, you're talking a lot about penises. Will you tell us about yours? Since you're projecting a lot. You know, like it seems like a lot of metaphysical issues here. So let's break that down.
We already talked about mine. Why you want to go back to it? Are you interested? Because this ain't your ballpark.
How do you know your penis is large or small?
Because every girl has to make a show about it. You've never got blowjobs like Chris Strokes proportions blowjobs. You know your penis will be big because everyone says something about it every time, and they make a show about it. Oh, and also I've seen porn. Oh, also because the first 3 to 5 girls I've had sex with in my life when I was new to it, I'd have to stop and make sure that wasn't cries of pain, that was indeed cries of pleasure, because I couldn't tell the difference. Oh, and also because rarely do I get that backdoor action, and when I do, I pretty much assume that girl's probably seen some action.
So how do you know if your penis is big or small?
I just answered you. Did you turn your mic off? Are you not listening?
No. I legitimately.
It would be cringe. You call me a cringe lolcow, it would be cringe for me to repeat that shit. I think it's time for you to fucking. I think it's time for you to go. I think it's time for you to go. I'm not laughing.
Have you ever got into this? If you're atheist, where do you get your your morals from? Like Freud. Like where do you get his morals from? You know what I mean?
I can make them up myself. Like what?
Oh, one more. Whenever girls call you the N-word,
You can make them up yourself.
Yeah, we learn through social conditioning.
That's how stupid.
I mean,
these people are.
one of the greatest. one of the greatest things that happened in the.
okay, so if you make up your morals yourself, no, this is a follow-up question. It's a follow-up question. If you make up your morals yourself, how can you stop another person from invading your morals or your morality by, like, let's say a government saying you have to take a jab? How do you just say, well, my morals alone say I don't have to take a jab?
Yeah, that's a good question.
First of all, I'm not done stating my original answer.
That's right.
You've been done since you got on the girl thing and the meth thing and the rich thing. You've been done.
Go
Did you take the jab?
Go look up some CP on fucking goddamn Reddit, you fucking little cuck bitch. But
Reddit's too leftist for me, like you.
But at the same time, is human beings came together, created civilization and society. We're looking about 20 to 10,000 years ago. You have the development of human language. We learn how to make our lives easier. We create throughout the times, Hammurabi's code, which evolved into certain. Not saying there weren't countries and stuff, but you had much more prominent nations. You guys were talking about Christianity earlier. There was issues with dealing in Jerusalem with Jesus of sending him to Herod for being Jewish, because there was the Roman.
No, they sent him to him for claiming to be the Messiah.
It was a Roman organization, and they didn't want to fucking riot. That's why it happened.
So you're acknowledging his existence?
No, I'm acknowledging the story.
Yeah, he is. I think he slipped.
I'm acknowledging the story.
And also, the Bible does reference things we can historically know, like those were cities. Some of them still exist. Even that block with the what's his name? The guy. Who were the Caesars throughout the Jesus time and into the crucifixion? I can't remember. His name's on the tip of my tongue.
Pontius Pilate.
Yep, they found the fucking engraving thing of the Pontius Pilate shit in the Mesopotamia. A lot of historical reference to those things that were said to have passed.
Okay.
Did the atheist guy take the jab?
Yeah, I took multiple.
And do you think we should all have to take it against our will?
Yes.
Yeah, man, you got to go.
I'm a secular.
Well, I got that medical warning, so we're gonna stay clear of this.
So, what are your morals that you think we should have to penetrate our bodies with something we don't wish to be penetrated by?
No, I get what I get where he's going with that. You believe that there's been moral progress throughout the ages, so it led us to this age, which is the most progressive age. Is that what you believe, Telescope?
Yeah. I wouldn't argue that.
Right. So you in the progress that you mentioned, because you were talking about cavemen, the Hammurabi's code, to Rome, to the Christianity and stuff. So you included Christianity in the moral progress.
No, not exactly. I think I utilize probably. Now,
he's backpedaling.
I would say, I mean, the greatest business, right, that's ever existed, the greatest power that's ever existed is probably Catholicism, right? Like the Roman Catholic Church. One would stand in all of it. But actually,
and you don't like
during
business.
that time,
and you think business is bad.
What happens is the Dark Ages exist because religion controlled the government. You know, and you get to the Age of Enlightenment around the 1700s with Voltaire and much more Western Europe. But like, yeah, you look at, I mean, you're talking about the riches and wonders. You're talking about 1 in 5 people, and like 20% of the Earth's population is Catholic. These are the numbers you're looking at. Like, we live in America. It's much more Protestant here, but you know, globally, the Catholics kind of reign supreme.
I mean, I've
All
heard of
roads
the
lead
dark.
to Rome.
I mean, I've heard of the Dark Ages, but you know, what exactly fell off? I mean, there was the rise of the church, but like, I mean, I don't think civilization decreased in any capacity. I mean, I really don't know, you know, what to call it. I mean, what was the great period? I mean, what was the great invention in the 15th century, or what did they bring back
When the
from
printing
the
press,
time?
obviously.
Yeah, but why? Like, for example, like, why was Greece and Rome not dark, and then it became dark, and then it wasn't dark anymore? If it was progress the whole time.
I mean,
You see what I'm saying?
here, I understand what you're saying. So here, it has like a weird dual answer, right? And this is what you're finding in Islam. Is currently they're going through their own their own dark ages. And we're talking about a civilization that created algebra, that created a man literally.
That's another weird thing, because they created that during the period that you're referring to as the Dark Ages.
But they're not Judeo-Christianity.
That's weird.
They're not Judeo-Christianity ruled. Now,
actually, it's no coincidence that the Muslims discovered caffeine and then invented algebra. It all kind of is hand in hand.
I mean, a man figured out how the circumference of the Earth. They figured out the circumference of the Earth, and they also figured out the distance of the moon. The distance of the moon,
Dark Age,
and they were off, and they were only off by a few thousand miles.
Right,
and that was 2,000 years ago.
But it was still the Dark Ages.
For Judeo-Christianity controlled areas, yes.
Oh, okay, okay.
Not
Only
2,000 years ago. That'd be 1,000 years ago.
But don't you think that? But don't you think that if they didn't have a comparable civilization to the Muslim civilization, they would have been taken over by the Muslims?
They weren't. I mean, look at the distance between things. It's a hard occupation to do things. I mean, the biggest commander ever was probably Alexander the Great.
Not true.
I mean, the distance that what they ruled under that empire was pretty significant.
But you believe that happened, but you don't believe Jesus was there that they wrote about too. So how does that make any sense?
No, I believe Jesus is a collection of stories.
Yeah, no sense at all.
But those others aren't a collection of stories, and you believe them and reference them, but Jesus is now fake and just a collection of stories? That logic makes zero sense.
No, and actually there's truth for
zero
people.
sense.
I
agree.
For Jesus. There's no proof for Jesus Christ.
But there's proof of the other people you talk about.
He's the hero's tale. Yeah, there are proof of those people.
Zero sense.
No, you're making zero sense. That's the issue.
You're the only one on the panel that thinks that.
Yeah.
So what?
You're the dumb one.
I'm the dumb one because there's more of you who are like fucking morons.
So,
well, I'd like to.
So answer me this.
I'd like to answer. Well, hold on just a second. I'd like to say how everybody's right real quick because for example, Telescope said that. Well, there's no. Well, he said that you don't have to believe in that Jesus existed to use those things as historical sources. And there are people who use the Bible as a historical resource, but believe that Jesus didn't exist. They're called mythicists. There's a small fraction of people who study the Bible and history who actually hold to this view. Most scholars who study the Bible and stuff like that, they actually believe that Jesus did exist. The reason why they believe that is because there's more historical resources that point to Jesus than there are for people like Plato or Alexander the Great or any of these other figures, you know,
You're
because
wrong.
there's more
That's wrong.
references.
That's fake news. You're wrong.
So let me ask you this, Telescope.
Well, I mean, I could quote scholars who do research, like, for example, like Bar Ehrman and all of these other people that say that.
Bert, he's not gay. He has an attractive blonde girlfriend that also panels.
You know, and there's also other mythicists like Robert Price who hold the opposite view of the mythicists as I described. So there's
Now he's checking the chat.
So there's prominent scholars who hold both of those views. I'm just pointing at the scholars. You're right. Their views may be fake news. But yeah, what's your opinion on it? Telescope?
I'm wondering what your question was.
Can we all make up our own?
Well, no, you said that. Well, hold on, John Thomas. I'll let you come in a second here. But yeah, well, you said it was fake news. I just want you to explain how it's fake news, and then we'll go to John Thomas. Yeah.
Well, I believe Jesus is the hero arc, right? That you find thematically throughout like Western civilization.
So it's like an archetype. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I believe. It's a collection.
Okay.
I mean, I forget. I read some book one time. It was talking about like there's multiple different people.
Yeah,
that were around the same time, but you also can relate that to like,
Joseph Campbell. Was it Campbell?
It might have been Campbell. Yeah, and they were
Yeah,
talking
Joseph
about
Campbell
the
talks about
archetype, and it is like there are certain people at that time claimed to do certain different things that was similar to what Jesus did, and then you also have the relation to like Greek mythology, you know, like virgin birth and all these things. So like it's something thematically that went out throughout the ages. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and there are prominent astrotheologists like Joseph Campbell and Jordan Maxwell and others who hold to the mythicist viewpoint of Jesus being a archetype. But yeah, go ahead, John Thomas. You want to say something?
And there's his girlfriend, Bert.
I was wanting to get back to Neurojack's question about 30 minutes ago, but
okay.
I heard you say that you made your own morals, and Tommy, he should have to take the shots even if he doesn't want to. Now, if he was an atheist, could he just make up his own morals and say, "I've decided that's against me," or do we have to follow your morals?
John Thomas from the 3-point line.
And what is the Bible? What's the Bible say about having to get a shot to help help Because
you said it regardless.
No, the shot is to help yourself.
I'm not done speaking. I believe the story of Jesus says to feed the fucking poor. I believe the story of Jesus says you need to give health care to who are the sick.
I'm an atheist. None of that means anything.
Yeah, that might be because that's interesting perspective because he heals the sick. So it's some kind of apothecary, you know what I mean?
But the jab and the mask is for the self. You don't get a jab for other people. You get a jab for yourself. He helps those who help themselves. It's not going to help anybody else for me to get the jab. It'll help them to get the jab if they believe that. If they're going to get sick, doesn't matter if I get the jab or not. They'll get sick either way.
But the ignorant don't believe that, Tommy.
Jesus now at this point.
And this guy is ignorant. That was the best question I've ever heard John Thomas corner somebody with. I'm impressed.
Well, I mean, once we become our own God, I mean, at that point, don't we have to decide who's God Almighty if we're a bunch of atheists?
Because there is no God.
Who's we?
Well, there is.
But we're making our own morals here.
But my question is, how can I have faith? You're always like proof of this, proof of that. If there was proof, then where does faith come in?
Beliefs.
No, beliefs are like,
Stories.
no, I'm saying if you could prove Jesus outright or could prove God, then how do we have faith? You can't have faith in something you can see right in front of you.
It's called evidence, and you lack.
No, it's not called evidence. I'm sorry.
No, I know we lack in evidence. You don't understand the question, Mr. Smarter Than Us. If you did have evidence, if you could prove hands down God, and God requires faith, then how does that work? This is why I tell you, you'll never prove God, because we must have faith. He requires it, he supplies it.
No, it's not he. It's called we supply belief. We believe.
Okay.
We believe that.
You're not supplying us any belief. You're actually challenging it. You're trying to take it from us, and yet we have plenty of it, and we're standing on it. So,
no, we believe that, like, we wake up and go to our job in the morning, that we're not gonna die on the way to fucking work every day. We believe.
oh, but it could happen. It could happen.
We believe that
People die on the way to work all the day. As a matter of fact, that girl that fucking left me ghosted on a surgery table, her dad was a CEO of 5 companies. He was on his way to work in a fucking Porsche fucking convertible, parked at the same intersection. He always stops at it next to the same big old tree, and one day it fucking fell on him. Do you think he had faith that wouldn't happen?
But also the Bible says that God creates his own believers, right?
That's a crazy story. No, God gives belief. If you ask for it,
he molds man
he
out of
creates
clay.
the faith. You request faith.
No,
knock and the door shall be open. Seek and ye shall find.
No. He molds his believers out of clay.
No, that's we come from the dust, and the dust we shall return. Just like you, atheist, you will return to dust when you think you'll go nowhere and just die into the dark, warm sleep of the mother place or whatever the fuck you believe. But yeah, you're fucking up. Don't reference the Bible against us, boy. You're gonna fucking fail. You're already failing.
Am I failing? I don't think I'm.
Yeah,
failing.
you're using the Bible to disprove the Bible.
Yeah. Yes,
So how's that working out for you? Maybe go back to the metal Jew thing.
Okay, hold on, guys. Nancy wants to
Yes,
hear.
butthole wanker. I can't find his channel.
Here, hold on, guys. Let's
I'm a sub to his channel. I can't find it.
All right, hold up, Tommy. Hold up, guys. Tommy, slow down.
Maybe they unsubbed me. Well, he showed up in the chat. I don't care. Hey.
Here, all right, yeah, go ahead, Angeline, real quick.
Sorry.
Hi.
Hey.
I don't really have anything to say to any of that. I don't know what you want me to say. I just thought I'd jump on and listen
thank you.
and
Tommy's gonna go crazy
yeah, to
now.
just see a complete.
Well, Nancy, she's up here as proof that Jesse's not gay.
Oh God, help me! Whatever he is, that's not your problem anyway. But who cares?
Yeah, because sometimes people, sometimes the female listeners, it makes them feel more present. If like the lady on the panel speaks, I guess that's what this person Nancy wanted. But yeah, thank you so much for chiming in there, Angeline. But yeah, go ahead, Tommy. You were on a roll, man.
Well, no, Angeline, you aren't necessarily Christian, but you've read the Bible like 5 or 6 times. Do you have anything for Telescope, our resident challenger troll jackass?
Well, he's talking about how you can gain evidence, epistemology, and if you believe in the Bible, yeah, it would be an important question. How, what's your epistemological foundation? You know what I mean? If you understand what I'm saying, or how can you gain knowledge of what's true, in the world?
You're asking.
I was kind of asking if as a non-Christian, do you still contradict this man with your Bible reading?
I mean, I'm just asking the panel. I mean, anybody who wants to chime in, but yeah, bless you guys, man.
I'm a little lost. You're talking about how we get our morals without the Bible. Is that what you're asking?
Morals or just claims of evidence, I guess, or is faith contrary to evidence? Those were some of the questions being asked,
Well, I think faith. I think a lot of the faith we did have has led to the evidence that we do have now, because it started with faith before we discovered it. A lot of things, right?
That's right. I was talking about that earlier. I was saying how I think religion created philosophy, and philosophy created science. Well, that's kind of the worldview, because they have first you have the Greek religion, then you have the Greek philosophy, then you have the Greek science. So in other words, you have first Homer, then you have Plato, then you have Democritus. You know what I mean? So it goes in that line, and from at least in the Western tradition, and Homer believed that gods run nature. Plato believed that God's not a part of nature; he exists in a separate realm, called the good. The world of forms, and then Democritus said, well, there is no God, there's just atoms. He believed in atomism.
Adams and Eve.
Yeah, and he said there's natural laws and conventions that rule that govern the changes in the world, and the universes change. It's fundamentally, matter is fundamentally impermanent. And how does he know this? He says because it's made up of uncuttables called atoms. Anyways,
Can I point something out? I've
Yeah, of
made
course.
such an emotional scar on this dude that I know 2 of his friends or 3 of his friends were in the chat, because just in this stream I've lost 3 subscribers, and they can fucking kick rocks and don't let the door hit them on their way out. I love nights like this. I love that shit.
That's funny.
They were hate subs anyway. They were hate subscribers.
Well, don't be too mad, because sometimes they just get banned from YouTube. So it's just like,
No, just in the time when I came into this panel, I had 3 more subs. I know it was that fucking leftist crew, and they can kick rocks. I don't care.
Yeah, you don't need them anyway, dude.
Oh, I am trying to get monetized, because then that money's going to go to Denver homeless people, and I'll make videos about it, so that it's not my left hand telling the right hand what it's up to. It's the viewers seeing what their monetization is up to. But yeah, all these leftist fucking meth pedo Jew hater accusers, they can kick rocks. Telescope, you fucking bore me.
Dude, here's the problem with Telescope, and people like Telescope kind of, even though they have their opinion, they're entitled to it. I asked them, I think somebody like him, they had the same belief. If you woke up tomorrow and you had wings, would you believe in God? They wouldn't believe in God. That's the problem. They're going to think it's an illusion. No matter what God does for these people, they're not going to believe in God. They're not going to do it. That's just my opinion.
And I think God has determined, if you're gonna believe in him, if you're gonna make that change, it won't be like, oh, he was gonna believe tomorrow, but he died in this accident. I think you're gonna have the time to do it if you're gonna do it. And if you're not, you're just an agent of the Matrix. You're probably lost, fallen, Nephilim fodder, You help play out that plan. We have the free will in the plan, and then you help play that out. You're going to be hunting me one day, Telescope, when your world leader calls for open season on the believers and wages war against the saints and prevails. I'll probably be young enough that you'll be hunting me with your mark, your transhumanist mark.
I'm not trying to turn you away.
Just my belief.
I'm not trying to turn you away or insult you. I'm just saying, every time I have the argument with atheists, it always comes back to the same thing. There's going to be a need for a dictator.
Yeah, I'll let you finish, but I'm not even sure if Telescope is there, because a lot of you are talking at Telescope, but I don't even know if Telescope is
Oh, he
there.
doesn't deserve any respect at this point.
But yeah, go ahead.
You see how much I had to get through to get back to this conversation?
Yeah, I think Tommy knocked him out, so he's out for the night.
Yeah, don't 420 if you got that. I'm sick of people 420 and they can't keep up with me. They can't keep focused. Then they just say, oh, he's on meth because I'm high and I can't keep up. He must be on meth.
You were saying
Tommy, you're vicious, bro. Tommy, you are vicious, man. You are vicious. I just met you today, and I'm like, damn, this dude is vicious. Jesus.
And I was restrained. I like to stay on Chaotic Truth's good side. I don't want to fuck up that visitation rights.
Mm-hmm.
He has let me get a little squirrely there, though. I gotta look for the.
Yeah, but it was with Be Brave, so he's gonna give you grace for that. I'm telling you, Machine, if you get Be Brave over here, bro, you have these kind of discussions. The only problem is Be Brave. I don't know what time zone he's in. He's very secretive, but that motherfucker though, he's also an old man. He's an elderly man, so he probably can't be up very late. But if you had him over here, you guys would be able
Who's
to
the
go
guy
on
that
for 5
always
hours
tells
easy.
other? Who's the guy at Chaotic Truth? He always tells other black guys, that's why you hate yourself. That's why you don't like yourself. I can't remember
Oh, that's
what
King
his name
Shenard.
is.
King Shenard is
Yeah.
hilarious, bro. He's made me.
He
He's made me
always
rage
resorts to
quit
that. That's why
sometimes.
you don't like yourself.
He'd be like, you a tap dancer, and you hate
Yeah, the tap
yourself.
dance.
Oh, tap
He
dancing.
tap
It's so
dancing. He
simple.
tap dancing.
Yeah, the
Yep.
tap
That
dancing
motherfucker
thing
is
is funny
hilarious.
because
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
But
man.
that's such a funny joke because those guys like like Savion Glover, they do kind of look funny. I mean, but yeah, that's such a funny joke that they're trying to entertain the white people. Is that the joke that they're trying to entertain?
No, he's actually trying to troll his fellow black people when he says, "Oh, that's why you hate yourself." No, he's tap dancing. He's tap dancing.
Yeah,
That's why
tap
you hate
dance.
yourself.
Yeah,
I-
tap
Yep.
dance. Yeah, that's funny.
I do believe the one thing he says that he trades in spy because he always talks about that anytime I'm able to talk with him in the YouTube streets. I just don't believe that he's a millionaire. That's the only thing I
Yeah,
don't believe.
spy
In.
is very tradable because it's like it's the spy. It's always fluctuating because it's most of
Yeah, because we
that
can't all
end
be
of the
millionaires
market.
on here. We can't
I'm
all
not
be
even a
millionaires.
millionaire.
We
I
can't all
never
be
said I was a
YouTube.
millionaire, but
No, I'm not talking about you.
yeah.
I'm not talking about you.
No, they accuse they
I'm
go,
saying what
"Yeah,
he
he says
says.
he's a millionaire." Yeah.
But that's what he does say that though. He
Now
says
that
he owns a
event we
property
talked about on that show today, I will probably be like faint when I see the number, but like I was trying to tell Telescope, I gotta eventually get through it. It's gonna not be my safety net. I still have to stay strong in my faith. I'm up for that challenge. It's better than when I was fucking in an RV,
Right.
fed up to the line. But yeah, for
He does
Telescope
say
who
though
doesn't
that
believe,
King Shenard does consistently say that he's a millionaire. He says that he's had properties in Manhattan. That he has properties in Boston. He says he has 2 properties in Boston actually. Each of the houses are nearly $1 million a piece, and that he owns a Porsche, and that he
yeah,
owns an
it's very
Audi.
possible.
So I mean, like I said, that's why I was making the comment about him. Like everybody can't be a millionaire on YouTube. We all can't be
No, you
all
need
can't be
burger
6-figure
flippers
earners.
until AI robots and all that. And then that's why they got to get rid of people. They're like, well, if we're going to have all this abundance and automation, we can't have all these plebs getting down on it. So they want you to take a jabby jab and maybe get rid of a third of us by.
Bro, like even if I was a millionaire, I'll keep it real with you. Even if I was a millionaire, I would not stop shopping at places like Costco. I'm like,
No,
what?
that's
Like,
why they question me. That's why Telescope and his people come at me. They're like, why you still live in a barrio? Because community and because there's some things going on that I need to live close to. And whenever I do have the means, I want to move down to my land. But then they're like, why do you this? Why do you that? I'm like, because that's how I live. And it doesn't change. Like Redman, that rapper, Redman, he got rich and bought the same apartment he lived in. And he bought his mom a house and then bought the apartment building that he lived in, that same ghetto apartment building. It's like, that's me. I don't care, man. I don't fucking care. I just like the peace of mind of knowing that fucking number is there when they come for number reasons. Like, there, take
But
the
Tommy,
money.
you're
Take
lying
it.
to yourself. Now you're lying to yourself because if you made money and you're a millionaire, I
I'm
wouldn't
not a
live in a
millionaire
place where
yet.
it's going to be. Hold on, I wouldn't live in a place where it's going to be dangerous for me and my family. You're in a place where actually it's not that safe. So I don't get that either.
Because I've always lived in places that aren't that safe, so I don't feel like it's not safe. And when you look
Well,
at the
it's not
news,
about
Tarek,
fear.
when you look at the news, Tarek, tell me where you can go and there's no chance that somebody's gonna pop off.
Yeah, there's no chance of anything. I don't care where you live. That makes sense. But I'm saying you can go somewhere where it's a little safer that you're not in a place where you're going to get robbed every day. Because if you have money, for example.
I don't get robbed. I'm a
okay,
skinny
so
white boy that walks. I'm a skinny white boy that walks through this Denver ghetto with my head up. Nobody challenges me.
All right, I mean, if that's the case and you're comfortable, I guess you're entitled to your own thing. So.
And then the people that the community I do have, like the barrio I go shopping at, he knows that if I ever come in and he doesn't make eye contact and say hi, I know something's going down because he knows I'm probably wearing a vest, probably have that piece. So we already have it predisposed. Hey, if I ever come in, you don't look right at me and say hi, I'm going to kind of look around and see if something's up. Or if he treats me a certain way that's not regular, I'll know that to start scanning people's eyes, their demeanor and shit, because shit does go down around here. You saw the cop fucking night, the fucking Illuminati, conspiranotti trailer. That was right outside my window. I'm actually mad at my neighbor somewhere nearby that keeps popping off shots late at night because it's desensitizing me to shit might be popping off. like, oh, that's just that guy firing off in his backyard down like a couple blocks away. But it's desensitizing me to when it's going to be like, oh, that is stuff going down.
Popping off shots.
Yeah. I wish I didn't have to pay for the range and I could just step outside and like do a mag a night or something.
Do a ragonite?
A mag, like
A
magazine.
a mag. But
Oh,
you can't, Tom, because
magonite.
the bullets fall
Oh, I see
down.
what you
Oh,
mean.
magonite.
I thought you said
Everyone knows magonite is the best night. Magonite is the best night for popping off rounds. Everybody knows.
What?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
Guys, you and expect any time for us possibly to lose internet. You keep hearing all these reports. Hey, the solar storms, solar flares could knock out our internet for
They
months.
say
That's
that
an
shit
excuse.
since 2001.
No, that they're making the news so that if you do lose internet, you'll just go, oh, it's probably that, and not just a switch flip.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a plan.
Yep, I'm just saying it's a possibility, and if you find yourself internetless, you'll remember me. Just like today's panel of chaotic truth people, if this money thing goes down anywhere remotely like I think, they'd be like, that little meth head was right. That fucking
ain't shit
tweaker
gonna
that came on the
happen.
panel.
And if it does, I'm gonna be drinking juice, fucking eating berries, and just fucking smoking weed. It's not even gonna be a
Oh,
problem.
we are going cashless in our lifetime. It will be the most economic, the biggest historic economical
Yeah, you
change
say that a lot.
in our history.
Cashless. You say cashless society. You said that like a million times.
Yeah, the crypto, okay, the CBDC crypto thing is going to get instated, I'd say, between tomorrow and the next 3-ish years at the latest. But then cash, getting rid of cash, that'll come like at a pace where people won't feel sketchy about it. But there's already stores on both coasts, major stores, where if you try and pay cash, they'll go, oh, there's a machine right back there. You're going to put your cash in that, get a Visa card. We'll swipe that Visa card up here at the register. That's already happening.
So it's just all gonna be credit, is what you're saying?
It's all going to be this blockchain traceable, see every transaction that happened. And there he goes, people. Didn't even have the balls to say something. I doubt it was a technical issue. Fuck that guy.
Telescope's gone. Well,
I'm not going to say the R word. I'm not
I
going to
think
say
what
it.
it was he just walked away, and then
He needs to. He needs to walk away cucked like a little bitch because he only came up here to fucking start shit.
Nah, he just noticed like his phone was still on, and he left that.
He
shit
just
in the
noticed
back.
he ain't shit, is what it was.
Yeah.
Peace
That
to
was
you,
a bitch
Machine
move.
Lies. You noticed he ain't shit. Like Jesse
Yeah, I
and his girl aren't even Christians. They don't necessarily believe in shit. They're still not backing him up because they saw what kind of guy he was.
Well, we're not atheists, so.
I didn't accuse, but I'm saying you guys talk like you're not necessarily Christian, and he was coming at the Christian guy, and you guys didn't even back him. And who is this Black Putin up here? Is that a Jay? Is Jay the Black Putin? Is that supposed to be Black Putin? Are you Putin me on?
Black Putin.
You Putin me on right now? Is that supposed to be Black Putin?
Black Putin. That's funny, man.
Like the white Obama picture disturbs me, or whatever. I think it's Jeebus Crisp has like a white Obama pic or something.
That's interesting. Yeah, it does look like a black guy with that kind of looks like.
Oh, that's definitely Black Putin. Yeah, that's Black Putin, bro. I'm a Photoshopper. That's definitely Black Putin. I was gonna do a video called "Does he really want my heart, or is he just Putin me on?" And it's gonna be like me bitching about Putin. And then there's this headline I saw where it's like Vladimir Putin says that Klaus Schwab's days are numbered. And then I was immediately gonna make me and Putin the girls on the "Not Gonna Get Us" tattoo video, like put me and Putin in as the "Not Gonna Get Us." But that was gonna be us off to like assassinate Klaus Schwab. I still might make it, but I got a lot on my plate.
Yeah, Klaus Schwab is part of the cashless thing, isn't he?
No, he's part of BRICS. He accuses us of wanting to take us into the cashless. He accuses us of the trans kids, and he's not wrong. But he's telling Russia, like, it's the West, they want to make your kids trans and want to mutilate their genitals and stuff. I'm like, he's not wrong, but we kind of don't want that either, some of us.
Who's us?
Us is in the West, America, or the portion of America that doesn't want what Putin says we're doing, which, yes, we are initiating that. Not all of us want it, But if you want to play that link I put in the back long ago, it's 8 minutes. I don't promote everything on this anonymous channel, but this one's pretty good. It runs down what Neuro was asking about with like the 3 Abrahamic religions, how they're trying to set it up to like be the reason we want to get rid of all 3 of them. And it goes into some Knights Templar and how they actually started and invented the banking system. It has some interesting stuff in it.
Oh shit. We're going down the rabbit hole.
It's a pretty good video but like I said, I don't promote every video of this channel, but this one has some good points. And even I was triggered. I was like, nope, still a Christian, still a Jesus guy. But it does propose it in a way that there's still some people that don't have to be dogmatic through these 3 Abrahamic religions. But it tells about how they are doing the Zionist agenda with them. And it's got the voice that sounds like this. Some of them use an AI voice, but this one has the guy when it sounds like this, and I like those more. I like the one with the guy that talks like this.
Tommy, were you saying that you like are Christian, but you don't fully believe the Bible? Like, I would love to understand more of what you believe,
Right.
or how you came to your beliefs.
I'm a Christian. I try and walk the narrow Jesus path. I claim to be chosen. That's not a pride or a thing. It's actually you get shit on more by God if you're chosen. But I don't buy in. I don't know how to wrap my head around the Noah's Ark story because my science says there's kangaroos and koalas in Australia and nowhere else. I just don't have any explanation for that. There's animals in every country that's its own continent that you'd have to swim to or boat to that has animals that's not anywhere else. I don't know how the Noah's Ark thing works out. But that doesn't take my faith away. I'm just like, there's Gilgamesh Ark, Bible Ark, various arcs.
How did you come to your faith? Were you raised in it?
I've been raised Christian, always been Christian. I've been challenged, I've faltered. Because if you're raised Christian, you're not going to have that time that you get saved and become a changed person and see that change. All the worst things I've done in my life, I did as a Christian. And I was kind of starting to say, I think I'm becoming agnostic. And then when all of my information started seeing cashless society on the way, which was before I was ever on these panels. It was before I was ever rich. It was while I was homeless. I was still kind of like, I think I'm becoming agnostic. But then in the rich life, you have to stay on top of economic money stuff. And as I saw this cashless thing coming, I was like, oh, I'm definitely still Christian. I'm definitely still Christian.
Tell the truth, Tommy. You want to be a Muslim, but they kicked you out of the mosque.
No, actually, I'd always had a less than enthusiastic view of Muslims, but this video is going to explain why. And it was Machine Lies starting to talk this like Jesus will be back. Right, but Machine Lies like lightened me up about Muslims, and then this video is like, oh, so that's why we're all at each other's throats, or we're at each other's throats. If he's gonna play it, I thought he sounded like he was gonna play it.
All right, then.
I mean, you said something that tied into what Neurojack was trying to get to just then.
What's that?
That your faith was waning until you seen fulfillment of prophecy.
It was kind of like my born again, like to have that event of like, oh shit, wait, no, I do believe, I'm all in. Yeah.
But could that be your fear of what I've been saying, that none of that stuff has to happen?
No, I always believed it would. I think that if it didn't happen in my lifetime, I might have died an agnostic or something and ended up, I don't know how it would have worked, but I think there is the God plan. And not only did I get my faith back, then I transitioned. At the time, I didn't know, like all the homeless and everything and everybody abandoning me. Like it wasn't just my girl that left me on the surgery table. My best friend roommate from college fucking abandoned me. Everybody close to me, even my landlord was like, yeah, you're a month behind. My landlord was a Christian that was in a wheelchair. He watched me go through that rent. And when I was like a month and a half behind on rent, they said, that's it, you're out of here. So I think that was all the separation, my separation to be the not prideful chosen thing. It's not an advantage. It's not a great thing to be. I'm paranoid is followed up with all that because that Nachikita, that Gaijin, like you're not a big bad badass for being chosen. It's like you take more shit, you go through more ringers, you go through more grinder to be to fulfill whatever you're going to fulfill. But yeah, I didn't even know about chosen shit until I'm well into my separation, and this panel verse was like the slowly re-putting me back in society. It's crazy.
I believe Christ's words, and he said there were some things that what he said would never pass away, but it wasn't so detailed as to tell me everything. You know what I mean? He only said that children would betray their parents in the end. There'd be rumors of wars, things like that. That there would be a deception coming that would fool even the elect.
Yep.
I mean, it was always very vague what he said would have to happen. But
no, it's not Vegas. Some of that stuff is too specific.
You have to flip over to Revelation for the real specific stuff, though, don't you?
Yeah.
The temple and that stuff he never actually said.
What do you mean he? I missed. You might have been roboting or something.
We're talking about Christ, in the Gospels.
Right. The Revelation was that was Paul or Peter. I forget who wrote Revelations.
It was John, supposedly, and the entity that introduces himself at the beginning of that book says, "I'm the son of David," and Christ specifically asked.
You mean at the beginning of Revelations?
Yes.
All right, go on.
And Christ specifically asked them once when he asked them, "Whose son is the Son of Man?" And everybody kept telling him David. And he asked them, "How can he be David's son?" And also Peter one time. Now they kept addressing him as son of David.
But what is it? I know you. This is. I'm not saying this offensively. This is your loop, and I still don't get where you're going with it. Whenever you go through this thing.
What I'm saying is, if Christ is my master, and like when he asked Peter, he said, "Who do you say I am?" And Peter said, "You're the Christ, the Son of the living God." And then he said, "Blessed are you, Peter, because men didn't reveal this to you, but God." Well, we get all that son of David stuff from men. You know what I mean? And he's not the son of a dead guy.
Written by men.
Well, Peter didn't know.
The whole Bible was written by men, and like I told that jerk off that rolled out without saying a word, your faith is not comprised of just reading that book. Like, you have to pray. You have to have a relationship. You have to be interacting, asking of things, seeing. Like, it's a whole process
Peter
for each individual.
Tommy. Peter didn't read any of that. He was fishing. He wasn't a Pharisee.
Peter walked with Jesus. Peter was the one that had a problem with drawing swords too fast. I think Peter was the one that took that guard's ear off, if I remember right.
But he came to the realization he was the son of the living God and not a dead guy without books or schooling. Is my point.
And that's what you'd answer to people that, what about tribal people that don't have the Bible? Yeah, is your heart hardened to, like, do you have that heart of Jesus? Are you filled with the Holy Spirit without knowing that book?
Well, my point was this.
Kind of like the Christ consciousness?
I don't like to use that word because of types like Jack Talcott, but maybe.
And everything that you said, Tommy, about having a relationship and praying and asking for things, Angeline and I, exactly that describes us, that part of it. But you're easy to cast judgment because we don't call ourselves a Christian.
No,
and you never actually asked what we believed in, but you already casted a judgment.
No, I haven't really judged you guys. I'm just gathering off of whenever you say you read the Bible like 6 times, and you guys kind of have that flow state stance a lot of the time, but I don't really judge anybody. Even the stuff where people say I'm full of hate. I'm like, guys, we're playing panel games, and maybe I do use mean words, but did you see the guy I just ran out of here? Like, that's what I'm used to going up against. But I've always shared your thing, Jesse. Like, I've heard you say you've never had a problem with me, and you dig me, and I've always felt the same about you guys. Maybe I don't remember a time we got a little challengey on Jack or something, but Jack takes me there. He takes me there. He
And I don't know if you know this, but 30 years ago I was born again, right? Christ lives in my heart everywhere I go. He's always beside me. I just don't believe, I think Christ came here to abolish religion, and I think Christianity is like a religion. People have made it like a religion. And so I don't call myself a Christian because I believe that we're all one. It's exact opposite. And what Christianity has done, it does, for a lot of people, the exact opposite of what Christ came here to do. So I think it's very inverted.
This is what the discernment is for. Like, I don't know which panel I was on when I was like, look, guys, I'm here to point out the difference between science and the cult of science. And they keep talking about the opposite one compared to what they meant. And I was like, guys, this is why I'm here. That's not science. That's the leftist cult. This part is science. And I'd have to keep getting them on track. In Christianity versus Zionism versus fake Christians, I also used to not call myself Christian and say I walk that Jesus path. And for the most part, I agree with you. But yeah, I think the bad thing you're thinking about is the proud lover of self church that's instating as we speak, the Zionism, compared to what that narrow path is that I'm on, that even some Christians that are going to heaven still aren't on this alleged chosen path. And I don't even like the word chosen because too much of Hollywood has used it as some kind of the golden child thing. And it just is. They need like a better word for like, no, we wear burlap, we get shit on.
But I look at all religion. I look at all religion as dividing, right? That's why I don't. And Christianity I see as just another religion that divides us. And I think that that's one of the big problems, is that everybody feels that they're right and they're all divided in their beliefs. And I think that if everybody just seen everybody for who they are, that Christ is in everyone's heart, whether they admit it, believe it or not.
No.
But this is the way. This is my beliefs, right?
I know you believe it. Is what I'm saying is I don't believe Christ is in everyone's heart. I do believe that motherfucker that left thinks we should all penetrate ourselves with some mystery chemical against our will. And I'm ready for the world to hate me for my faith and to hunt me if I live that long. But what you're saying, it's all pushing back to click that link, Machine Lies. Let's roll this thing. It's only 8 minutes, and if you're not feeling it, you can cut it off at any time. But everything everyone's saying is pointing toward what this video will sum up for us, and we can discuss.
But when I say Christ is in everybody's heart, until they choose to, go to the dark side, to choose to go away from it. Every baby is born with Christ imprinted in it, right? And that's, I see every baby. I've never seen a baby that wasn't precious and pure, just like the Christ.
Yeah, as a baby, but as soon as the same way you'll be an adolescent to puberty and stuff, you can see that baby is sweet, but it's going to grow up and be a little asshole if you don't do something about it. Like if you send it off to the government state system of orphans, it's going to be a little asshole, and justifiably. But I mean, you also have to put effort in them. It's like Jordan Peterson says, don't let your kid become something you can't stand. That's on you. You have to raise your kid to be something you can tolerate. I do believe we're born in a similar position, but me and Jesse are getting into the intellectual. It takes. We gotta get our words worked out. We have to bounce back and forth, because I want to talk to Jesse one day on his. He had a time that he was street slugger type, and I've had my school of hard knocks. Totally, all religion aside, I want to talk to him like that. And we'll still have our word trade to and make sure we're finding the same ideas here as we narrow it down. But I think it's God or Christ or whatever the Muslims would have, whatever their interpretation would be. I think it's Jesus that makes our heart that way, and like you're asking to help see that and be that way, because God knows. My challenge is like when I told Snafu and Mitchell that I prayed for him, that's a hard thing for me to do. It's like, can I honestly be true and real when I'm saying, man, help them work out whatever the fuck their problem is? And it's not even to get them to quit coming at me on pedo meth shit. It's like they obviously have problems. And even that night here on Machine Lies, when I'm telling everybody, shut up, quit making me out to be the problem. I'm trying to find out if Mitchell's got an issue we can help him with. Because he was calling me to meet him on Colfax. That's a bang bang street. And he's talking that, he's going to shoot me because he fears for his life. I'm like, this kid is troubled. I live down in my car with my dog. I want to find out if this kid has something we're not hearing. We're going to let him go off and like hurt himself or hurt somebody. and nobody would let me get to that, you know? So, like I was saying, like it's hard for me to actually honestly pray for snafu because I'd like to end snafu myself. My worldly side would like to end snafu myself. That would be my pleasure as like a
Snafu's never been here on this panel before.
and with good cause. He better never show up.
He's never once appeared on the panel, but he has appeared in the chat. You know.
Are you talking about me, a Dolly Duh? Whatever the fuck your name is, you Celtic bitch.
Oh yeah,
I haven't been seeing all of them, but the ones I catch, I'm like, is he talking about me? Yeah, kick rocks, a Dolly.
Tommy, when you say that you would end snafu yourself, how does that work with "thou shalt not kill" and some of the teachings that are in the Bible?
Well, I'd like to think. No, he doesn't got me. I'm going to reply. I'd like to think if he was really here in front of me, I wouldn't end him. He gets me so fired up with this. Like if you saw him on OTW just the other day saying, I'm definitely on meth, I'm definitely a pedo. And then I got him in a video for a clip where he's like, oh, he's associated to all kinds of pogo pedos that we get put away and he's a bad person, blah, blah, blah. I'd like to think I wouldn't just shoot him outright. But when he gets me fired up, I say, Snafu, you have no reason to be in Denver. If you ever just surprised me with your presence in Denver, I'd probably draw on you right there and bow, bow, bow just for saying that I'm a pedo all over the internet. But how does God, with God's thou shalt not kill, how do you associate that to David's a man after God's own heart? And he's killed a lot of people, including that Nephilim, that uncircumcised.
That's a lie.
Philistine.
Christ said, woe to you, scribes. David is not a man after God's own heart.
Yeah, he is.
That's what caused Telescope to be an atheist, stuff just like that.
David is a God after man's own heart. Because when David was 15, stepping up in front of the army, rushing to get ahead of them toward that uncircumcised Philistine, he wasn't talking David this, David that. He was talking for the Lord, using the context in his word. Yeah, he did. This is how I tell you. This is how I tell you you got the wrong kind of Bible study going.
No. First thing David asked is what will be done for the man. That's not a shepherd, Tommy. That's not someone that says, hey, let me get him for you. He's saying for me.
We'd have to review that whole story, and we're not going to do that. I want to see if Machine Lies will play this video before we get back into John Thomas's weeds.
Before he saved the kids.
I let you come on panel. I let you come to my panel to get into this.
I feel this comment by Benton, but I have my own, like, I don't know how many people hate me more. I think people hate me more than Tommy. I get my own set of haters. So yeah, I'm feeling lonely out here. They haven't made a hate video about me in a minute, but yeah, man.
That's because I ran your hater off because he knows as soon as he comes back.
My own haters are great for my ratings as well.
Right, and when your hater comes back, I'm gonna start finishing that video of how he used a puppet to say he gave a kid up for adoption. And I want to know why he's ashamed of that, except for denying that it was him. And then I called him and was like, yeah, it was you. I think that's the only thing to be ashamed of.
But Tommy's haters are welcome as well. I'm pretty sure Tommy can,
This is one of the last places I can go at him. Yeah, they're welcome. But with Telescope, I didn't appreciate that he was interrupting the conversation to get back on this meth pedo Jew shit.
Oh, wait, hold on. Jesse was trying to come in there.
I was just wondering if you guys think that maybe all atheists are kind of gotten the jab and stuff. They kind of think that kind of view, or do you think there might be like everything, the exceptions that some obviously were smarter, but it was just interesting how he had that belief and then he was so proud of getting, the demon juice, I call it.
They had a slogan with science in it. I forget what it was. It was.
And can I say something to Benton real quick?
Oh yeah. Trust the science. Yeah, they actually said trust the science. So I think like that had atheistic tones in my opinion, where they're just like
that was trust the science, which was the Fauci cult science. It wasn't the true science. Because if you want to talk real science, that wasn't a V word. That serial number thing that they gave out, that wasn't a V word. It wasn't the same classification.
And they only wanted to test the science out on the Goyim.
Yeah, because it's an actual modification to your DNA, and it is the basis. It is the basis for the technology we will use to long for death, and death will not come.
Yeah, because it's animals, then Goyim, then Jews. That's the hierarchy. So you got to test it on the Goyim first. Well, first you got to test it on the animals, and then the Goyim, and then.
Oh, Goy!
So you got to proceed.
If we're gonna, I'm just saying. I'm just getting back right now. Yes, I was Black Putin. Apologies for that. I'm not, prettier.
No,
But
we knew it was you.
yes, but yeah. If we're gonna keep this conversation going, we might as well just keep it 100. If we're
We
gonna,
will. I
at
just
this,
wanted to tell Benton that Benton lost 3
I
subs just in my stance on this
yeah,
panel. I'm loving it.
because we were talking about jabs. So I was like, well, I mean, if we're already in the jabs conversation, we might as well go on to who's causing the jabs to be distributed as much as they were, and for what reason.
I can tell you one thing. I've interviewed 60 doctors that are kind of against the thing, and one of the doctors, Kevin McCairn, who lives in Japan.
Oh, I know him. I know
he-
him. Actually, I have him added on the Discord thing. Yeah, actually, I should invite him to the Discord. To the Machine Lines Discord. Yeah. That'd be cool. But
So
yeah,
he was
yeah,
talking about whether or not you believe in the
You got your own
virus,
channel on Discord?
whether you believe that
Sorry,
there's an actual, virus that's going on. Some people believe and some people don't. They spend these billions of dollars creating something, a weapon. Something has made people really sick, whether it's, the towers or whatever it is. But from the studies and the scientific point he was talking about, that this thing doesn't affect the Ashkenazis, Japanese, and, some other. They're saying that they're building in these genes to make it not affect them as harshly. So they're testing that out, so that way when they do release or spread something or possibly spray something, that they're not going to affect their own people like everybody else is going to be affected.
No, they can already do that. They can already do that.
I still have an article from the Journal of American Medical Association. Because my dad is a doctor, and I've seen some of these Journal of American Medical Association magazines come in, and it said, and one of the articles said, straight to consumer genetic testing, and I was like, what is this?
That's
so I opened it up.
Go ahead.
I opened it up, and it said that that it was a test that they were administering from 23andMe, and they were testing for a gene that's responsible for causing breast cancer in women of Ashkenazi Jewish descent. And I was like, whoa, that's interesting. It's like they're testing for the specific gene that affects the specific specific race of people, even. So it's interesting that they can perfect pharmacogenomics to that level, and even test them on certain populations, exactly how Jesse was saying, so that's fascinating stuff. And of course it ties into the CRISPR type of technology too, because but yeah, I don't want to get too much into that topic. You guys already know the channel banned out here.
I can tell you who's doing it, Brother Jay. It's the people with a mindset that believes certain things have to happen. There's no getting around.
Will happen.
It's like dispensationalism. It's like
it's not just one group.
Dispensationalist.
You don't think it's the top? You don't think it's the top 0.03%?
So listen, man, there was an illness. This is why the China thing happened. We proved that was designed in that lab that had both that country and our country generals chilling. Yes, because Fauci, man, I can't say all these words, but we know that it was planned to.
It's like they said they said first that they didn't make it in the lab, and then they came out and said they made it in the lab, and I'm like, y'all already lied about this one time.
Listen, it was the process. What's the process called of beefing up the virus that they kept talking about in Congress and stuff?
Directed evolution.
Gain of function.
Yeah, gain of function. That was actually going on. That goes on in this country. That goes on in this country for much worse things.
But the
So
story
it's.
but the story is that they have to do it because they got to get ahead of they got to make the disease in the lab before it comes through. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the story is everyone should have to get a jab too. We know that's bullshit.
That's it. That's it. We're not talking about this anymore. It's over. Okay, go.
All right, so you want to play the video?
Yeah, for sure. I'll play the video.
All right.
Let's go do that because I already said that like 3 times and y'all ain't even move off the subject. But yeah,
Angelina,
we'll go to my channel. We'll go to my channel where we can
Wait,
say
hold on.
the
Wait,
stuff.
hold on. Jesse's trying to talk to his wife, Holmes, like, or
I was
his
just saying,
girlfriend. I mean. Yeah, go ahead.
Angeline, I love you. Thanks for coming up and hanging out. It's always nice to spend more time with you, even though we're in a different city right now.
I'll get a room.
Love you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Because
No,
me and
you
my
hang
wife
up first. No,
Here,
you
hold on,
hang up first.
dude. Here, hold on, bro. Me and my wife are in a different city too, and that was refreshing to hear. Bless you guys, man. But yeah, go ahead, Tommy, man.
No, all my shit to say was what we aren't talking about anymore.
Okay, yeah, but that's what I mean.
And then to patronize them, I was just gonna say, no, you hang up first. No, you hang up first.
Oh,
Do you guys ever do that? Did you guys ever do that when you
Herding
first
us
met?
like sheep is
Maybe.
only able to maintain its power by staying invisible. The most effective way of maintaining invisibility is and always has been the art of dividing the masses. This psychological operation.
Wait, this is so sketch. It literally says anonymous official. How could you be the official page of an anarchist
I
organization?
said it's not always winners. Just sometimes I find a video on it, and there's a lot of anonymous channels. So yeah, somebody,
so it's gotta be
anybody.
fake as hell.
No, there is no real anonymous. Don't you get it?
Yeah, no shit. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, to be found out is what makes you not anonymous anymore. Any of us can be anonymous if you just go do stuff. If you do
Like
hacky things.
what I'm trying to say. Like, how could you be? Like, how could this be the real?
Yeah, it's like sovereign citizen, right? Don't let it distract from the video.
It's an oxymoron. Exactly. Yeah.
Known as divide and conquer, has been deployed for all of recorded history because it works, especially with organized religion, which is ruled by dogma rather than a personal relationship with God. Dogma is a belief doctrine dictated by a church, and if you are born into a dogmatic family, then you are raised to believe their dogma. As a result, you will see all conflicting religious dogma as evil. You will be divided and conquered. The main religions used to divide and conquer mankind are the three Abrahamic religions. Judaic dogma teaches the Jew that they are a member of the chosen race destined to rule over everyone else as a teacher of God's law. Islamic dogma teaches that all of
It even
mankind
feels weird
must
when he says
somehow
Jew.
submit to Islam. And while there are reportedly 40,000 different denominations of Christianity, most Christian dogma teaches that Christians will live in paradise for eternity while everyone else burns in hell. Many people raised in these religions have been able to personally connect with God and liberate themselves from the device of dogma. But many others are stuck in group mind think. They conflate Holy Scripture and a priest class with God and put their faith in a doctrine written by man. It has become the most powerful form of mind control. And so whoever controls the Holy Land controls the world. In Revelation 2:9 of the King James Bible, it warns of the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. We are beginning to see this today with the Zionists, who say they are Jews and are not. With the help of the United Nations, the British Crown, the Vatican, the Nazis, and the Rothschild banking dynasty, the land formerly known as Palestine was conquered with bloodshed, lies, and bureaucracy. The Zionists, who claimed to be secular, declared the land to be Israel, home of the Jews, and successfully thrust the once thriving Middle East back into the Middle Ages. The relatively peaceful region was soon transformed into an unending war zone. Decades of U.S. war crimes radicalized many of the Muslim population into becoming. The creation of the State of Israel in 1948.
Oh shit! They just pointed something out that this video is by Alex Jones, producer.
It sounded like it.
Yes, it's his exact same voice. But yeah, that's interesting. That's also an interesting fact.
And we're not that's the problem. We all of these religions have the same dogma that will never be divided, and that is whoever controls the interpretation and the canonization of prophecy, that's who's controlling the world. That's the one dogma that will never be broken.
Do you believe that if your God says, "Seek and ye shall find, knock and the door shall be open," that it's some world government that's giving me those answers?
Yeah,
It doesn't matter who made this video. You know, everything that they said, I'm totally in agreement with everything so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
If
is Alex,
Hitler says the sky is blue, he's right.
This is Alex Jones' producer. He makes a lot of videos like this. I recognize the voice. That's why I jumped on.
Well, I think what he said, there's nothing wrong with what he said, but what the source is very, very fascinating, because doesn't Alex Jones always say he's a Christian? So it's very interesting.
Well, recently Alex Jones has very heavily hinted that he is extremely skeptical of what Israel is doing, and
Exactly.
whether Christians should basically have anything to fucking do with.
Really?
Well,
Yeah,
I also heard Alex Jones say that they should go and demolish the mall. So, you know, depending on, I guess, where you hear or what time you hear. But again, people think that he's a CIA plant anyways. But not to discredit that they do come with good, real information as well.
But in Christianity, we believe that the Israel is going to F up, and that they'll deny until they come around to the Jesus thing. It's like part of the prophecy.
The Jews actually want to be attacked, Tommy. That's to fulfill the prophecy.
Israel is not Jews.
Alex's job is one day to dish all the dirt out on the Zionist state that the Jews that he works for have told him to.
Well, on this topic, we can continue to watch the video too, but I would say on this topic, this is where I am very curious, because I do think that that they are doing a dual script where, in the one hand, they, like you said, there seems to be this draw to be
Great
attacked.
delusion.
On the other hand, you see that they're kind of spinning that narrative into something else, and that's why I say my take is Zionism is a cover for a much larger agenda. That's my opinion.
Hey, I want to get in on
This is
Alex
covering
Jones
it.
real quick before we move on, if that's all right. I listened to Alex every day for years on his RSS feed. He had a podcast RSS feed. I listened to the audio 5 days a week for literally years, and I once heard him basically say he heavily implied that he himself is a devil worshiper. I went back and tried to get the audio later. It wasn't there. I never could.
Yeah,
find
me
it.
too. Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, I've noticed the same thing, and I think that he has certainly hinted that he could be what we would call Luciferian.
Well, and I want to say, sorry to cut you off. I want to say this, that, according to Christianity, my understanding of Christianity, there's only one, unforgivable or one sin that a person can never come back from. And that's blasphemy in the Holy Spirit. I would assume that most likely he's done that, although I have no way of knowing that. And the fact is, I'm a big fan of the writings of Thomas Merton, the Trappist monk. And he basically said, I think it was him that said this. It could have been somebody else. Sometimes I forget, but it was basically the devil has no trouble preaching the gospel as long as he can preach it in his own way. And that's when I hear Alex preaching, that's the feeling I get. But those are all my opinions, folks. But I probably listen to Alex more than just about anybody. So I just wanted to jump in on that. And I got stuff to work on. Appreciate you, Machine Lies. I'll be listening. I'll probably be back here in a bit.
What time you going live?
It might be posted on his I'm on his live streams on his channel. Let's go look that up. But yeah, go ahead, Jay. You've been trying to.
Did he leave?
No, I was just asking you to check the back chat.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, sorry about
Can
that.
I just say about the gay frogs, because the chat's talking about it?
One thing I'm horrible about is reading the back chat. I'm always fucked that up.
I just want you to drop the info back there. The link
Oh, I
back there
got
so
you.
can
Yeah, I
access it.
got
For Benton's channel? It's Benton Jaw. It's in my.
Yeah, anybody wants to come in there, y'all come in there.
Pause.
But to the chat talking about the gay frogs, it's been long verified the chemicals made those frogs go trans or hermaphrodite. So why do we think all these trans people and confused people aren't like some subject of something we have happen to us or we're subjected to on a daily basis? I mean, I know there's the level of, it's just popular, now it's in their heads. A lot of people go, I'm trans too. But the true people that have that confusion, that dysmorphia. How can we look at frogs be chemically hermaphrodite, not say, hey, we do a lot of chemistry ingestion and things to us we probably shouldn't do. Maybe.
And not just hermaphrodite, it's actually male frogs having female reproductive organs, and that's through the astrazine, and they're actually spraying all the crops with that astrazine.
Life found a way.
Yeah, astrazine, tuscaloosin, glyphosate, all these things fucking reverse your endocrine shit. Is
it's
like
proven
one of
that-
like three of like many shits. There's like hundreds of chemicals. But yeah, go ahead, Neuro. Yeah, what are you gonna say?
Oh no, sorry. I was just trying to joke. Sometimes it doesn't work on this StreamYard shit, but I was just trying to interject and say all those have been proven safe and effective. I just wanted to say that.
Safe.
And the science is settled.
Well, if
Trust the
power's been
plot.
given unto them to kill men, you know what I mean? Like it's written, well, then why is it
Oh, yeah.
wrong? You know what I'm saying? That's what we got to break out of. That's the dogma we can't get past. Is that just because it says that doesn't mean they get to spray shit. You know what I mean? And cause plagues and I mean, there's two schools of thought amongst the Jews. You got the Ezekiel ones that think that Ezekiel 30 war, they're going to win that with God's help. And then you got the other Jews that think that maybe, I think it's Zephaniah. Both of those, Zephaniah and Ezekiel, contradict themselves. One of them says Jerusalem will be sacked, that the whole world will come against it. God won't save it. It'll be sacked and the women will be raped. The men will be killed. And then Ezekiel says they'll try, but God will turn them back before that happens. So there's only one. Both of them can't be prophets, yet they're both in our Bible. And they actually want this shit to happen. That's what we don't get. Because they think that that's going to raise David up, and we're going to all sit at David's feet and eat our flesh and drink our own blood like Isaiah prophesied, and it's all profane.
And also to accelerate Yeshua or Jesus coming here. So a lot of what they're doing is to accelerate this supposed revelation in order for, the Messiah to come here faster so they can actually have their own state. Because they're not supposed to have it in their actual teachings. So what they're doing goes against their own teachings.
It's not Yeshua, Jesse. It's David. They believe David is coming back.
Well, I say Yeshua because that's who I associate it with. But
No, but at least that's what they say. At least that's their cover story, is what I would say. Like, and I think that whether you're saying it's David, or I would say that obviously they want to. From my research, it seems that they want Lucifer to become the god of this world. So yeah,
he may as well be. He made peace with all of God's enemies, the Moloch worshippers. He kept intermarrying the women that worship Moloch, just like Solomon.
Well,
and he divided the land as well. He made sure that the Canaanites knew that Benjamin tried to remove the Canaanites living in their territory, the cannibals. David had Saul's sons impaled to teach him a lesson that territory belongs to Canaan, not Benjamin. So David was the originator of the two-state solution, and making it official. And yet they overlooked that.
Well, and that's why I brought up earlier about how Jesus was literally like rebelling against other Jews because of some fundamental doctrine that they were following. And I'm not learned about this stuff to say I know exactly what it was, but it is apparent that he was basically saying, like, you guys are leading the people totally in the wrong direction, right? Like, I mean, obviously,
Yeah, I don't know about the whole people are entitled to ask for tips online. I don't see, there's no obligation that people have to sit here and talk to anyone. and they're obligated to ask for, for money. I mean, just like the cable companies do. It is what it is.
And I put a video in the back chat if you want a palate cleanser. It's a half serious, half funny, and but other than that, I don't know. I think this conversation is very interesting because I think we're all kind of talking about the same thing and from different angles. It is very interesting. You
Remember
almost talk about
Deep
it.
Space Nine? Remember those Bajorans? If you ever watched Deep Space Nine?
Yep.
They
The
worship.
Bajorans seem exactly like Zoroastrians or like Israel or something. It was very interesting,
Well, yeah, but keep in
fascinating.
mind,
Yep.
Bajorans also were the greatest example of Christianity in all of Deep Space Nine because the wormhole aliens lived in heaven. The
All of us.
Wraiths lived in a fiery pit on Bajor. That's actually in their planet.
It was
But they were
exactly
prophet worshippers. Remember, they worshiped their prophets.
Yeah, they had prophets too. Yeah,
No,
yes.
no,
The prophets say.
they worshipped the wormhole aliens, but the
Yeah,
prophets
exactly.
did
Yeah,
get
yeah, that's
reverence,
true.
but they were revered. They weren't worshipped because they
That's
always
true.
referred to Cisco as the emissary. They didn't worship him, but they did revere him.
And the
There
Vulcans
is a difference.
And the Vulcans
But-
are the
That's very true.
and the Vulcans are the Luciferians, in my opinion.
We were calling them wormhole aliens, but the Bajorans worshipped them as prophets. They would always say the prophets say.
Well,
And
okay, I thought you
those were
meant
their gods.
Well, that's true.
We're
It
just
gets
like
heated.
Bajorans.
It gets
We
heated with the
worship
Star Trek
prophets.
debates.
Oh, it's not a
Definitely.
debate. I'm not
There's.
getting heated with him. He's correct.
Oh yeah. But
I didn't have smoke for him for that.
Oh no. I'm just saying in general with the Star Trek going back and forth. I know it gets very because I know me and Hank got into it one day about Star Trek. People could get into it
That's
about
my
Star
favorite series.
Machine Lies, though,
Yeah, it gets real.
Yes, the DS9 is the best series of Star Trek, and I will fight anybody about
Absolutely.
that.
I like that.
It actually is it is not only is it the grittiest, it's also the most realistic, and I know I use that term loosely with Star Trek, but it's also the most realistic of all the Star Trek series.
Because it's not about exploration.
Why wouldn't
it's
you
about defending shit?
Yeah,
I mean,
why wouldn't you have a shitload of prejudice? Why wouldn't you have a shitload of conquest? And why wouldn't it be difficult to learn an alien technology? Like, do you understand that when the Federation showed up on the station, they were like, "Man, I don't know how the fuck this shit works." I was like, "This is Cardassian tech. I gotta learn this shit."
The way I look
like that it made more sense. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. The way I look at it is this: whether it's Star Trek, Star Wars, The Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, you fucking name it, Twilight, whatever, the variation of these individuals who are clearly insiders, whether it's fraternities they've joined or sororities, these authors, artists, directors, you name them, Stanley P. Kubrick, Eyes Wide Shut, they have their own variation of what's really playing out. Nonfiction is stranger than fiction. I refuse to believe that any of these fictional fantasies are actually fake. Like, they're all variations of what we're going through in our realm. That's just my opinion.
And also the manifestation and creation of it. You get enough people to believe things, then they actually start to come true.
And I think there's more than just predictive programming going on there. Everybody says, "Oh, it's just predictive programming." I think there's more to it.
For sure. I tried to review on YouTube. It took the stream down on my old channel. I tried to review the first episode of that new series with Anson, whatever his name is. And but
Hanson,
well, the guy, the newest like live action Star Trek. I can't remember the name of the series because there's so many now. But if you watch the first episode, it was basically about first contact with an alien race who just discovered warp drive. So it was basically taking and it is very. If you watch that episode, it is extremely symbolic about the role of technology in human life, essentially. And it was like an allegory all about to what degree is technology compatible with morals. I mean, that's literally what the episode was about. So yes, I think I agree with you about that.
Well, have you ever heard of like Plato's allegory? Right, like I forgot which freaking documentary I saw that in, but
it's in book 7 of Plato's Republic.
Yeah, so basically the idea is when you're in a realm of consciousness where the satisfactory standard is always lifted the moment you arrive to where you think it may be, you're in a constant state of hell or a constant state of heaven. So a homeless man will find that there's a grass that's greener elsewhere. A rich person will find that there's a grass that's greener elsewhere. There's nobody that's actually at a place of peace. Like Plato's allegory is the sense that we're all in our own hell or heaven, regardless of who we are, what kind of power we possess. And that shit just trips me out, when you think about that. Like, that's why I always say there's no battle on the physical plane. The game's rigged, so you got to be able to figure out how your soul can be at peace with the creator and make sure that when you're onto your death, you don't have any regrets. So, like, what's the simplest way for me to do that? Good person, not steal, not be an asshole, try to die and have friends when I die, not enemies, kind of thing. It's basic stuff, but I feel that's kind of the way these days.
Yeah, not going around bearing false witness against other people and creating this chaos, this unholy division.
Yep.
The question is,
I
how do we
think
get
I'm
out of
gonna
this
jump
hell?
off.
Okay, Miss Angeline, thank you so
Thanks
much
for the
joining
links,
on there.
Angeline. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
How
See
we
you
get
later.
out of this hell, I would probably say we need to rewire the machines that we're in, the vessels that we're in.
Did you say rewire the machines we are in?
Yeah, these vessels, we can
Yes, I do
rewire
know.
them to the state that we're conscious of.
Correct. One is their own portal
Reprogram.
and gateway.
We got to fix the program. There's code makers and code breakers, out in this realm. Yeah, but thank you so much, Angelina. And thank you to the doggy. We got to see that doggy. Look at that little dog. Look at that little guy. He's creeping in there.
Okay, it's not a doggy,
Oh,
but
no way.
he's
That's like a
green,
little.
It's Baby
so
Yoda.
What the hell is
it's
that?
a baby Yoda, but the green
That's an
part on his
alien.
face is.
Oh my god, that's terrifying. Put that
Oh,
away.
that's funny.
You're so beautiful, Angeline.
Put that away.
Thanks, Jesse.
Yeah, thank you for joining these ugly mugs. You know what I mean? Bless.
Okay. You guys have good sleep eventually tonight.
Thank you. Sweet dreams. Yeah.
See you later.
Yep. God, that's deep. That's deep. Of course it is, man.
Yes, sir. Well, you run into people that are like just altruists, right? They're just super positive. And there's like nothing gets by them where you could put them in jail or tell them, hey, you're facing life in prison. And they're just like, oh, dude, that'll be sick, bro. You know what I mean? Just that are just so positive. Like there's this sense of envy I have for them because they don't jive with the whole looking at the glass half empty. They're with the glass half full side of the thing. So like even if their life's getting worse, they're just joking around, having a good time. And it's like, do you not give one shit about the world around you? They don't care. It's funny, like I'm sure you guys all know individuals like that, the nonchalant, happy guys, happy girls,
Why not? You gotta make your own heaven and hell. That was defined in the Bible.
Yeah.
Because the shadow of heaven was going to be made on earth. So what was the shadow? The shadow would be the blueprint to bring it down, to bring it in from heaven. For myself, I understand this. This is a hellish dimensional plane and realm, and one must build their own projection reality and create a better existence for themselves to the best of their ability. And I always define this: one needs to choose their friends and associates wisely because it shall reflect on their progress and energy states. There is an old saying, tell me who your friends are, and I'll tell you exactly who you are.
So what happens if you have no friends?
Well, sometimes it is an isolated, independent, united. Okay, so it's like somebody who goes into prison, right? Either they're going to come out a twice as hard criminal or come out illuminated and create a better existence for themselves. So the isolated part of the ascension is what people shall go through. How long? Everybody goes through the isolation where, depression may kick in and they just don't want to talk to their friends. They're not hanging out with anybody. or an event happens in their life, somebody may have a lot of money, and all of a sudden the bank makes a wrong investment with their so-called invested money. And then the isolation period that I define, one can accelerate their learning or create a darker hell, right? It's so sometimes the situation to one's ascension requires to go through with basically no friends, or just to disconnect from their friends from a while, just to learn really a lot about themselves and a lot about this place.
They say if you go into the forest, and you just go for like 4 days away from everybody, away from society, bending for yourself, that can actually, rewire yourself into, becoming, I guess, whole with who you are without dependent on society.
It definitely could. It definitely could. But I see a lot of times some people try to get their solution because they're having anxieties in society, and they look for an isolated house, or look for an isolated place to live. And from my perspective is, they're not really learning anything. Yeah, sure, it's good to go off grid for a while, then come back into the city to complete your training, because somebody who defines I've achieved perfect meditation, and they've been in an isolated, secluded place, they really haven't learned nothing. I'd like to see this person go into the midday busy city in the middle of the week, and to see them navigate with their meditation, so they do find that they perfected it. They probably will realize they haven't learned anything in their existence, if not the escalation to them just being uncomfortable around certain energies. Really, they haven't did nothing. I always define, if somebody wants to truly develop their meditation or energy work, is go into the front line, into the cities, and do your training at midday, where it's just blasting.
You know what's crazy about that thing? Like, some of the most intriguing examples of meditation for me is, like, you go to like Tibet, or these places in northern India, northeastern India, where there's just monks that spend the majority of their life in just meditation. They don't do anything. They have basic food to eat. They train arts, and they just meditate. And we look at it and go, how could you do this? It's so boring. I mean, they don't do anything but just meditate and pray all day. But like, we don't realize they're like astrally projecting, like, according to them, they're in another realm when they're doing that shit. And that detach is so fascinating. Like, if you're paying taxes and you're on an iPhone every day and you got Instagram and Twitter, you could have no complete, like, there's no possible way you could have a complete understanding of how aware the brain visual
Well,
over there is, like,
some
crazy.
of those people believe that they're changing the world by doing nothing, essentially. I mean, like, they literally think that they are manifesting reality, or changing the manifestation of reality in the act of sitting still and staying in a state. Like, it to them, their non-action is action. Like, it's really weird,
Right.
but
Yeah, it is like almost. It is like how could a ghost make an effect? You have to be a participant, a direct participant in this matrix to make change. Like, here, what we're doing, we're participating. But I went to Thailand how many years ago? I was planning on becoming a monk, staying there as long as I could, but you know what? It is not perceived what they are. I can tell people hear my experience, and I assure you, you'll never see these Buddhist monks the same.
Actually, where I'm drawing my from, because I've met those people, and like, it's totally different than what you think. It's like it's like the most mischievous people I've ever met in my entire life. For sure.
They are fucked up worse than us. That's what I realized. I'll tell you, this temple I went to, I stayed there for about 2 weeks, then I went somewhere else. I didn't stay as long as Thailand that I anticipated. Just didn't work out. But I don't recall what they called the head monk. But anyways, he would be complaining to myself about all these other monks because they're jealous because he got the position of head monk. And I realized it's like he was just bitching and complaining. I'm like, this guy's supposed to be the head monk. I realized it was like civil war in there, and he's like talking about this other monk that was supposed to get the situation, and this other monk floods his toilet so the place smells like shit just to piss everybody off. And that's one of the stories. So when I went there, before going there, I was talking to this monk that was from the States, and he had like an accent like this, and he apparently became a monk there, and his stay was arriving to his maximum stay where he'd have to leave. So he was an alcoholic, and he wanted to clean up his act there, and he did clean it up. But anyways, he started giving me information about his experience. I'll tell you about his experience and the information he gave myself about these temples. One, he was sitting at some monk gathering beside somebody in a chair, and this other monk started rubbing his leg, and he's like, I looked over at him, and he said, like, no. And I'm like, okay, that's news to myself. All right. But he told me about another temple he went to, and this temple, if you wanted to get serviced, you wanted another monk to come in there and service you to do certain sexual things. At nighttime, you'd leave your light on and you'd leave your door unlocked, and you'd leave a towel over your eyes, and you'd be facing up, and then a monk would come in there and service you. That's another thing for myself that blew myself away. But he was at another temple, and somebody knocked on his door, and they're like, shabu, and he looks at myself, meth? No thanks. They're actually selling meth in the temples. And he was telling me a lot of the monks and a lot of the temples get periodic meth tests to make sure they're not, using.
Well, that's just fucking dandy.
No,
No
that's true.
shit.
That's actually true. It's a big secret.
I wouldn't.
Ties. They don't like to talk about it, but yeah, it's true.
And stuff.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's that shit going on there, and the
so
temple
corruption
and the
clash of races, like it's insane over there. It's insane. But,
yeah, and the temple I went to, they have active Wi-Fi computers, and it's just, you know what I mean. It's just defeats the whole purpose of what it's portrayed to be.
Yes.
Maybe some temples do and don't, but it was not what I expected, and I was just like, and energetically, I was getting basically why I went there because I was having energetic problems in this ascension. Like I was being dark entity attacked and manipulated. And I figured if I went there out in the temple, I would have this bliss and some release and find my perfect reality. I got more energetically manipulated there than I did in this city, and I was like, wow, this is just not what I perceived it to be.
There's a lot of dark energy around those types of places. Even when you go to like the historical places like Angkor Wat and the associated places there, it's like very heavy feeling there.
So I live in LA, right? And LA is one of these places where if you're a spiritual being, I first came here when I was going to the UCLA School of Law. I moved to the dorms here when I was like 22. I'm 30 now. Never left. Visit family and stuff, but it's a dark fucking place, man. It's the city of fallen angels. Like, you can just feel it when you come here. There's something dark about this place, especially when you're driving around past midnight. Like, downtown LA, Skid Row area, there's just this heavy darkness. And I had a very similar experience that you guys are talking about with a freaking, like, Jewish rabbi dude on the sidewalk.
Let's hear it.
Coming home with friends from a club. I had a bottle of vodka in my hand, some cash in my wallet, maybe $80, 20s and 10s. And this guy just saw us and started talking to us, asking us questions, where we're from and what we're doing, and, just gauging us, figuring out we're just newbies, fucking college kids. And he started going, I know your dad's sick. Is your dad sick? I can feel it, son. I know the Kabbalah of Madonna. I taught Madonna everything. I can teach you these things. You want to be famous, son? Learn from me. Take my number down. I'll give you my number. And he gives us his fucking number. Number wasn't real. We found out later. And then gets the vodka and cash out of my wallet too. Like, literally, like, oh, son, if you give me this vodka and cash, I will put many blessings on you. We give this shit to him. My friends were like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm fucking giving him my cash, dude. Are you kidding me? I might be famous. You're stupid at that age. About an hour later, I'm calling my mom and dad. It's like 1 a.m., waking them up, telling them, I'm like, I just ran into this Jewish priest, and he's telling me my dad's sick. Dad's actually sick. My dad just passed away 2 months ago, right? Like, he had been sick for a long time with diabetes and stuff. And my dad literally told me on the phone, he goes, because he drove a taxi cab in New York City, and I was born in New York in 93 in Manhattan. He was like, son, there's more people like that in cities than you'll find regular people. You need to fucking watch out. He just took you for everything you had, and you're never going to find him again.
Yeah, you found a junkie rabbi, man.
And I thought he was gonna make me famous.
Con artists. It's just another business, man. All these places are just businesses. They make so much money. There's this one church that I used to go to, Orthodox. I don't step in churches anymore. Anyways, this priest spent 30 grand on like a chandelier metal gold lamp. Yeah, it's big, it's kind of tacky, but it's just not my style. Well, if he was really a priest of God, wouldn't he spend that 30 grand on somebody who needed it? Or it's just crazy. It's like these priests try to make their churches better than others. It's like a materialistic so-called priest war. Who has the better church, right? So I don't respect any of these priests. Like in Greece, priests are known for having so many houses, villas with swimming pools, and just they are corrupt, driving Mercedes. It is just ridiculous. I went to this church. How could I define it? Like a church gathering where all these priests would be around, and they're this one priest that my family sort of knew. He was smoking, drinking. The guy's just a clown. The guy was just a clown. And we're playing with this plastic ball. You know what the funniest thing is? I was playing with this plastic ball with him. And he had a cigarette in his mouth, and he was kicking it with his feet. And he kicked it, and it went up to his head, hit his cigarette. The ball exploded. I just howled and laughed. It was just like total clown event.
It's crazy. It's fucking crazy, man. You shouldn't be like, it's just, I don't know. I'll never understand that. There's so much contradiction. But, it's the holy books tell us this. Like, all the holy books, the Quran, the Bible, you can read the Torah, you can read all of them, and to a certain degree, they tell you that evil will act through man on the seat of the church, the house of God, right? Like, so it's almost ironic people go to the church, to the temple, to the mosque, to wherever, to feel like that's where they'll find God, when clearly it states that's not the place to go. Like, I find myself at more holy presence when I'm in nature with my dog, like at peace listening to birds. You know what I mean? Like, how is that?
Your dog's probably a better priest than they
Yeah,
could be, anyways.
like
Well,
I'm
I'm
at
not
a
saying
church,
all are
checks
corrupt.
and
Some may be
looking at
corrupt.
each other
Some may
like, "Ooh,
not.
what did the Jones drive in with this weekend? Oh, how did the Johnsons get a Mercedes?" Like, I don't feel like God's at church. What are we talking about?
It's a total scam, man. Yeah, just their rituals
There's
they
a
do in front of
scripture.
people.
There's a scripture everybody keeps saying has been Mandela affected, where 2 or 3 are gathered, there I am also. And they're saying, "Oh, that changed." I remember 2 or 3 are gathered because it always made sense to me. As soon as we get in a big crowd, God's the last person we're thinking about. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? We're busy doing. I mean, the more people there is there, I mean, he's the last person on our mind usually.
I don't mean to
I don't
get creepy
know.
with you guys, but I gotta ask you this because I haven't heard it talked about in a while, and on this panel, never. I'm sure it's been discussed before, but what is your guys' opinion on adrenochrome? Do you guys think that's just a bunch of hogwash, like, or do you think there's
No,
some
that's
child
bang
trafficking?
on. That's bang on. That's our loosh harvest. I call them chupacabras because there was this creature in Mexico, and it targeted animals, and all they found was these animals that were dead. And when they examined these animals, basically their adrenal glands were drained. And it was like a little creature, like a raccoon with red eyes and slashed. What didn't look like a raccoon, but what you're defining about the adrenochrome, yeah, it's definitely being done. Definitely being done.
So scary, dude.
It's what I define. It's the vampire's fix, man. Is their fix of loosh, and vampires don't drink blood. They harvest energy from deceived beings.
And they actually have spirit cooking parties where they actually are, using this kind of stuff, and it's called spirit cooking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
spirit cooking. Yeah,
Maria Abramovich, the lady who hangs out with the celebrities and stuff. That shit is just weird, Like, I understand abstract art, but when you're like drawing stuff with what is supposedly fake blood, and some people think it's real, and then all these celebrities are coming over and like eating human body cakes with you, like, it's just weird, Like,
yeah.
it's just weird.
It's fucked up, but it is this reality, right? If there's some people see through the veil, and some people are blinded by the light, and some people are blinded by the darkness. You know, it's you got to see both to navigate through this place.
Yeah.
And see, I think that's where our demons come from. Those children, they drink their blood. It's demonization. It means your life means nothing, and you're just a time I had. You know what I mean? One evening. I think that's where our demons are spawned from. And
yeah,
desire spawns madness, and madness collapses into chaos. You know who said that, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
The makers of Front Mission 3. But it's so true.
You guys ever remember that movie From Hell with Johnny Depp? It was about Jack the Ripper in England, like who really was behind those murders. You guys remember that movie at all? From Hell? You remember that, The Machine Lies?
that movie sounds familiar.
If you guys
I'm
haven't,
correct. I've seen it.
if you haven't seen that movie, watch it, man. It's insane. So Johnny Depp plays this opiate addicted doctor, like back when they had opium dens in England in the olden days, around the time Jack the Ripper, the murders of the Jack the Ripper were happening. And basically that narration of the movie is the prince, the son of the queen, was fucking a prostitute from a brothel, impregnated her, also caught syphilis from her, and he loved her and wanted to marry her, so they had a secret wedding and the prostitutes were the witnesses. The royal family found out, ordered the kill on them. So these surgical murders started to take place with these prostitutes. Each and every single one of them died. And this is apparently factual in history. And around the time this was happening, these surgical methods of murder, when they would occur, they'd find like grapevines and empty.
You've hijacked the broadcast, sir. You're just going on and on and on and on. You're telling literal fucking movie synopsises. I wanted to get in on the adrenochrome real quick. Nobody
Yes,
wants to
go
listen
for
to
it.
you just talk for 20 fucking minutes,
Go
sir.
for it, man.
But I
Go
want to
for
get
it.
in on the adrenochrome real quick. I
Go
think
for
this
it,
is
bro.
interesting
Go
with the
for it.
spirit
Go for it.
cooking.
Go
Because
for
here's
it.
what's going on with the spirit cooking is nobody has any problem with that. We just say, oh, well, we throw our hands up. People just accept it. But what do? They go nuts about Aluma Tommy's avatar because it's got some kind of symbol on a fictional character. Do you see the schism here, folks? No problem with the idea of, oh, well, they're spirit cooking and they're fucking taking adrenaline glands out of children and noshing on them. That's fine. But, oh, look at Aluma Tommy's avatar. It's a joke.
Alrighty, I apologize for dominating. Maybe some people did want to listen because Flo said it was a good movie. Thank you for your input, Benton. So essentially, the factual points of that time in history where they were finding empty bottles of wine and grapevines around these prostitutes' dead bodies, and people from around then couldn't afford that stuff. Normal blue collar working people. It was really wealthy people that could afford like grapes from the Middle East or, wine bottles of that nature. And so they couldn't figure out who it was, and the police, the investigator that Johnny Depp plays, they never figured out who did it. But the movie shows that it was a Freemasonic doctor who would cannibalize on human meat, like a fucking doctor from back then that worked with the royal family. He was one of the royal doctors, and he would go out in his carriage and just have this like satanic ritual and fucking just Jeffrey Dahmer the fuck out of these girls, and then just leave. And nothing would ever go about it. And that movie fucked with me to the gills. And the police investigator died in the opium den with an overdose because he could never figure it out. It fucked with him so bad. And like every time he got close, it was like powerful ass fucking people would shut him down within law enforcement, the sheriff constables and stuff. Anyway, I'll get back to muting my mic because, I don't want to piss Benton off. He might come back and yell at me.
Well, one of the things, or at least the mechanism is that when you're torturing people, and they use this double bind technique so that basically the tantric practice, you're supposed to mix pleasure and pain to take yourself further into the altered state of consciousness. So you submerge yourself in the orgasmic state while you're experiencing intense pain. And this is part of sadism and masochism and all that type of drive. But basically, the main element in this is that once you're torturing somebody, they release certain endorphins that minimize the pain that they're feeling. So when you drink these, when you drink their blood, then you actually get high off of drinking their blood, and also you're in a trance-like state from putting yourself in a state through this double bind of putting yourself in a mixed state of pleasure and pain, and then you're drinking this fucking blood. So I mean, imagine, I mean, these motherfuckers are, you know, in their opinion, they're getting like blasted off this shit. So like, you know,
Yeah, right. I mean, like, you can apparently that's the thing. It's like they have to kill these kids while they're alive and drink the blood. So it's like a slow
yeah,
death.
because they get the fear chemicals from
Fuck
the
this thing.
kids and shit.
But like,
You know, that
Baji,
they're
you and
torturing, you know, or
Baji,
whatever,
you,
you know.
Baji, you and I are Punjabi, right? And this is the thing. Like, this is what always fucks with us brown people is you go to any village in India or Pakistan, right? Take somebody's fucking kid. Yeah, we don't got AK-47s, we don't got drones, but we will get pitchforks and old shotguns and shit and run the whole. The
I
fact
mean,
that
Punjabis
kids.
got some AKs for sure, but,
Oh
but
yeah,
yeah, we're not gonna
sure.
get
But
but
like
yeah.
the fact that 100,000 plus kids go missing, and that's an FBI statistic in this country alone, the United States, every year. It's just like boggling to me. Like nobody talks about this shit. Nobody fucking wants to talk about this shit. You know what I mean? And then in Europe, you have white people not being able to produce enough children to create a workforce. So you got all these immigrants moving in and keeping the economies going, which is kind of what's happening in America too. People want to bitch and moan about the south of the border, right, with the conservatives and the Trump tards. They're literally doing jobs that most people wouldn't do because they're all entitled.
Well, that I don't think that angle is gonna go over very well on our
No, it
show.
probably
We had
won't.
this last time where
You know.
you got bum rush for saying this last time.
So,
No, you're dead on, brother.
It's
It
the
means they're totally.
the reality of it is it's the truth, and I'll get bum rushed by people that feel some type of way about it, but it's the truth. Like the most advanced culture is the most brainwashed. People that are living 100 years.
Stockholm.
People that are living 100 years ago today, like Indians and Chinese people and Africans that are coming here and working their fucking asses off and they still believe in God, they're just doing better. People that are living in a present 2023 time that are like into this trans movement, atheism, believing in all this shit, they're not doing well. Their houses are falling.
I think one of the main things is that in the you know, if you go to the Punjabi kids or whatever, you know what I mean, you'll go to the village and shit, and those kids will actually excel in academia, but you see the rich Punjabi kids that come from the poor countries, and they are a bunch of jack off motherfuckers that don't do shit their whole life. They spend all their parents' money and they're literally worthless. But the
Yeah.
kids from the village, they study hard and they get ahead. But look at the poor kids in America. The poor kids in America are real. They end up being like, you know, criminals and thugs.
Yeah.
But the rich kids end up being part of the educated class. So whatever the system they have here,
Mhm.
it works for the rich people. Whereas over in our countries, the system doesn't work for the rich motherfuckers. Like it actually, you know, because the rich motherfuckers, they don't have the old traditional values because they end up getting infused with Western values and liberal values and shit, and then they become pieces of shit. And also they want to go and move and shit, and they're not really tethered to their. So it's crazy. We got this crab in a barrel shit where
Mhm.
nobody actually fucks with brown people like other brown people. Always fucking rip each other apart, and you know, brown people will always do business with every other group of people except for other brown motherfuckers.
That's so true. That's so
Like we'll
true.
always think like our own people is trying to rip us the fuck off. like we'll be like yo, but we'll do business with Jews, with blacks. We'll be like, yeah, those are trustworthy people. You know what I mean?
But the whole reason I brought up the race thing again, Machine Wise Brother, and it's just the like when you look at those poverty-stricken areas or just brown people in general, like kids going missing, crazy fucking. My mom, my whole life, if I was an inch away from her or she didn't have sight of me within 5 minutes, like it was crazy. And you'll see a lot of people in this day and age where, especially in Western countries, where the kids will be at daycare or at school for 8 hours a day, and they come home and it's like, you don't know what they've been listening to. You don't know who's influenced them. And this is a big deal, man. This is a big deal. When you have a 9-year-old kid that can go talk to a counselor and say they feel like they're the opposite gender, and the counselor's political views may affirm that. And now in states like California and Washington, you can actually have the school take your child away if you don't agree to the sex change. Like, that is crazy shit. This is stuff that's occurring as we speak, you know, and it just freaks me out, man. That's all I was trying to say. Like, the whole adrenochrome, child trafficking, the irrelevance and unimportance of a womb, a fetus in a womb, you know, like all these things that are being challenged. It's a creepy world where you see women celebrating, you know, like this early abortion bill being passed for them. Like, and a lot of people may support it, but all the older women I talk to in their 40s and 50s, I rarely speak to any that are okay with that think aborting a fetus all the way up until the point of birth essentially is okay, you know. And it's just scary to me. Like, it's a scary time to be alive in.
And look at those rich kids though, in the West. They're, like you said, Machine Lies, they're contributing to that system. So aren't they the bad ones again? You know what I mean? And perhaps in the East, you know what I mean? It's the rich kids that aren't participating. So it's an inversion, even though it may look like it's working. You know what I mean? The salt of the earth, again, is the poor, because they may be thrown in with it over here in the West, but it's a society that regards life as nothing, meaningless. You know what I mean?
And also,
sorry to interrupt, but I got Destroyer, your mod, is threatening to moderate me in your chat, and this is not a threat.
Shit. Yo,
There's
my
a reason
bad,
why I
man.
don't go to Talcott's, because the first time I ever posted in the chat, I posted 2 things. I got timed out. I left. I've never
What
been
happened
back.
to?
I've never been back. So I'm just
You
going
got
to tell you right
abducted.
now, Machine Lies, if I can't express
Lusting of
myself
the
in your
blood.
chat, I'll probably just never come back. And that would be a shame, because I'm a fan of you. I'm a fan of your content, but I typically don't go places where I'm moderated in the chat.
I just put people as moderators, so you're a moderator now, so you get to hang out, you know, if you want.
Yeah, thank you, because I'm not going to have a random bozos, faceless, anonymous bozos
No,
policing my behavior. Fuck you,
Oh,
Destroyer.
also,
Fuck you.
Also illumination, you know, because people on the panel, you know, if people on the panel want to be modded, because I would like people on the panel to contribute in the chat as well. So if you guys ever see something like that happening, make sure you guys come up through the and let me know what's going on. But yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, imagine going on the internet and trying to police people's behavior. That's a psychological illness. That's a problem. I mean, it really is. And it's not a problem for me. It's a problem for that person. And you can't believe how much I see truthers wanting to police behavior. I thought we all believed in freedom. Freedom is I get to do whatever the fuck I want as long as I don't hurt y'all. And if y'all don't like it, deal with it. Why are you talking to me to try to modify my behavior? That's insane. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. If you don't like it, fuck off.
So back with what you were saying there, Machine Lies, about how the rich kids, it seems like it's working here in the West. In the West, it's more not what you know, it's who you know. And so them being involved, you know, in these families and, you know, positions, they put themselves into these places. So even though there may be a lot of dipshits, you know, they get put into these positions, even though they may not know or, you know, be as, you know, astute as, you know, anyone else.
Can I ask if Jay's Hot Topics picture is photoshopped? Is that just a picture of Putin? Or is that a real black man that exists? Because I talked about this just the other night.
Yeah.
I think Putin's been sun tanning too much. He needs some sunblock.
Sure. Give me one moment, please. I'm eating.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Hey, who timed me out? I'm getting timed out in the chat.
Well, I don't think you're. Well, try to
I've
type
done
something
nothing
out.
to be timed out.
Because I made you on. I made you
No,
a
they can
moderator.
still time me out. Apparently, that's a
Well-
personal beef. You've got moderators who are timing people out on personal beefs. That's bullshit.
Wait, time out. I don't actually know how to undo a timeout. Ben, do you know how to do it?
No, I'm saying I'm not going to come here if I'm going to be subject to people with personality conflicts timing me out who want to police my behavior as a grown person. I
No,
choose not to
sir.
go to those places. That's insane. And that says everything about that person. That doesn't say anything about me. That's a faceless person, an anonymous person showing who and what they are. It does not reflect on me at all. And then want to continue to characterize my behavior. Oh, you sound like this. You sound like that. No, I sound like me, and nobody else on here sounds like me. I don't sound like any other person, and no other person on here sounds like me. That's how that works. So you see, it's a psychological sickness.
Try to
it's
try to
sick.
type something in the chat, Ben.
It's sick.
Attempt to type something in
That
the chat.
person is mentally ill. That's a mentally ill person.
It should let you do it. I don't know why it won't let you. Well, yeah. Because
That's because a person with a person with a beef timed me out.
But I should be able to untime you out. I don't even know how that's. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So every time somebody has a personal beef with me, I've got to come up here and tell you to untime me out. That's crazy.
Well, no. Well, no. You should be a moderator now. That's
Yeah,
what
but
I'm
I was
saying.
a moderator and I still got timed out.
But that's what I'm saying. Type something in the chat right now.
Yeah, I'm now I'm not timed out, but I was.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Machine.
And the
if
fact is, I
somebody's
come
a-
on panel. I've got a channel. I go live 7 days a week. I'm special compared to Destroyer. I get special privileges. I get treated different. That's how that works, Destroyer. You want to start a channel, you want to do daily live streams, and you want to come on panels, then you will get special privileges. I'm better than you here, whether you like it or not. We're not all equal. I hate to break it to you. Put your big girl pants on and deal with the words coming out of my mouth and deal with the things I type like a strong individual. Quit policing my behavior. That's insane. Going on the internet and policing people's behavior is
This
insanity.
Conversation Destroyer. Come on
Insanity.
up.
Oh, we know that's never going to happen. That person doesn't come on
Come on
panel
up.
ever, anywhere. Never.
If I'm correct, a moderator can time out a moderator, and there's nothing that can be done except that let the time clock diffuse itself, unless you want to take the destroyer off the list, right? That would be the solution. Just a suggestion. I'm just throwing variables
Hey man,
here.
listen. People need to understand that it's a privilege to be a moderator. People look at it as just a fucking symbol status or a social status symbol on these channels. This is why that's why I think people, that's why I said before, this is the alpha stage of the meta world, right? Because people look at moderation as symbols, status symbols, right? But you're supposed to do your job as a moderator. Like if somebody's fucking around in the chat, I'm not saying that dude was here, right? But if somebody is fucking off in the chat, you're supposed to be able to moderate them freely as you need to. The people who run these channels, right? They give moderators special privilege because they trust them.
That's right.
As members of the channel, which means implicitly they trust their judgment. So if they're going to trust their judgment that they're going to have that kind of power, they're going to trust the decisions they make. So
Was that a real picture that you put up, brother?
No,
talking to
I'm
me?
not. No,
Yeah.
Destroyer's cool.
Your avatar?
He's talking to me. Oh,
Yeah.
that a friend of mine sent me that picture. So I'm assuming it's AI generated. Yes, it's African Putin actually.
Okay, African.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you what, man. That's just like a basic avatar that I just had stashed away that someone sent me. I didn't think people liked it so much. I think it's cool. I think Putin is
I've been
based as
seeing
hell.
black people that look exactly like white people for a few years now.
Sir,
And
that's just humanity. All right.
I hear you.
think that's just humanity. All right.
I mean,
That's
why I was wondering.
gaslighting. Who's
No,
Who's
I'm not
gaslighting, bro?
I'll tell you guys what happened. I'll tell you guys the whole story of what happened. Okay, this is what you guys are
Get your ass
experiencing.
up here, bro.
what happened is that a day ago I came in and I co-hosted Benton's show, which I'm gonna show some of what I did there, because I opened up Benton's show, and Benton was nice enough to let me open up some dialogue there with his audience after I gave a little presentation on his show. So I was talking to Benton and his audience. It was it was a pretty good time. But yeah, I did contribute 15-minute or 15 to 20-minute like solo session at the beginning of the show, similar to what I did on Jack Talcott's show one day. But yeah, it was a good experience. Thank you so much for that, Benton. But then we got into it with the chat and everything, and then Tommy got into it with Destroyer. Now this is when me and Benton started to defend Destroyer. We said, no, Destroyer is pretty cool, and then the next day, Benton, or maybe a day or two, Benton was having a time where he was asking his audience for donations, and everybody's free to do that. You're gonna run a broadcast, you're free to ask, I got 10 more minutes, I need 10 more motherfucking dollars, whatever the fuck it is. You're able to decide how much your time is worth. Absolutely. So Benton was asking for money there, for certain things, to continue certain aspects of his stream, to provide his audience certain services and things. He's free to do that, you know what I mean? But Destroyer came at him, kind of like, wait, why are you holding the stream hostage? That's when they got into a little interaction. So their interaction is a little bit continuing. Here they're getting into it a little bit, about their problems and shit. But yeah, it is what it is. Blessings to Benton and blessings to Destroyer, longtime supporters of the show. But I definitely
We need
have
to have
great
a
respect.
special segment for them too.
Yeah,
On
yeah.
up.
Sometimes we need it. You know what I mean? But yeah, shit gets
Divine
crazy. out here.
glow.
Shit
So you
gets
can
crazy.
find
out here. Yeah, and they're welcome to come up and talk about them things. You mean? But yeah, See, they're going at it right now. You know what I mean?
So Destroyer
But yeah.
doesn't come up to the panel never?
No, she's not a paneler. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Some people just aren't. Anyways, that's not our issue.
yeah, and Gen X Jeff said even the mods are at each other's throats out here. Yeah, that's how it be sometimes. Yeah, everyone's going through changes. I mean, it's heavy business out here. Hell yeah, Steve knows what the fuck is up. Wake and bake. That's right.
So hard to stay in that half glass full mode. You know what I mean? When you see people that are confused, or you know what I mean, you don't want to be that person, and you don't want it to be meaningless to you. Like he was talking about Plato's cave earlier. It's just so hard just to laugh. You know what I mean? Rather than cry about it sometimes.
Yeah, I remember I was writing in my book, and I wrote this word, and I didn't, and I was like, what delusion, like delusionment. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I looked it up. I was like, that's not even a word. Yes, I kept it in my book, but yeah, I said delusionment. It's like motherfuckers are in delusionment. It's like, but yeah, I don't know. I just kept it. I was like, it's not a real word, but I kept it. But yeah,
Doesn't matter. I make my own vocabulary. Who says we need to go by the books of existence? I hear what you're saying.
Of
Nothing
course.
wrong with that.
Yeah, I should trademark it.
You
Yeah,
copyright
it's like,
it. If they see the government put it in, retire on it.
yeah, Raekwon made an album called Immobilarity. That's not a word
Sounds good
either.
to me.
But he said, "Yo, we dealing with immobilarity, like there's lack of movement." You know what I'm saying? And that's immobilarity.
Is Destroyer a woman, or
Oh yeah,
maybe?
yeah.
Maybe
I mean, who's know? I
underlying
mean, who really
feelings.
knows? Who really
Maybe
knows?
this
But
is
yeah.
War of the Roses. Maybe they're really in love.
It could be a crush.
Oh shit!
It could be a crush.
There's only one way to settle this.
Destroyer. Yeah, I don't know if Destroyer is a young lady or or older woman, but if she's an older woman, she could possibly, Benton. I'm pretty sure Benton is a single, So yeah, could be something brewing up there.
But if you don't know if it's young or old, then how do you know it's even a woman?
Exactly. The machine lies. What can we say? What can we say? We don't know who anybody is out here, even the people that are talking to us.
Yo,
Yeah,
I
some
noticed
people
though,
are.
real quick, TML, that you have a lot of references to Machiavelli in each of your videos, right? The first one. I wish you'd have came to my 24-hour stream that I did on Machiavellianism. That would have been great for you to be there.
What?
That would have been the shit, bro.
You got to do it again, because I would definitely come in on that because I've read The Prince. I've actually, yeah, I've studied.
Bro, hey, just for that stream alone, right? I had to do a month of research, of not just like bullshit research. I had to do deep dive research for a 24-hour stream to be able to do that. I did do this, by the way. You can ask CT next time you talk to him. You can ask him. Actually, you can ask hundreds of people. They can vouch for it.
Well, we got
I'm not bullshitting that, by the way.
I mean, we got like 62 people right now. I mean, it's like 4 a.m. right now.
Well, I have the receipts. I did do this. I did do it.
Yeah,
there
I'm
are
saying,
receipts.
I'm saying I got like 60 people, give or take. I mean, I usually have like 50 to like 70 people or some shit. But yeah, we
this
could
wasn't
do
on
it
my
on
channel. This wasn't on my channel. No. I'm still growing. I'm a new grower. I did this on CT's channel. That's why. I didn't do this on my channel. I didn't. Trust me.
Okay.
I wouldn't have
But
done
I'm
it on my
saying-
channel. I did it. Go ahead.
But
go
I'm
ahead.
saying you're welcome to present and restream on this channel. We could do a Machiavelli special if you want to. Hell yeah. I'll be down for that.
24 hours hurts, bro. If you haven't done it before, man, that shit hurts.
No, not 24 hours, but maybe
does hurt.
like just like 2 hour, and then we open up a panel for like 6 hours. Like that's usually how I do it. But yeah,
I mean, that's fine. Yeah, I was just saying. People ask me to do that again. I'm like, guys, that shit hurts.
No, I'm talking about like. But wait, you presented alone for 24 hours?
No, not alone. No.
Oh, I was
no. I mean,
shit.
I had enough material that I probably could have kept going for. I'm gonna say conservatively, I could have presented for 3 straight hours, right?
Oh yeah,
just with the research I had. But I mean, like
I did that.
I opened up the panel, and throughout the course of the night, there was like I'll put it to you this way: we stayed on topic for 12 hours, right? And by that point, CT hit me up and he was like, "Hey, listen, if you want to keep going, you can. If you want somebody to tag you out, they can tag you out." And I was like, "I'm gonna keep going. If I feel tired, I'll stop." Right? And then people came up and they were like, "Oh my God, you're gonna go 24 hours?" They kept on bringing it up, right? I wasn't gonna do it, but then by hour 18, people kept asking, and I was like, you know what? I could probably do it. So I just decided to do it because I was like, "Fuck it." I mean, may as well at that point. I'm already 3/4 of the way there. So
yes, I gave recently I gave a 3-hour lecture on Nietzsche. So that's kind of like Machiavelli because he's a student of Machiavelli, so he kind of gets Machiavellian, to a certain extent. He uses the Machiavellian kind of ethics, in arriving at his system. But yeah, I studied Machiavelli. I read 2 or 3 translations of that book, throughout the years and studied it in political science as well, because I was studying with students of Thomas Pangel, who studied under Leo Strauss and stuff. And they were kind of like they're actually responsible for a lot of this rehashing of Machiavelli, that guy Mansfield, he actually translated one of the most well-known copies. You may have the Mansfield translation, or which one, or which translation do you have? You have Mansfield, Harvey Mansfield.
The translation?
Yeah, of the Prince.
Yes.
Yeah, blessings, Jesse. Jesse, you getting out of here?
Yeah, thanks for keeping me company while I had to do that. This was awesome. Made it go by fast. I made like 58 days of dog food for Hawk, so that was like 118 pounds, 116 pounds of food that was freezing 2-pound bags. So it was awesome to be a part of this conversation. Like always, y'all take care and may the source be with you.
You too, brother.
Later,
Bless
Jesse.
you, man. I'm praying for you and your dear sweet pup. You know, may he survive many years. You know, man. Bless you, man. You know, and you know, thank you, man.
Okay, bye.
And don't give your dog to the Asians.
Yeah, you
Threaten
know.
and destroyer down there, natural born lovers. Kind of like me and Bex Factor.
Oh, they still going at it. Oh, you got something going with Bex Factor, huh?
Oh yeah, War of the Roses there.
That's funny, but yeah, man, I was just on an important Machiavelli, Mansfield. Oh shit, man, I could get into it with
You know what's
hours. on
crazy?
that.
I used to have an old boss of mine whose last name was Mansfield.
Oh
I've always
yeah,
wondered that. I'm dead serious. I had an old boss of mine whose name was Mansfield, and when I look back at it now, the way his leadership style was, right? I could feel like he had a great way of being able to feel like you cared about how he operated with you when you're in person. But over the phone and over digital, I'd be like, wow, he acts like a complete dick, but I still get the job done. It's like he was two different people digitally versus in reality.
And that's what most cases it tends to be. A lot of people are two-faced. I don't deal with two-faced people. It's just something I don't do. It's just not my preference of, group organizing people around myself or participating. I always define, at certain ages, people should eventually gain self-regulatory control to handle issues.
yeah, and
But yeah, man. I just wanted to point that out because I noticed I don't know the other name though. Melchizedek. I don't know that name.
Melchizedek is a king that's mentioned in the Bible as like this king who's like has way power beyond the earthly realm. And then he's mentioned again in Hebrews, part of the order of Melchizedek, where Paul says that Christ was a high priest of the order of Melchizedek, as to be distinguished from the order of high priests that were in charge of the temple sacrifices. So he says that actually there's two orders. You know, there's the order of the law, and then there's the order of Melchizedek, which represents a higher spiritual law and order. You know,
So would that be beyond the law of Christ that he attained?
essentially
more-
something like that, or like the law of the
What it's
kingdom
claiming.
of God.
And any Christian should see that as a heresy. You're saying Melchizedek is above Christ. He's just a priest in the order.
Could be, yeah, because there's a
thought he
lot
was-
of strange contradictions in Hebrews, and
Hey,
some
John.
of them.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize, Machine.
No,
I just
no,
had
go
to
ahead.
ask this.
No worries.
Because John's voice sounds familiar, and I believe, wasn't it not? But this past weekend, you were duking it out with the rest of Flow State's crew, right? Because they were
I
arguing
have
over the
been
Bible.
on flows. I've been on flows, yeah, a bunch.
I'm just saying, between Machine and Flow State, I've been watching their channels. I've been trying to get on their panels now for quite a while. I finally have a weekend free. I just want to ask these questions because I've been watching. I've been in the bushes. But I didn't want to be in the bushes.
You probably did hear me.
No, I'm
You
serious.
probably
I'm
did.
serious. Actually, I didn't mean to be in the bushes because I want to be in the bushes. It's because I'm from a different space of YouTube, and I found this space. I'm usually not in the bushes. I cammed up instantly. I didn't even try to hide my face whatsoever. In fact, I've been transparent in the chat, and actually, I've shouted out Machine, outside of this channel, just to make myself known. Like, hey, listen, I'm a fan. I have. You probably don't remember, but I have done it though. I have.
Yeah, no, no, no. I seen you show up in I think Gen X Jeff chat, and you shouted me out. Yeah, so thank you, man. I've been appreciating you.
Like I've been in the bushes though, but I've been wanting to be on panels, so that's what I was trying to. I hate porn bombers. I despise it. It's faggot shit. I despise it. It just causes destruction. People should be wanting to build in this new frontier. They should be wanting to build.
I have been on flows, and I usually get attacked for talking about the laws of Moses. That's probably where you heard.
If I'm not mistaken, I think this past not this weekend obviously, but last weekend, I think you were on there. You and another guy were arguing the Bible on Flowstate. It's like Flowstate had like a fucking 3-stream or 4-stream straight storyline of nothing but the Bible. You know what I mean? And you guys were going back and forth. Your voice sounds familiar. That's all it was.
What?
That's all I was saying.
What was I going on about? I forget.
It was something in relation to they were arguing over a particular scripture. More so, they were arguing over the translation of the scripture, where it was a scripture that states that God creates good and creates evil, but some other translations translate the word as evil as calamity, and then others treat it as tragedy. The word was different because the panelists, and these are atheists, by the way, and I don't take atheists very seriously when it comes to religious talk. But they were trying to say that because God created everything, He also created the evil, and therefore He created Satan. But
I don't remember that exact conversation, but Moses tells us that He brings the good and the evil, that He kills and He makes alive again. So I've been going on saying that these supernatural changes that people are calling Mandela effects, everybody wants to say there's a battle in heaven. And I don't believe that. I don't believe in anybody standing up to God. I've been saying God's doing it. I don't know if that was the context of the conversation you heard, but
I'm not sure.
I mean,
it was
God brings good and the evil. When you don't choose life, then He brings the cursings, the confusion, and the rebukes. Is what Moses taught us.
It was a context of.
Sorry.
It was a context of they were referring to someone brought up that God was in everything and created all things, right? I don't disagree with that, but that if that was the case, then God created evil, right? And they were saying, "Oh, that God created Satan." Gen X Chef, why does Gen X Chef always got some smoke for me, bro? Like, what's up with you, Gen X Chef? I don't get why he got
I
the
don't
smoke.
believe in a Satan,
Lucifer. No, I'm just, yeah, man. Gen X Chef has some smoke for me, bro. Bro, you had smoke for me in the Discord too, bro. What's up with you, man? I don't get what the smoke is for, but it's whatever, man. I don't get it. I never even met this dude. I don't even know how he knows me.
On X, Gen X, come on up.
Yeah, he's got smoke for me for some reason. I was like, bro, what you got smoke for me for, man? I don't even know you, bro. We never even been on panel. Like he's in CT's Discord. I was like, how the fuck do you even know who I am, bro? But anyways, aside from that,
because
Jay, smoke the smoke.
Everybody
and let
says
it be.
that.
Smoke the smoke and let it be.
Yeah,
yeah.
Go
But
ahead, Machine.
every time somebody says to Gen X, like they're like, yo, Gen X, you're too agreeable. He says, I need to do a better job at being a Satanist.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
You gotta be like,
but anyways,
he wants to be disagreeable, but he's not good at it. That's the joke. But yeah, it's funny.
So I've heard two different things throughout research in Christian theology, right? When it comes in terms of Satan, right? That his name, of course, before was Lucifer, right? Or that one of his names is Lucifer. But I've also been told that, and read as well, that Satan, when he was in heaven, his angelic name was Samael, right? And there's always this argument I've heard between, was Satan Samael first when he was in heaven, or was he Lucifer in heaven? So maybe you guys, because you guys talk about religion way more than I do, can clarify for me. Before Satan became, and please don't interrupt me because I know you all want to chomp at the bit to answer this question. Just let me rock out for a second, and I'm gonna go on mute, and y'all can say whatever you need to say because I actually want to know this answer. Beforehand, before Satan took the fall or was made to fall, was he Lucifer? Was he Samael? Or are they one and the same? Because it's your panel, the question goes to you first, Machine, and then because you've been speaking, you have a J in your name, and I forgot your name, sir. I apologize. I really do. I haven't heard your name. Can you restate your name one more time?
John Thomas.
John Thomas. Do you prefer John Thomas? Do you prefer just John? What do you prefer? How do you prefer to be addressed?
I just John Thomas is what
John
I use.
Thomas.
Yeah.
All right, and then everyone else give your answer. All right, Machine, please start off.
Well, in the different contexts, I mean, Lucifer is rather a new age type of invention. So Lucifer would be the newest one. You know, Samael is kind of like interesting because Samael is like the Talmudic, you know, kind of version of this whole thing. You know, so there's Samael and Lilith. You know, they kind of you know, they represent the corrupted form of humanity, kind of, you know, so in the female and the male aspect, you know, kind of thing. So there's kind of that whole thing in the Kabbalah and the Zohar continuation of that. You know, Lilith is mentioned in the Talmud, but she's not mentioned in the Bible. You know what I mean? So it's very interesting, you know, so these characters are not mentioned in the Bible. In the Bible, you know, in the book of Enoch, there's Azazel. You know, that's another version of the fallen angel that comes down to heaven and creates the you know, armies and stuff of the Nephilim and all that stuff. So there's also that angel Azazel, you know, and there's but I think Satan is you know, basically in the New Age or in the theosophical context, you know, Satan represents you know, spiritual knowledge, you know, whereas Lucifer represents like enlightenment and power, you know. So there's a kind of a sort of a distinction there, but not much of one, you know. But yeah, you know, there's all these different evolution of, you know, different versions of Satan, and of course you have different figures. You have also the Antichrist, you know, which is a future tense of kind of a satanic force, kind of you know, future force that's gonna you know, kind of come out of humanity, or you know, something like that. So there's also the Antichrist form, you know, which is mentioned in the Bible, and there's also the spirit of the air, you know. So there's the abomination of desolation, you know, the son of perdition, you know, that comes, and then there's also the angel of the spirit of the air, which is a satanic force, which is the ruler of the spirit of the air, you know. So there's all of these various kinds, you know, but they all you know, stem from this concept, Satan, you know. You know, so Satan's first, you know, Satan's mentioned you know, first. But yeah, Samael and all that stuff, you know, Samael and Lilith, they come kind of later with the formation of the Jewish stuff, and then Lucifer is kind of coming later with like the New Age kind of stuff, you know, in my opinion, you know, or at least in my research, you know, when I look into it, you know, it kind of seems like they have this kind of evolutionary quality, you know. But yeah, John Thomas, you want to come in on that?
Well, I don't believe in any being that, you know, has been anywhere near God that is fighting him on any level. So if I have an adversary, Christ taught me I should go and be reconciled with him. Because if I don't, he might hand me over to the jailers, and I won't get out until I pay the last penny. So I don't believe in it, and this high entity that is going to have something against me, but God don't. So if someone's been sent against me, it's because I made my Father angry. So if I have an adversary, I'm the problem. So that's why I say I'm not into, you know what I mean? I don't believe in God's bulldog, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like he lets this thing run wild on me and he's allowed to be evil. If I have an adversary, he's saying he's better than me. That's why he's accusing me of something that he's not guilty of. And so I don't believe in like this dark, deep, dirty old thing that God lets run wild and he uses him from time to time to get, accomplish his purposes. No, I don't believe in anything like that. If I get attacked, it's because it's better him that attacked me than my father, or else it would have hurt my feelings too bad.
Interesting.
Does the rest of the panel wish to answer the question?
So your main question was about the name of Lucifer, if I'm correct?
Yeah, essentially was I didn't mean to take over. Yeah, do you want to recite it? It's your
that's
panel, by the
great
way.
subject. Great subject.
It's your panel, Machine. Yeah, but I've kind of taken it over. I didn't mean to. If Machine wants to recite it,
No, it's all good. It's a
not my
good.
panel. Yeah.
No, it's a good subject for real. But yeah,
Okay.
So
the question was essentially it was Satan before he fell from heaven. Was he Lucifer? Was he Samael? Or Lucifer and Samael one and the same?
Yes.
I can give you my opinion. Okay, I've studied as much as I could into Lucifer and other related angels. From my understanding, Lucifer was one of the top students before he fell. He was enlightened with extreme wisdom and knowledge. So Lucifer is a very intellectual being, okay, but also at the same time he's very manipulative. So his known names are basically what you all spoke about, but also what my perception is he's probably went under many other names, played other characters, but nobody has identified that. So in the Bible, I perceive, and many other writings about Lucifer, he may be portrayed with other names that people aren't familiar with that are representing other gods or goddesses. So my opinion is Lucifer is very witty and intelligent, right? And he's gonna play out his field in many different characters. That's my personal opinion. But in the book of Urantia I read, before he fell from the heavens, he had the number 37. Okay, he was known by the number 37. So I'll leave it there.
Yeah, and the thing is that in the different so like it's like the multiplication of these different characters over time, so like Satan and Lucifer would be the same character in the Bible. Then in the Talmud they like invent Samael and Lilith, like essentially, I mean, from what I can tell, out of thin air, you know what I mean? And then and then later in the theosophical script, like you get to like Rudolf Steiner and stuff, and he totally cleaves together these two concepts of Satan and Lucifer. And he kind of turns it into like a Mars and Venus type of thing, you know what I mean? Where one is the god of love and one is the god of war, type of thing. That there's this dichotomy between love and war at the heart of spirituality itself, and that turns into this whole New Age concept where they think
where all's fair in love and war, right? The New Age concept.
Kind of thing, and it comes through this concept of the rebirth of Satan through the character of Lucifer, and of course in the theosophical organization, their organization was called the Lucis Trust. They actually named their organization after Lucifer, but yeah, it's interesting stuff, and the Lucis Trust actually funded notable projects, like they funded the prayer room in the UN that's called the Meditation Room. An interesting title, you know what I mean? But
I mean, technically, you could You could classify prayer as a meditation. If
Yes,
you're doing it
except for
silently, you could.
oh yeah. If you're doing it silently, but
Definitely
if you're
could.
reading the prayer, maybe not, but yeah, but yeah, I think it was a Killer Priest verse. He said, when you pray, you talk to God. When you meditate, God talks to you. You know what I mean? So I think that's a good verse. You know what I mean? I think it explains a lot. That meditation is silence. You receive information. Prayer, you talk. You transmit information. And that's kind of how we call in Islam. We call prayer salat. And if you look at the word salat, is the same as the word salam, which means communication, or contact, so really, it's interesting that it's like when you pray, you make contact with God, sort of thing. You know what I mean? And yeah.
So one question I have, I want to get Mitchell in so he can answer the question. But before I do, I have one last question for you, Machine. Why is halal food so good? I'm sure you eat halal, but why is halal food so good? Because last time I went to New York, bro, I was able to get so much halal food, and I fucking went nuts over it. I know it's New York, right? I'm sure it's different from halal food out your way, but why is halal food so good?
They put magic
I don't
into
know
it.
why.
Magic. Voodoo.
Well, there's
It
certain
is, though.
preparatory. I think they
Yeah, it
drain
is
the
good.
blood. Like there has to be certain laws of like cleanliness and stuff, of how they prepare the meat and how they raise the animals and stuff. So that might have a lot to do with it. There's certain ways of how you slaughter the animal. I mean, I can only guess it might be part of the preparation, of the meat itself.
Do they use
But
the bolt to slaughter their animals? Do they use the bolt gun?
well, it depends, but I think most halal, butchers that I've seen, I mean, they just do it by hand. I mean, I've seen them doing it, so yeah, I mean, they get the butcher knife out, they cut the animal's throat or whatever, they drain the blood, they hang this thing upside down, drain the blood out. I mean, I watched it happen one day. I mean, it was horrifying to watch. I was just a kid, but yeah. I seen them kill this goat because I was really friends with this goat for a long time before they did this to this goat. So I was just like, oh, this is horrifying. You know what I mean? But but yeah, but yeah, I mean, goat is delicious, but yeah, I think goat meat and pig meat is not very good for you,
Nice.
as compared
Yo, listen, we got like a super fan in the chat, bro.
Yeah.
What's on?
We got a super fan. Anyways, go ahead though. Go ahead.
Mitchell.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. What were you saying though? I want to hear more about the halal. Go ahead.
Well,
After they get done slaughtering it.
Well, I don't know how Mitchell be. I don't know if
Well,
Mitchell be
is
out
he
here
even
right
here?
now. Yeah, I don't know if Mitchell out here right now. Yo, Mitchell, holla back if you're still awake or whatever it is.
Yo, I'm here.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
Go ahead,
Well,
bro, you're the last one to answer the question.
yeah, the Q's.
I'm sorry.
Well, the question was about like Satan, and Samael and Lucifer. What's your opinion of those three? Well, he follows a non-biblical scope, but yeah, is there any parallel to that in the Breton, myth, or what do you think about the whole thing?
Yeah, well, I dozed off, so I'm not real sure.
For sure.
Lost in Ireland.
Yeah, no
But,
worries. Yeah,
thanks for letting me kind of share my opinion. But yeah,
of course.
I
Yeah.
passed out. I did have a few things I wanted to say, but they slipped my mind, and I was just laying here and passed out. So, my bad.
Hell yeah, man.
So when
Well,
the
bless.
lost of Ireland gets like the Normans and stuff, they represent Satan. They get their ass out, right, Mitchell?
Yeah, essentially the That's how I look at it. It's like I think there is a distinction between the Brahons and like the Celts, and I wish I could articulate that better, but I'm learning about it right now. And yeah, that's how I see it. Is like the Norse were invading.
Yeah.
And that's yeah, my bad, man. My thought processes are all scattered. I'm not gonna put you through that.
You too high right now?
Norseman.
Is that it? You too high right now?
No, I heard my name and it's like I popped up. I was in a dead sleep. I don't know what. It's like, oh, what?
You smoked yourself to sleep, didn't you? That's what happened. He smoked himself to sleep, probably hitting dabs. He got to the third hit of that dab and he was done. How close am I?
Yo, props for being a light sleeper, though. You know what I mean? You got that ninja step. You know what I mean? that real awareness. You know? Yeah, man. You know, that's how it's supposed to be. You know. But yeah, I haven't been sleeping very deep, man. You know, ever since my wife left, it's been shit for fucking brains in the sleep department. You know what I mean? Horrible sleep, man. Yeah. You know. But yeah, you know how it is, man. You lay next to a soft ass body, that'll put your ass to sleep. But then if you just like
What happened to your wife? What happened to your wife, bro? Is she okay?
she's okay. Basically, the story is like this. You know, my wife has mental illness type of thing, you know, where she gets like anxiety. It's really like very very seasonal. Like she'll like get like pent up like energy and shit, and then she'll kind of get anxiety, and then you gotta like put her on pills. But this is like window of time where she has too much anxiety and shit, so she'll just fucking, you know, a lot of times she'll lose a lot of shit. She'll go into like paranoid delusions and stuff. This happened to me like 3 or 4 times, you know. But this time especially, her sister came at her and told her, hit her with this whole story about how she's got to like fucking, you know, help save her like whole you know, business or whatever. She has this like her sister hit her with this whole sob story about how she's gonna go homeless if she doesn't like move in with her and like work for her and shit. So my wife, being like the kind of person that she is, left me a note and said she's leaving and she'll be back home at some point, and she's going to go with her sister. Well, my wife's on motherfucking probation, and she went to Ohio, and now she's stuck there on probation trying to get a transfer back to Michigan. So it's some shit where she's stuck. She can't leave Ohio. It's fucking retarded. I don't even understand it.
A victim of the West. I'm almost, I mean, that anxiety bullshit, that's what's destroyed us, man, because these psychiatrists come in and validate that shit.
But yeah, but about the situation though, you know, I don't know how to get this probation, you know, lifted or I mean to get, because I don't want to fucking move to Ohio, and I wish like my wife wouldn't have done this. You know what I mean? Like switched her probation because we were having a problem or something like that. So she just kind of switched, kind of basically moved to Ohio. You know, now she can't move back. So I'm in a fucking really horrible bind right now. I don't know what
So
the fuck
she
to do.
chose to move to Ohio before she had legal trouble?
I mean, she had legal trouble. You know,
You guys didn't have problems in between yourselves, though, did you?
I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag and shit because, you know, she does go like wild. You know, it is what it is. You know, we get like little ups and downs and stuff. And then there's her anxiety as well. You know, so she gets like paranoid delusions and shit. You know, she's like left me like 2 or 3 times, you know, but you know, at this point, you know, the thing is like she was already on probation before she left, and then when she and then her sister convinced her, said like, oh, I'm gonna fucking become homeless if you don't help me, you know, and work and shit. Her sister fucking is there in motherfucking Ohio making her work for her to keep her house and shit. And then and she starts stealing money from her, fucking using it for weed money and shit. And fucking she gets stuck out there on probation and shit. And she can't even move back. So this is all just fuckery. I'm going through a real hell of a situation.
Right.
Trying to get my
Why?
wife back home, you know.
Why was she on probation to begin with?
That is a
Sorcerers.
long story that I probably shouldn't disclose on the internet. You know what I'm saying?
Tell you right now, it's a bunch of damn sorcerers, and they've taken over this whole damn place and put our girls on pills, and the shit's beyond.
Let's just put it this way: she had a paranoid delusion.
Was it a
Yeah,
felony? What did she do? Was it a felony?
Don't matter now.
Well, you know.
Well, it does. It does matter. Like in the eyes of the law, the particulars matter.
Screw their laws.
Well, if it was and if
you
it
can say
wasn't,
screw
what would
their
happen?
laws, but their laws can hurt you. You can't say screw their laws.
Well, if it
I
wasn't, if it
agree
wasn't,
that.
what would happen
I
in
agree
each
that.
situation?
I asked you, was it at least a felony? Can you at least answer if it was a felony?
About my personal information about my wife?
No, about your wife. What her
I would
situation
not
was.
like to answer that. But if it was a felony,
Okay,
would you?
okay,
Would
that's
what
fine.
would you say about it?
I was just asking. Machine. I'm not here to pass
No, of
some
course.
harsh judgment. I was
No, of
curious
course
because
not. No, of course not.
you're
No,
saying it's a situation, but you didn't like you mentioned it, but you didn't go and give any context. So naturally, there's gonna be curiosity, and I'm just
yeah.
No one else had curiosity. I'm expressing my curiosity.
Well, let me just put it this way. She has paranoid delusions, and sometimes when she has these paranoid delusions, the cops show up. You know, like she'll call the cops herself. You know what I mean? So
Bro,
it's
listen,
been
I was just asking. I wasn't trying to be hostile.
no,
I was
I'm
just
not.
asking
No,
a
I'm not.
question, bro.
No,
That's
no.
all it
I
was.
just want to let you know, Jay.
That's all it
I'm not
was,
taking
man.
offense to anything you're saying at all. You know, I'm just telling you, like, maybe it wouldn't be a good idea for me to report what the charges on my wife were, so people can't look up her personal information online.
That's fine. That's fine.
The reason
That's
is
fine. We'll leave it at that.
the
Let's
reason
leave it at
is
that. Leave it at that.
the reason is because people have went on my wife's Twitter page and tried to expose me and my wife on Twitter
Okay,
and stuff like that.
I'm not trying to do that. We can leave it.
I know.
We can leave it right now. We can leave the whole conversation.
No,
We can let it be.
no,
Leave it right now.
no. We don't have to. I just want to know the relevance of the question itself.
I just told you. I was just curious. No one else asked the question, but I was curious.
Oh
'cause you
yeah,
mentioned it.
no. But the reason I'm
And-
trying to get to is that I would want to know if you had any legal advice for me, because I was like,
No, I don't. I
because-
have none. I'm not a lawyer. I have no.
Oh,
I have not
okay.
been to law
Okay,
school.
yeah, because
This
that's what
was
I'm looking for. I'm looking for like
This was
I'm looking for some
pure.
shit, like yeah, I'm looking for some shit like somebody help me in this situation, like in terms of legal advice, you know, that they could provide for me. Like if it was a felony,
Yeah.
maybe I could move her back, or if
no.
it wasn't a felony, maybe I could move her back or something like that.
No,
or-
this was pure curiosity. That's all it was.
Oh
We can
yeah,
leave
for
the co-
sure.
Let's,
Yeah,
let,
no,
let's,
no, no.
Let's
Yeah,
move
no
on.
worries.
Let's move on.
Yeah, no worries,
It's
bro.
too personal.
Yeah,
Let's move on.
no,
I'm gonna go
no.
on mute. Let's just move on.
No, it's
So,
no worries.
TML,
I just want to let
there-
everybody know
there
that
is
I'm dealing
something-
with.
I'm
What?
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead,
I was
Mitchell.
just gonna say there is something called an interstate compact where basically she could, if she has a living situation set up, she could get it approved by her probation officer to move. They would just have to get her set up with a probation office, you know, there.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to do. But they said that they could possibly deny her
They
moving
could
here.
possibly deny it if like they don't approve of the living situation.
See, that's what I'm talking about. So I don't know what you know what that you know. So this is kind of the
Sounds
problem.
like her and her sister need to come on home.
Yeah.
Serve the machine lies.
Yo,
Come on.
I mean, it's just a horrible situation. I mean, I don't know what the fuck to do about it. You know, it's a terrible situation. You know, I honestly wouldn't wish the type of shit on my worst enemy, the type of shit that I be dealing with my wife. You know, it's been a horrible time. But you know, taking care of somebody who's sick, and also taking care of all these, you know, issues and all of the state issues and all the fucking medical shit. It's hell on earth, man. You know, and it's lonely, you know what I mean? Because, you know, I don't have my wife here, you know, it is what it is, you know, but But yeah, man, terrible situation. Hopefully my lawyer friend who was here on the panel can help me out with it or something like that. I mean, I have no fucking clue what to do right now. But yeah, I'm seriously considering maybe I will maybe just have to move like to Ohio. And then once I do that, I'm gonna shut that fucking, sister of hers down. You know what I mean? Because I hate this bitch. She basically ruined my
She
fucking,
needs to be put in her
marriage.
place.
She is a real asshole. She is a
Roy
real stupid
David,
bitch.
that's
I mean, the
you
thing
know
is
what? Let
that
me
she
ask you
kind of
this.
tricked. Yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. She kind of what? Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. You go ahead, bro. I'm just talking shit. But yeah, go ahead.
No, because you were in mid thought. I want to hear what you said. You said she kind of tricked, and then you stopped. Go ahead. She kind of tricked what?
Oh yeah, no. Just to reiterate, she kind of convinced her to like come to Ohio because she was gonna like lose her house, whatever. But yeah, but yeah. Go ahead, Jay Rillo.
What I was gonna say was, it just from personal experience. I understand what you mean because when your woman's sister is, I'm gonna assume we'll go out on a limb that your wife's sister is single. She's a single woman.
That's right.
Or okay, and she be out there. She's out there, right? She out there living
Yeah.
her best life. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. And just like the Godfather, Kevin Samuels. Shout out to Kevin Samuels, by the way. Shout out to all the RP brothers out there. Just like he said, single women keep other women single. This is how it is, okay?
That's exactly what it is.
And because your wife's sister is single, she has this energy bubble around her of singleness and poetry. Okay, that is infectious, and you're obviously aware of it. Hopefully, I'm hoping
very
that the legal situation gets resolved in time before her sister infects your wife with this poetry and this 304 nature. I'm being facetious with the terms I'm using, but I'm not being facetious with the message. Okay, I'm being very clear with that. Okay, because that's actually a huge reason.
I exactly know what you mean.
Exactly, and that's a huge reason for the.
Yeah, and the danger is because I don't really fuck with these white girls. That's the thing. My wife is from a cultural background that's very different from mine, and she doesn't understand like what the role is of like a real Islamic wife. That's the fucking problem. You know what I mean? So like, really, that's the deal. Is that she gonna have
DWS, you got it right, bro. I'm sorry, DWS. DWS is right. Shout out Tommy Sotomayor, one of the other pillars.
What's that about?
Of the RP alliance. Shout out to him.
What is the RP shit? It's like, oh, Red Pill. Okay, I see. Yo, Tommy Sotomayor. I don't even know who that is. I've heard that name.
You should. He is definitely a pillar, especially on these YouTube streets. He's a pillar of RP. He is.
I hate these motherfuckers. I hate white girls for this. I hate everyone. I hate the state of Ohio. It is what it is. I don't really. My thing is that, yeah, man.
Right on the money with that, brother. Our white girls are out of control. We got to teach them the law of God. Fuck the laws of man and shit.
Yeah, but the thing is that right now, for now, I'm trying to do what I can to preserve my relationship. The main reason is because my wife is somebody who's extremely ill. She needs a lot of help. She's somebody who's extremely, in a position where she can't really do much, and she will be in a horrible state of mind and a horrible state of health if she continues down the road she is, especially with her sisters taking care of her. They are really not up to the standard of life that I would want to preserve for somebody that I love. And also I don't think her sister's really been there for her in the past, and that's something that she's not really seeing right now. So that's another thing, you know what I mean? But yeah, man. You know,
That's something that damn sorcerer helps her with. Helps her see the wrong damn thing. I'm so tired of this shit, man. They're putting them on, especially the white girls, as early as they can. They got ADD. They got something. We're destroyed.
Listen,
China
listen,
don't
bro.
give us our meds. We're zombies.
Well, listen, bro. I do hope this machine lies. I don't know what your personal life situation is. You have a book out and you have a podcast that has quite a few viewers consistently from what I've seen. I hope that you have some legal arrangements set prior to your marriage that protect you financially and protect you legally from any kind of possible calamity. I don't know if I'm assuming you're born in the States. Your accent tells me that you're born in the States and you are an American citizen and that you understand American culture. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm an American citizen, but I wasn't born here. You know, I came here when I was
Okay.
9 years old. But yeah,
Okay.
you know, but yeah,
Well,
pretty much.
okay.
I'm
Well,
American.
obviously, you're more than assimilated enough to understand the nature of American women. And I'll tell you, man, it's a very vindictive nature. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. And shout out to all the American women in the chat. By the way, I love y'all. I'm with an American woman, so I'm not sitting here. I'm not gonna shit on y'all at all. That's not the point of what I'm trying to say. The point of what I'm trying to say is, I hope that you have that you got your shit set up so that way you're not gonna be fucked if the nightmare scenario hits. I don't want to be a doomer in the situation with you. I don't at all, because I hope for the best. Because when I meet good people on these YouTube streets, I want them to win. However, we also live in a world where the natural order is we have to fight against gravity. Therefore, we have to fight against the negative, which means more times than not, probably the bad shit's going to come out before the good shit does. So I hope that you have, mechanisms in place just in case.
Yeah, and I mean, my mechanism is that I'm a smart, talented person, and possibly pretty good looking. The thing is that I'm not afraid of getting into anything, but yeah, I don't want to the thing is that once I say I'm there for people, I don't really ever, give up on them, so to speak. That's just my particular nature. You know what I mean? So
Same
as
here.
long as they're like, let's just go with this. But yeah, I notice, that people betray me and do certain little things. I definitely hold them accountable for it. But like, I'm like, yo, this is one fucked up like world like ride, and we're all gonna be in it or whatever. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm definitely having a rough time, and it's definitely whatever it is. But yeah, welcome, Flo. Man, bless, man.
Salute, Flo.
Not ever giving up on people sounds like weakness masquerading as virtue.
Perhaps, you know what I mean?
Whoa.
There's also sacrifice.
I was not expecting him to lead with that, honestly. I was not.
I was.
I was expecting him to come with RP hate, actually, to be honest. I was expecting him to come with that hate.
I'm separated from my wife right now, and I'll never file for divorce. Her daddy's done turned her against me, and I ain't giving up.
No, he didn't.
Oh, no, Flo.
You're scapegoating because you're in
No.
denial that
No.
she. Yes.
No, okay.
I don't need to know her. I don't need to know the
Her daddy's
circumstances.
society that he follows has turned her against me.
If she is that weak-minded and that impressionable, this goes for your sister or your wife and her sister too. If they're that easy to sway, then the problem's with them still.
Yes.
Flo, they put her on Lexi Pro at 14. How's that her problem? That she's that easy to sway.
Who she is, I don't even know what that is. Who
That's
she is now.
That's one of these sorcerers mechanisms that we're talking about here tonight that makes them easy to sway.
Is she still on it?
Yes, she can't get off. She tried when
I
we
don't know
got
what it
married,
is.
and she got.
I've been on a lot of drugs, and none of them ever took my will away.
Yeah, well, this rewires your brain. It ain't like
Yeah,
good
a
old
lot.
heroin.
Yeah,
It's
some of that
not like
mental health.
it's not like what? It's not like benzos. It's not like
I'd rather
amphetamines. It's
she
not
would
like
taken heroin. Heroin would have been better. These
okay.
antipsychotic medicines.
Yeah, that is a true fact. When you take antipsychotic medicines, it's hard to save these broads from
Is
them
a
type.
is benzos antipsychotic? Probably not.
And that's the good stuff compared to this shit, Flo. And they put
Mm.
them on them early.
Well, okay, then she's damaged. Either
That's
way.
right.
Either
I
way,
don't
the
give
problem's
up.
with her. The problem's with her. It's not her dad. It's not her dad's fault. Functionally, it's not her dad's fault. Maybe ultimately it is, but whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is that she's a problem, John.
But how's it weakness of me? It's a strength, man.
To
That
what?
I'm saying this girl, I loved her, and I don't quit.
You won't quit because you're in denial. And if you quit, that would take admitting that either you failed or she left. You got to swallow that pill, or else you're going to be stuck in your loop forever.
Yeah,
And I'm not
that's
trying to be
my- that's
malicious,
my-
but it just is what it is. Like at some point, you're going to have to come to terms with the fact that your marriage is over.
I'm gonna
And that's
win.
my
with
thing.
God's
I mean,
help.
that's my
No,
and
you're
that's my
not.
thing here. I'm willing to entertain that this is a second or third or fourth chance at our relationship, but I'm not willing to say like, oh shit, this is just the normal shit that we've been doing. It's clearly not. Like
I didn't even hear what you were talking about. I left for a minute and then I came back and you said if anybody has any legal advice, I'm like, oh wait, I do, even though I'm not a lawyer, but I got you, man. I'll advise you, and then you can sue me if I advise you wrong, and you can't sue somebody who don't got shit. So
I suggest that you advise him off the air if you really want to advise him. Just
well, he knows my thoughts.
Yeah,
But in all
me and
seriousness,
Flo had a conversation about this before, but so I know kind of where he's coming from, and I don't deny what he's saying. I'm just saying that I guess for whatever reason, I'm willing to try again with this person. I understand that it's a new trial, not the old one. So yeah, definitely whatever we had before has been destroyed by her present actions or whatever it is. I mean,
machine.
So what would make you think that the new trial will work where the old ones didn't?
There is nothing.
I appreciate your honesty.
There is no it's just like
Machine.
like the last time I tried it, it went for longer than the previous time.
Machine.
So I just think it'll drag it out longer and maybe it'll last forever. I don't know.
Machine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a question. It's getting kind of personal, and if you don't want to answer it, you can feel free to tell me to fuck off.
I bet
Or
I
or,
will
or kick me off,
answer
or kick me off, whichever one.
Yeah, my life's
I'll
open
understand. I'll understand. I'll understand your response either way.
Yeah.
Have either of you cheated?
I don't know if she's cheated on me right now. For example, she could be cheating on me right now. I don't fucking know. She said she moved in with her sister. Could be another dude. I don't fucking know. For example, that's part of the problem. It's like if I don't know where the fuck you at, how the fuck am I supposed to know what the fuck you're doing?
You realize it wouldn't be cheating technically though, because she's separated. You guys are separated.
Well, I don't know. Separation.
Legally, it wouldn't be cheating. I think it's been you guys are legally separated.
I definitely haven't cheated. She claims she hasn't cheated. I'm highly suspicious.
So you've asked her obviously multiple times.
Maybe not multiple times, but I'm just
multiple just means more than one, sir.
Well, I asked her once, like, what's the deal? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why did you really move over there? What's the deal? Like, is it that you want to end this relationship? You want to be with another person? You don't want to be married to me? And she said, no, I want to be married to you. This is all I've ever wanted. And all this stuff is just, I have no way of going back to Michigan. And I said, okay. So like, the thing is like, I'm like, okay, so So I'm either supposed to wait till you get back to Michigan, or like I'm supposed to move to Ohio.
Machine, you would be so much happier if you let this marriage go. You just let it stay on paper, and you just lived your life, bro. You would be so much happier. The only thing you'd have to worry about is if one day she filed. That's the only thing you'd have to really worry about. And I don't know. She files in Ohio, so you'd have to read up on Ohio divorce laws. And honestly, if you read up on that and you have a lawyer and you're prepared, you probably will fare pretty well. But bro, I think you would be so much happier as a man. Men are okay. Men can withstand being single. Men can withstand that. I know it's hypocritical. I know it's hypocritical of me to say that right now because I've been in a relationship as long as I have, but men can withstand that. We can. We're okay with it. We have far better coping mechanisms, despite what society tells you, and it's built into us. It's in our nature. You would be so much happier. I'm past the mic.
There, brother, but I totally disagree. Just like Tommy.
Why do you disagree?
Just like Tommy Illuminati came in here saying David's a man after God's own heart. Did he let McCall go? No. That was his wife. And he demanded her back.
So you disagree on principle.
I disagree that when a man has the world come between him and his wife, that you should just let her go.
The world didn't come between either of you and your wives. Your wives did.
I think of two stories. I think of one of Abraham, when his wife Sarah's left there in Egypt, and he goes back and he's got to like come back and get her, and all that stuff. And she's away from him for a while. She's trapped by the state, or whatever. But then there's the other story of Job, whose wife refuses to leave Babylon, and she refuses to leave the city, and then she, he has to flee, and she gets left behind. She turns into a pillar of salt. So it's like, and there's also the story of Samson. So there's all these stories in the Bible related to women. Sometimes they're deceptive. Sometimes they can tear your world apart. Sometimes you shouldn't, take them for a wife.
Samson.
If your wife leaves you and you refuse to give up on her, that's not romantic. It's not noble. It's
but you're assuming women are equal flow, and they're not.
Say that again.
The women are the weaker of the species. So
I've never been in your situation. Never.
What do you mean?
It's not a common thing. No, I can see that. You're acting like this is just women. They're just weaker. No, it's not common. I've never been in your situation.
No, I can see that. I can see that it is a highly delusional state of mind, possibly tragic state of mind.
It is tragic.
Yeah.
I'll give you guys that. It is tragic.
Yeah, I'm a hopeless romantic. I mean, it is what it is. I have a real big motherfucking problem with that shit. Even with friends, there's friendships that, motherfuckers stop talking to me. A year later, I'll send them a message. I'll be like, "You still not talking to me, Holmes?" So like, I'm just like kind of a chill person like that. I mean, it's not really a big deal for me, but definitely I worry about her. She's contributed greatly to me and my work and my life, so she has stood by me through some very dark times, so I'm not. Yeah,
finish your point. Finish your point.
No, that was it. Just acknowledging that that I am delusional, but she has made this contribution, and I don't know.
If that was a response to my comment in the chat, I was more actually at John. No offense, John. You seem pretty self-aware of your own bullshit.
No. Flo, what if you had a twin sister and you could step into her shoes and you instantly realize, hey, I'm dumber, I'm more gullible, I'm more manipulative, and then at that point you would have to be able to see, hey, the women need more compassion. You can't look at them like men, brother.
If I had a twin sister and she was married to you, I'd be like, you need to get the fuck away from this dude. If I had
Here
you
you
as
go.
my
You're
brother,
being
if I
flow
had you as
state.
my brother,
You're
if I
being
had
flow
you,
state again.
what's that mean?
Machine.
You're looking at men and women as equals, and they're not.
They have autonomy. If I were your
Machine.
brother, what I would tell you is that if you need like a cage to keep your wife in the house, that means you're doing something wrong.
I don't need a cage. I need people to
Or
butt
the
out.
laws of Moses or
I
all
need
of
witch
society
doctors
to
to keep
enforce
the pills out of these little girls' mouths.
No, you're the moron
Machine.
who wants to be in a relationship where she doesn't want you. That will never be a good relationship. It will always be miserable.
Can you hear me?
I'm gonna win, Flo.
Machine.
You're already losing because nobody's fighting you. You're fighting yourself. Go ahead.
No.
Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, listen. I don't know if you are oh, you've been smoking, so you're not sober for this talk. That's a good thing, actually. And I'm not trying to troll whatsoever. I just have a few more questions.
For sure.
Please don't take it. Please don't. I
no.
mean this sincerely, by the way. I'm not trolling at all.
No,
I've been in the
no.
RP space now for
There's no
7
offense
years.
taken.
So
You know, if you
I've
go
been,
back, like if you
I've
go
been,
back
I've
to
been,
the episode where my wife left, you know, I actually did a whole episode about this situation, you know, and then I got trolled for a whole month about it. So like, I really, there's no way I'll take
I'm not here to
offense to
troll at all,
anything you're
bro.
saying.
And
No, of
fuck those
course, no,
motherfuckers who did troll. I've been in
no.
the
I'm
RP
just saying,
space for
yeah, I'm
7
just
years.
saying, like,
I
it is
take this
what it
kind of
is.
shit seriously.
I
When I
think
come
his
across a
point is
man
that
who's in
we're
these
on the
situations,
internet. You
bro,
just can't
whoever it is
forget
that's
that
talking right now,
aspect.
I need you to
Of
chill out
course,
for a
you know what I
second.
mean?
I need you to wait a minute.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
been in the RP space for 7
yeah.
years,
Go ahead, but I just want
and
to
I'm
say
not
one thing. I just
bullshitting.
want to say one thing real quick, and that is that I will be closing out the show soon. So yeah, but yeah, go ahead with your questions. You're more than free to ask your questions. Go ahead.
Was that do, how often do you and your wife communicate on a daily basis? And how often is it that she's the one who's reaching out to you to communicate, to keep that line of communication, to keep that tether of your connection together?
Well, she reaches out to me basically every day, you know, so she'll reach out to me every day when she wakes up, you know, usually, but yeah, obviously things have become harder to communicate since she's left, you know, so yeah.
And she's the one reaching out to you regularly. You're not reaching out to her. I mean, I'm sure sometimes you do, but at the majority of the time, are you reaching out to her or is she reaching out to you? Who's doing the lion's share? Be honest.
I would say it's kind of hard to tell, you know. You know what I mean?
Bro,
Can I steal man that
listen,
answer?
man, I really want you to just be honest, bro. And I'm not trolling. I'm being listen. You and I don't know each other from a can of paint. I'm coming to you with the sympathy of a man coming to another man and giving that sympathy. I'm
It seems like
asking you
she
to please
reaches
be
out
genuine.
publicly and he reaches out privately, would be my guess.
No,
I'd rather he be genuine about
absolutely
it.
not. No, absolutely not. She
No.
reaches out a significant amount of time, you know.
Here, though. I see her reaching out here.
She reaches out a lot, you know. So
Here?
Okay.
so she reaches
If
out a
if we were
significant.
to if we were to tally all of it together, who's doing the lion's share of making it a point
Why
to
does it
be in
matter?
contact with the other person? Because that shows you that who's on the other person's
The
mind
lion's
the
share,
most.
like
That's why.
No,
who
it doesn't.
wins? Like who
Yes, it
wins?
does.
I
Because
disagree.
if you're
Here's
not
the
reaching out to
problem,
somebody, if
Flo.
they're not on your
Why
if
does
you're
it
not on
matter?
their mind. I just
Could I
said that right
interject
now. You just interrupted me.
when
That's what I'm
everybody's
saying. It's like,
finished?
then all of a sudden you guys want to be like, oh, it's like, why does that shit matter? Why is that? Because the small things matter. Because small things add up. Because you doing simple acts of kindness or simple acts of showing that you want to have that
She
person's presence in you.
left. It doesn't matter if she
Bro, I didn't
called her
interrupt
every
you.
day.
You wait a
That's what
minute,
I'm
Tulsi.
saying.
I didn't interrupt you, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Give
It's like
me my time.
she
But
might
wait.
reach out to me. She might
That's
reach out to me a
but
lot.
the point is
Like,
the point is
Right.
is that if you still have to do all the work now, or if you're doing most of the work now, it shows that obviously you are still far more vested than she is, right? So if you're still far more vested and you're not even getting halfway out of this situation, why are you bothering? This ultimately proves that it's.
Blessed is the
I'm not
merciful,
gonna say.
brother.
Please, man, just give me a minute, bro. Just please give me a
I'm
minute.
waiting for you to finish cooking your disgusting dinner.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about him.
Okay.
I wasn't talking about you, Flow
Yeah,
State.
I agree with that then. John, wait.
I'm just saying you're putting this much effort into this situation, right? And you're not even getting mid-range, right? How long are you going to be the one who gives the lion's share of your time and energy just for nothing better to come of it?
Jay, can I offer you another perspective on that?
Go ahead, Flow State. I wasn't trying to give you smoke.
No, I get it. I get that you're trying to help. Here's the problem is that whoever's reaching, it doesn't matter, because if the wife is left, she's already violated the marriage vows. So then the other little piddly stuff doesn't matter, because we got this big, huge, and consistent thing, right? There's the thing that the wife is doing. This other little shit is insignificant.
Look at our relationship to God. What if God says the same thing? You hadn't been reaching out to me. Yeah, I know, Flo, you don't halfway believe in God. But what if God says, you know, Flo, I had to let you go, man. You wasn't reaching out to me. You wasn't making that effort. Are you going to not say then, hey, I'm not on your level. Have mercy. Are you not going to do that?
And God, or I'm sorry, you and your wife are not comparable to me and God.
That is a man's relationship to God. We are the woman in that situation.
No, what I'm saying is you and your wife are way more equal than me and God.
Say that again.
God, and your wife is way more equal to you, maybe more equal than you, than I am to God, right? No even comparison.
Okay. But
your analogy is mind-blowingly skewed.
If there's any kind of gap whatsoever, the analogy holds, brother.
No, the problem is that the analogy doesn't hold. It's a narcissistic delusion. You're not better than your wife.
If there's forces coming between you that you can, I mean, we're
So
talking
you're
about
stronger than your wife. Hold on, you're stronger than her. I'll give you that. But if you have to, if your fallback is when somebody's gonna kill you, then you'll choose me. Guess what? You're not better. You're worse.
That I don't even think that applies to what we're talking about here.
Did you say when forces come?
I'm talking about we're talking about a man that has a whole industry of psychiatry that with billions of dollars and worldwide backing that says his wife needs this pill here and keeps her out of her rightful mind. I mean,
why do you think you know what her rightful mind is?
Because I know that a person in their right mind can see the line.
Have you ever? You said she started taking the pills when she was like 15 or something. Have you ever seen her off of them?
No, I have not.
So you don't know what her right mind is then.
But I know people that did know her. I know people that did know her.
Shut the fuck up. You know you're in denial. You're not even being honest. Thou shalt not
John,
lie.
I got a question for you, John. Is your wife's state and condition still desirable, something you would choose to engage in? If you didn't know her. Say you didn't know her and you just met her the way she is she desirable? Something you would choose to engage in?
Yes. She was one of, as drugged up as she already was, she was still one of the most smartest women I ever met. And that's one of the reasons I married her. She told me she had never understood why David was a man after God's own heart. And when I fell in love, she was
hold on a second.
I met her at 24.
Okay, I see what you're getting to. But you're defining here the medicine she's taking was making her something else that you're trying to sort of get her back to how she was.
He doesn't know what she was. He's imagined what she is, just like he's imagined what God wants.
What I'm trying to get here, what I'm trying to interject here is to everyone is things change. Nothing is forever the same. You know, I can fall in love with somebody. I understand this. Okay, I've been in many relationships. I have been married. I can fall in love with somebody, but I already know this on a certain reference and region. Say we arrive to the future. She changes, or I may change. It may not be a desirable relationship no more. That's why relationships go to shit. For myself, it's an open relationship because I understand, you know, sometimes I need to let somebody go, or they need to let myself go, because paths have changed, and it's going to be exactly what it's going to be. And for myself, there's no way I'd want to be in an undesirable situation, because if somebody can't change for themselves, I definitely can't change them. And this returns to the Bible: warn somebody once, warn somebody twice. After that, have nothing to do with
Under a
them. They
spell,
stand self.
How can
She's
she
They
not.
change
stand.
for herself under a spell?
You're under delusion.
She can't change for herself because she's under a spell.
And she won't change, because
You.
the spell must be broken by herself. You can't do for her. Nobody can do nothing for anybody.
She
I
was
could
married to
represent
you.
and
Sorry, go ahead.
the only thing people could do is represent information, hoping somebody's going to change. And you know what? If somebody's not going to change, for myself, I let them take their own path. It's just,
But
I'm
look,
not going to.
if she's up under if she's up under a weight, she's trying to bench press 500 pounds, and I'm saying she's got to do it for herself. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's going to be a little hard. You know what I'm saying? Someone needs to be there for her.
You're not the hero in this scenario, John.
Why not, Flo? I don't understand that, man.
Because she's made voluntary choices. You're
And
claiming
her right
you're
mind.
denying that they're voluntary and insisting that she's wrong because she's too stupid or weak or high.
How about the, she may change, John, she may not change, but how about this? If you put all your efforts into her for another 20 years, and you know what, she never changes and nothing gets resolved, you just made a choice to where you could have been doing many other variables. That's just, I'm only representing the variables in real life situations. Nothing is forever the same. It's impossible. Okay, it is
I
impossible.
hate to do this because there's more people watching now really than ever before. I start talking about my personal life. People start hate watching, recording.
We're talking about John's personal life.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, I do gotta close this one out. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'll let everyone go around.
Damn it,
and
man.
I know Jay's got some stuff to say. But yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Oh no, I'm gonna wait. I'll wait till I'll defer till last.
Okay, for sure. So everybody, what's up? Y'all tell me what's what you got for your boy, because obviously I'm going through a dark time, and I laid it all out there. So yeah, man, you guys say what you can. I mean, I trust you guys. You guys are my friends.
I'd
like to first to go
until he agrees not to end the stream.
Yeah,
Wait,
well,
what
he's got to go. He's gotta go.
I'm just
Okay, I'll be the first one to go, and I'm going to be completely honest here. Okay. I've been through my experience of events, and I do have love, but it's tough love for everything. I review everything as a business. If it's not an asset and beneficial, then I get out. And if it's not what I'm looking for, I keep things simple. Is it a benefit? Am I happy? If not, then I get out. It's simple as that. But anyways, great panel, Machine. Great to have everybody here that participated. Until the next panel, be well and be safe. And I always define, well, sometimes do what you need to do, and that's that. All right. See y'all later.
Thank you, Singh, man. Bless you, man. Thank you for being here for me for the last few times we did these panels, man. It's a great blessing to have you here, man. Thank you. Man.
Likewise.
Yeah, bless. Yeah. Flo.
I think John should go next. I don't want to let John and you be like the last two ganging up on Jay.
Everything here right now, okay, it opens up a little bit of the old wounds, but I don't mind. And
that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's only going to make me stronger. I think it's, what we got to do, and we come away. What doesn't kill us will make us stronger. And Brother Machine Lies, this has been another hell of a stream for me. I thought it was going to be lackluster, but no. So I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, friend.
Hey, John, and thanks for like listening and shit, and being a good dude about it. Like, even though I'm coming at you hard.
No, thank you, sir. I'll
so-
be over there bothering you with the laws of Moses real soon.
Touche.
Have a good-
All right, and I'll go, and I'll let Jay have finals. Okay. I mean, you got to rip the Band-Aid off. I've been there. I was married. I've been divorced. My ex-wife was, well, certifiably crazy. She has DID. Didn't know it at the time. Know it now. But you guys are both, John and TML, you have sort of a blessing that you're not recognizing, which is that you're able to do this now without kids. Because if you have kids and you have these problems, your life is going to be way fucking worse. So I'd strongly suggest that you take the blessing that you're given and capitalize on it instead of doing the opposite and try to dig yourself in deeper with this person when they're not going to change. And I'll let myself out.
Thank you, friend, for being here. Definitely some real talk from Flow State, and I mean, it's rough shit. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I gotta live with the fact that I mean, she made this mistake, but am I supposed to just forgive people for that shit? I mean, who the fuck knows? I mean, for right now, I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and try again with her, but I don't even know if it's gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, there's this whole legal situation. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, but yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah. What else is going on, guys? Man,
Well, I'm gonna say this machine. Actually, you know what? How about this? Close it out just before you drop me all the way. You put me in the back. Let's chat for a few minutes before.
I got you.
Shut out. Right. So just drop me in the back and then do your closing, and then we'll talk for a few minutes, and then I'll dip out.
For sure, dude. I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Just drop me
Sticking
in the back,
around.
bro. Yeah. Drop me in the back and do your closing, and we'll chat a bit.
For sure. And yeah, bless you guys, man, for being here. And I'm just gonna play a couple songs out here, and I got like 15-minute like musical closing or whatever. Play some Far Side and some other shit. But yeah, man, bless you. Thank you for being here for me, Jay Rillo, man. And I appreciate you staying back, having a convo with me, man. You're welcome to do that for sure, man. Okay, I'm gonna drop you in the back here and close my show out, and yeah, I'll be right there, man. But yeah, man, bless you guys, man, for being out here with me. It's been a crazy day. A lot of shit happened today. 11/11. I had some good conversations, with my wife. Shit's been going, ups and downs with this shit. But yeah, man, with the content creation, it's always a pleasure, man. This is the only thing I find solace in is really, bringing people the news, bringing people topics, having conversations with you guys on this open panel or whatever it is. And we will be bringing you guys more content soon, in terms of, I'm writing a new book, 99 pages on technology. I wrote a book, 400-page book on, the development of theology, philosophy, political science in the Western world. Christ protagonist, Logos dethroned. I'm writing another new book, entitled Dialectical Monism, or Cynical Realism, two philosophies of the modern age, about technology. So I'm gonna be coming at you guys, bringing you guys more content. And we got episode 8 of The Machine Lies coming out soon. It's gonna be an interview with Dr. David Skrbina on different issues about technology. This show's been we covered a lot of issues about technology. I didn't mean to do that. Next time we're gonna bring you the regular content. It's really because of the Jim Bob whole scheme that unfolded here with trad culture trying to get up in this debate with Jim Bob. And of course they pushed out. It's a regular game out here with these people making attacks and then running away. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, bless you guys, man, for being out here. Thank you for joining me on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine, on the machine that lies, man. And I'm gonna get you with this let me get up in some music here for you guys, man. Bless you guys for being out here with me, man. But yeah, let me try to get up on this music so that I can end my show here. Bless you guys for being out here. We got, how many people we got here, man? 57 people. You know, it's 5:21 a.m. on the East Coast, man. Bless you guys for being out here with me, man. I'm praying for all you guys, man. And you know, I'll see you guys on Wednesday. You know, so stay up. Until then, brothers and sisters, if you guys need anything, please go ahead and shoot me an email, themachinelive0@gmail.com. And yeah, man, bless you guys. Thank you for keeping it real out here with me.
Yeah. Darkness. Edwards. Mark of the Beast. Yo, check it on, Darkness. Mark of the Beast. I mark you with the beam. I mark it to the fiends, hungry for dark poetry. Mark of the Beast. I mark you with the teeth. When I eat, I don't need no cutlery. Just fangs and sharp insidious rhymes for insidious minds. It's my time, the ancient one. Turn on the lights. Nice fucking try. The primordial gun. You'll get blasted on sight. The prime immortal, I was here before your father, son. The primeval, bring the lambs to the slaughter done. Bring the sand so I can start counting the funds. Spark the blunt. Hell's godfather, heaven's criminal. Bitches event planners. I'm the event damager. All praise is due to me. Sacrifice my soul on the altar. Mark of the Beast. They contended with Adam, so I slayed Eve. So I decided to feast on the tree alone. Genesis reversed, vicious with what I speak. Dark Psalms from the dark God, a new birth. Commandment number 1, don't step on my turf. Darkness, yeah, dark words. Mark of the Beast, don't step on my turf. Darkness and dread is the beginning of a new birth. This is art with the lead. Enemies get found in the dirt. Mark of the Beast. Nightmares and fever dreams. Night terrors and star screams. Pall bears lowering the coffin. The coffers giving offerings. What the fuck is the darkness? Dark Man X died as a legend. Find light within darkness. The Ark of the Covenant. Fight within the soul. So you can survive death. They won't get what it means to rap with substance. So I stay silent. Rap for the few that can grasp what's being read. Torah scrolls and vendettas in the soul. Fuck all this dumb shit. Fuck ignorance. Mark of the Beast. This is art from the streets. They can't take me off the beat. Even if I am offbeat, they can't take me away from my dreams. Let me sleep in peace, let me bleed in ease. Nothing harsh, devilish or gory. Everything art, rebellious, metaphors and poetry. Let me breathe in peace, end of story. Darkness, dark words. Yeah. Mark of the Beast.
As we fall for our sin. It has been 1 month since my last confession, and these are my sins. I missed Mass on Sunday twice. I lied about witnessing a murder once. I ate meat on Friday once.
Wait a minute, can you back up a little bit and say that again?
Waterloo may have reached the turning point. The capital has just fallen.
Defeating the heavily armed forces of General M.
Pandemonium. 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 Pandemonium.
Pandemonium. Catch a vision. Feel me in the eyes of an eagle. High above the plains, but still remains equal. Living now, no matter how fly, there is no sequel. I am not a supreme being, free people. Cause many minds are zombified, that's why they never rest. Fighting for the life and fighting holes in the chest. Merely scavengers, but no one will confess. But in time, they will all undress. Living in the lost and found, trapped without sound. Dapping as a bound, make this way underground. No calculating, cause it's all round. Round like a figure, an old school calligraphy. So wicked that you don't wanna see. Far greater than in the eye so you can fly kindly. Used to have a tax on T, now they got a tax on me, but that's if you can find me. We tripping with the scenes of the pandemonium.
Pandemonium. Pandemonium.
He been causing more calamity to me than amity. Feel horror, real horror, way more wicked than Gomorrah or Sodom. I should have shot him, but I didn't right then. Tell me my man hit it, just because I'm in it. Reason why they hit me with a rotten label and use trickery to put my cards up on the table, so they can copy, but they're unable. They come sloppy, ill-equipped to grip the sacred cable, stretching out that age-old fable. How they're not really my friends. They can't wait to infiltrate and get me for my incense. Then trend, and everything I do, the devil tries to throw his wicked wrench into with his henchmen crew. Main reason why I resist whack guys and let them know they couldn't rap me with a lumen. When you what? When I'm causing pandemonium. Pandemonium.
Pandemonium. Pandemonium.
Somebody tell me what's wrong with this pitch. What? How long will it take before it hits you? And you begin to understand the dirty, underhanded plan in place, pandemonium upon the land. Face to face with the faces of death on a daily basis, to the point we embrace this. What? Demonic debauchery, negatively affecting the psyche. That's why we like to see some type of monster chasing, erasing people from the face of the earth like Jason. When that was just a movie merely illustrating the illy type of that they really got waiting. And I can't be condoning.
Why is that?
What was it? My perpetuating pandemonium. Pandemonium.
Pandemonium.
Mere minute two handicap to adapt on my terrain and remain in the same frame of thought. And they only caught half I laugh at the foolish attempt to fit my technique. So I set a new mark, transforming my style to reconcile with the present peasant, meaning unplugged vision. Flex finishes on my trail. You will fail and hell the young male who rebel when all hell breaks. I hate fakes. Words I hate fakes. Men get persecuted for making mistakes. I stay low like a sheet of linoleum. When it comes to pandemonium. When it comes to pandemonium.
Pandemonium. Pandemonium. Pandemonium. Pandemonium. Pandemonium. Pandemonium.
I take kills, and she takes pills. My addiction kills, and she takes pills. So I don't love her no more. That's right. I don't love her no more. She just sleeps. I'm awake for this. She just sleeps, and I'm awake with it. She gets it right, when the stage light hits on frame. I don't love her no more. That's right. I don't love her no more. It's a trap, like her when they cry. Love is a trap, like her when they cry. This relationship's a speedball, baby.